Morning. We're going to get this meeting started. It is February 27th, 2020.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. We're going to start that again. Good morning, everybody. It is the Board of Supervisors regular meeting for February 27th, 2024. It is 9 a.m. Okay, can we start with the Pledge of Allegiance with Supervisor Gonzalez? Oh, the flag has not returned from our, so can we pop up a flag, or I don't even have a little flag to hold. Hold on, 1 moment, sorry for that. We had the hospital, the legislative, workshop, and that is where we sent the flag. We wanted a live flag. Flag.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Vanessa, for taking care of that for us. Can I get an acknowledgement or certificate of posting?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. And we're going to go right into presentations and recognition. We will be receiving a proclamation and actually giving a proclamation to ourselves for our 150th anniversary from February 12th, 2024. I have asked Supervisor Zanger and Supervisor Gonzalez to receive and present, as they are our ad hoc for the 150th celebration. So I'm going to turn it over to them. I believe you have the plaque? Yep. And I'd also like to invite up Robert Rivas's team. Andres is here, and Marissa is here from Ana Caballero's office. They'll also be presenting to you on behalf of our representatives.
Great. Well, we have this plaque here. I'm going to read a little bit from this, going over some of the history and just, how we ended up here. So, whereas the rapid settlement of the extensive and fertile San Benito Valley and the valleys tributary thereto, which were separated from the rest of Monterey County by the Gavilan Range of mountains, developed interest and centered in the new communities, and out of which grew very naturally a desire by the people to manage for themselves their own local affairs. Whereas on the 12th day of February 1874, the county of San Benito, named after San Benito Valley, was created as a political division of California. Whereas February 12th, 2024 marks the 150th anniversary of the County of San Benito, now therefore be it proclaimed that the County of San Benito, State of California, Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes the 150th anniversary of the County of San Benito and celebrates its anniversary and milestone year, celebrating 150 years of unique heritage, and encourages people across the state to visit the county and experience its historical charm.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andres Rodriguez, representing the Office of Speaker Robert Rivas.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marisa Hernandez with the Office of Senator Ana Caballero.
And we're excited to, show a little bit of, a celebration here for San Benito County, 150 years. Born and raised here. It's always great to celebrate, a birthday for, Hollister a couple years ago, or last year, and then also San Benito County this year. And so I'll read off what the certificate says, but we have a way bigger resolution, frame resolution that we ordered from Sacramento. So we have here presented to San Benito County for 150-year anniversary. In honor of the 150-year anniversary of the founding of San Benito County, on behalf of the 29th Assembly District and the 14th Senate District, we congratulate the County of San Benito, its founders, leaders, and community members that were instrumental in its founding. As representatives of San Benito County and the state of California, We applaud and celebrate the efforts of all community members, past and present, which have paved the way to allow San Benito County to shine.
Yeah, and just to add, it is a pleasure to represent San Benito County. I know as part of our old 12, Senate District 12, and now, you know, Senator Caballero still is representing San Benito until the general election of this year. I know San Benito County is special to her. Back when she was an attorney advocating for farm workers, she had an office here in Hollister, pretty nearby, so San Benito County is special to her heart. And I've had the pleasure to representing San Benito the past year, going to the Espinos to celebrate the 100th fair, going to Paisini's to celebrate the land trust, and getting to see the beauty. I remember we went to the Paisini's ranch, and just going into the ranch, it was amazing to see, you know, the horses, you know, being very free, and just the scenery. San Benito is amazing, and also the community, very close community and very supportive. So we're excited to celebrate later this year on the 150th anniversary, so congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, you guys. And they've actually asked that the entire board come up front so that we could do a photo. Okay. That good? That good? I need a step stool next to Colin. Sorry. Thank you so much, you guys. And as they make their way back up here, would the ad hoc like to highlight any of the upcoming events? That's acceptable since we're on the 150th? Is there anything you guys would like to just highlight what's coming up? We'll come back to that? Okay, great. Okay, so we're going to move on to department head announcements. CAO Espinoza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have some announcements this morning for you. I'd like to invite up Selena Stova, Integrated Waste. Thank you.
Good morning. Let me just grab my notes. We have some exciting news today. As of yesterday, we were announced that we received a grant, CalRecycle's continued funding for SB 1383 Local Assistance Grant Program. The award amount is approximately $269,000 and will be used towards our efforts with SB 1383 compliance on behalf of the county and the cities of Hollister and San Juan Bautista. Our proposed budget activities have not yet been approved, but we have proposed the use of these funds for continued development and outreach for our edible food recovery program. Intending to fund 2 additional staff positions, a food resource manager for the food bank, community food bank of San Benito, an additional recycling coordinator to assist with SB 1383 compliance and overall grant implementation for the county and the cities. So that concludes my announcements. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, great job. I'd like to invite up out of our Health and Human Services Department, and Enrique Arregua. Here's a quick update.
Thank you very much. Good morning, members of the board and the public. Just 2 quick updates. San Benito County this year led the point-in-time homeless count on Wednesday, January the 31st. I just wanted to give just a quick update on that. We covered all 11 census tracts that day in San Benito County, and we had the support of approximately 50 volunteers, which did include community members, included some staff. We had the support of the Sheriff's Department. Actually, Sheriff's Department, the office has been helping us for the last 10 years, so they've been great support, and also the City Hollister. This is the first year the City Hollister Police Department has helped us, cover some of the census tracts where down the river and in downtown area. I wanted to thank that. The report should be ready in May or June, I'm being told. Once it's ready, we will presented to your board for approval. But, we had a very successful count. We've never had 40-plus volunteers. It's always been in the mid-20s. Our coverage was a lot better, and I anticipate a very good report. Second quick update, we received notification that we also received a grant through the COC, the Continuum of Care. It's a HUD grant in the amount of $512,000, 283. This reflects an increase of $203,000 in addition to our prior grant. This is to provide permanent supportive housing. It'll help 13 to 14 families or individuals, comprised of approximately 25 or so total members that will be housed in San Benito County. So I just wanted to make that announcement. We will provide case management and supportive services to all clients. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you, Enrique. I'd like to also invite up out of Health and Human Services Lupe Rabacaba, our Deputy Director, Public Assistance.
All right, good morning, Madam Chair, board members, and community members. I'm the Deputy Director of the Public Assistance Division at the Health and Human Services Agency. I'm here on behalf of our agency director, Tracy Belton, to introduce our Supervising Welfare Fraud Investigator, Mr. Orozco. Mr. Orozco has been employed with the agency since March of 2023, and over the last 6 months, he's attended the South Bay Regional Public Safety Training Center, completing his basic post academy. On January 25th, Mr. Orozco graduated the academy and received the Dr. Susan Olivera Leadership Award for outstanding leadership displayed throughout the academy. As a United States Marine Corps veteran, we're excited to welcome him as part of our team. Mr. Orozco is ready to collaborate with local law enforcement agencies to identify and investigate potential public assistance benefits, fraud, and misuse. Please join us in congratulating Mr. Orozco. We are confident that you will soon hear positive feedback about the valuable work he is contributing to our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and welcome aboard.
Thank you, San Benito County, State Board Directors. Thank you, everybody else. I definitely hope to do a great job, and I'm really excited to be here.
Welcome.
Welcome.
I'd like to invite up Abraham Prado, Planning Director.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, and members of the public. Abraham Prado, Director of Planning and Building Services, County of San Benito. I'd like to inform the board and the public that at the special San Benito County Planning Commission meeting of February 7th, the Planning Commission determined to deny a conditional use permit for the John Smith Road landfill expansion, and also determined to recommend denial to the Board of Supervisors for the general plan amendment of the John Smith Road landfill expansion project from the area expansion is currently an agricultural designation and agricultural rangeland, from that to a PQP. And so based on our San Benito County code, there's a 10-day appeal process where any person that's aggrieved by the decision that's made by the Planning Commission can submit an appeal for a public hearing with the Board of Supervisors, and wanted to inform the board and the public that an appeal was received, and it was received in a timely manner, and we have processed the appeal. We're working on the reports that are necessary, and we have a tentative public hearing for the appeal of the John Smith Road landfill expansion for the second meeting of March 26th, and wanted to notify the board and the public of this determination. So that concludes the announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Abraham.
Thank you, Abraham. Appreciate it. So we have, I have an announcement out of administration. I just wanted to let the board know that on February the 9th through the 13th, I was able to attend NACO with our vice chair and chair. It was a very, very busy week. I just wanted to share just a few brief highlights. One was the CIO forum that I attended. It was really, really a great forum. Guy Kelleher was a keynote speaker that really highlighted the importance of technology and the importance of investment into technology, and also utilizing hosted cloud technology using such applications like Office 365, and really the main reason is for security purposes and making sure systems are updated continually. And with the lack of staff that they see throughout the nation, it's difficult for IT people to keep things updated. So being able to move in that direction is really important, and I thought was really a great point that was made during that time. The other one, that I'm just going to name just a few because there's so much. On Saturday, there was an ARPA discussion, and it was a great reminder that we have this year to get everything completed, as well as making sure that we have our contracts and everything shored up. So we're working with staff just to provide information to the board. We're working with staff to make sure that that is done within our county. The last item I'll just highlight was, I thought it was really, really great, was a secretary presented, had a presentation concerning the Farm Bill, and there are some areas that they're looking at on the Fed side to get rid of the middleman when it comes to farming, because farming is kind of that, they're starting to lose farmers, just very costly, and I thought that that was really important. They're looking at increasing basically 50 cents on the dollar and expanding capacity and looking at other ways for zero emissions, and there's quite a bit more. As well as visiting our legislatures on the Hill. We spent a lot of time and did our best to advocate for our county, so I just wanted to share those highlights. We have one last item, Madam Chair and Board. I'd like to invite up Steve Loop. He's going to provide a brief update concerning roads.
All right, the presentation is up. Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Madam Chair, and members of the public. We are going to have a roads update, and we're going to basically talk about 3 different subjects this morning. I'll try to be brief. I'm going to really quick talk on some storm damage repairs that have occurred over the last year. Then we're going to jump over to potholes and county staffing, and finally just highlight some projects that are starting this upcoming year. So, storm damages. I just wanted to let you know and the folks here know that during the past year, since about April-ish on when the storms subsided, we've had contractors working on big projects I'm going to show you in a minute, and we've had our county crew working on projects to repair rural-ish roads mostly, and then we've also had potholes and other things going on in the background. But I just wanted to kind of give a big picture of what's been going on over the past 8 or 9 months to try to address some urgent needs. And so, if you're not familiar with Lime Kiln Road, if you drive past the wineries, and there's a small road called Lime Kiln, and that road pretty much completely washed away for almost 3/4 of a mile during the January, February storm events. And so here's one photo of the damages, and here's another photo of the repairs. That used to be a road, and it was temporarily just a big creek with some pipes that a contractor had to help us replace. And I'm highlighting this because these are the kind of projects our crews can't handle. So luckily, these are the projects that we've been working with FEMA to try to get some reimbursement on, but we needed, bigger contractors. This is just one example of a dozen of big things that were going on around the county that contractors are helping us with. So that was working in the creek, and here's kind of a before and after picture. So, big difference. Thank you to one of our local contractors for that. While that was going on, we had multiple smaller roads, or basically gravel crossings throughout the county that had washed away during the storm, and what that did is it stranded residents, literally stranded them. And so here's one example of Cottonwood Road. This was when the creek wasn't flowing, but this is basically a gravel road crossing, and then there's kind of pavement and things on either side. These are the kind of things that FEMA doesn't acknowledge for reimbursement. They're I won't say they're designed to wash out, but during storm events, they sometimes or often wash out. So this is Cottonwood before. This is an area that our county staff were able to assist with over the past 8 or 9 months. And that's after our county staff repaired the road. Now, all this time, there's potholes popping up around the county, right, while our county staff are repairing some of these roads. And they do address potholes, which we'll talk about in a moment. So just to give you a little bit of taste of perspective of what happened during the past 8 or 9 months after the storms subsided, our county crews worked on 6 washout locations just on Cottonwood so that residents could actually access civilization. There were 5 locations on Coalinga Road. Same kind of situation. Either the embankment was washed away or the road was washed away. There's the Browns Valley Road, there was Southside Road, there's Cole Road, where we just did minor repairs to this one drainage area just so folks could get across. Cole Road's also scheduled for permanent repairs this summer. There were many roads where the embankment washed away and we had to come and stabilize it so that the road didn't start washing away. And so, so just to give folks a little perspective of what was going on, while maybe you or I had, some potholes on our roads that weren't being addressed. So, all those repairs were performed by about 6 to 7 county staff. I'll talk about that in a little bit in a second. While we also have a board in our public works yard, and when someone calls, or our supervisors send an email or call, we write pothole locations on a board. It's a list, and we just go through the list. We try to highlight the major ones first, but we literally have a list that we go through. And so while we try to address this larger potholes, smaller potholes have started popping up and becoming an issue more recently with the recent storms. And so the good news is, for those folks that aren't aware, the Board of Supervisors allocated $500,000 so that contractors, besides just county staff, can start addressing some of those pothole issues that have been occurring during the past few months and even during the past few storms. So our crews also continue to focus on the potholes where the contractors are not repairing those. And we do want you to call this phone number, 902-2277, because believe it or not, just because you see the pothole, we don't. We have about 10-ish staff now, but there's 450 miles of roads, and so we want you to tell us if you see a large pothole that's an issue. And I'll tell you about one that just came up yesterday that is an example of that. Another bit of good news is, back in 2022, our road maintenance crew, worker 2, which is kind of middle average of the scale worker for road maintenance, that person at a step D was making about $20 an hour. Today, and including, it's not just our road maintenance crews, all the county staff, thanks to our board of supervisors, have increased their salaries. So thank you for that. So for that same worker that was making $20 an hour, today they're actually making $31 an hour. What does that do? That helps us increase our road crews from about 6 staff just over a year ago to now we have 11, and there's 3 in the process. So, that's double, almost tripling our staff because of those salary increases that, the Board of Supervisors approved. And so we appreciate that, and that helps everything, right? So, so that's the good news. Now I'm going to talk just about roads that are going to be programmed to construct in the next year or so. I did not add the segments, which was requested previously, so I'll need to add the segments. But I'm just going to highlight the roads that are starting construction next year, so that it's pretty similar to the presentation from last month. But we have Wright Road. We have the plans pretty much done, which means we can go out to bid for Wright Road. We have 2 signal intersections that we're trying to get through the design, and once we get the design finished, we can hopefully have the funding to construct those 2 intersections. So one's Fairview Fallon, another one is Fairview and Comstock, which will come up in a moment. So Fairview Road near Los Vibros, there's a segment of road that's going to be repaired this year. Cole Road, we've also almost finished the plans for Cole Road. We had some embankment issues courtesy of the storms. And once those plans are finished, we'll start the construction for Cole Road, as I mentioned. Salinas Road near Mission Vineyard, there's a small segment over there that we're going to build after we get to San Juan Canyon. Shore Road, we have those plans ready for the segments from Shore to Perry Court, Perry Lane, and then from Perry to San Felipe. So it'll be in 2 segments because it's 2 funding sources. Fairview Road south of Santa Ana and north of Santa Ana. So you might have seen some contractors out there yesterday. They're doing some corings on Santa Ana, or on Fairview Road near Santa Ana Creek. So that'll start as soon as the rains stop, and then we'll go south of Santa Ana Creek towards Santana Ranch after that. So Union Road near the Union Bridge project. So the Union Bridge project's on schedule. There is a small piece that we're gonna have to build towards the end of this year as the bridge completes, and because adjacent to the bridge, Caltrans only funds so much of roadway improvements near bridges, and so we have a little piece that we'll be building on Union adjacent to the bridge. That's the other signal, Fairview at Aquissa Pace signal intersection. San Juan Canyon Road is going to be, I think it's about 6 miles along San Juan Canyon. We're going to be reconstructing starting this year, Sealy Avenue. That's from Carpinteria to the limits of Sealy. San Juan Highway, we're going to be doing some pavement improvements near Anzar High School and some new striping installations on San Juan Highway. Cienega, there's a small piece near the wineries. So the goal, well, I'll go through these and then I'll talk about Cienega a little bit. So down in Tres Pinos, there's most of the roads down there will get repaving projects starting towards the end of this year into next year. So for Cienega, if you're coming from Union, going towards the wineries, there's one piece that's still in bad shape, and so that's from Mudstone Ranch to Bird Creek. So the plans are almost finished from that. That also had some geotechnical revisions that we had to do because of the storms that occurred. And so that'll start this year. And then there's one other little piece before you get to the wineries, right near the wineries. Actually, it's slightly past DeRose Winery. It's maybe half a mile long. And so the good news with that is from Union all the way to the wineries, Cienega will be in good shape. Now, I know supervisors and others are working on funding for some of the paving from the wineries out to Highway 25, because that's the other piece, so that cars that like driving on fast, windy roads have somewhere to go from that whole stretch. And so we're working on that, but at least the half from Union to the wineries will be in good shape soon. San Juan Bautista, so the force main project, San Juan Bautista is installing a force main from their city all the way to the regional wastewater treatment plant in Hollister. And as part of that project, the county and supervisors have decided to give $4 million so that the adjacent pavement lane that's not being affected by the storm trench but needs help will be able to be repaved, while the lane that is having the sewer lane installed will be repaved through the San Juan Bautista project. So that'll help a lot of segments around between San Juan Bautista and the city of Hollister. So, and then we've done a lot of temp repairs in South County, as I mentioned earlier, and then a permanent repair that we're just waiting for the rain to stop again is over on New Idria and Pinoche. And there's actually some more roads in the future years down there, but there's not a lot of roads in South County, and there are a lot of rural gravel roads and things, but we've programmed like Coalinga and Pinoche in the future. And I know there's a supervisor that's trying to find some more money for the roads in South County as well. So I'll stop there and take questions if there are any. So thank you.
Questions? Supervisor Kuzmicki?
Yes, Madam Chair. I love the board. Takes me back to my days working in public works in high school, or actually college. So real quick, the two that I just wanted to reemphasize, you're aware of, but just Little Merrill. I know it's little, and
I was there yesterday. Yeah.
Okay,
Per
it's
your
really
request.
bad, and can we get to that? Like, I'm getting a lot of heat on this, and I think it's going months and months and months now, since we initially talked about it. So
Yeah, we'll get to Little Merrill, and then Rocks at the intersection with Little Merrill. It's got some pretty decent size potholes as well. So we'll get to those two spots right next to each other.
okay, and then the other one, do we have a timeline on the Carr Avenue, getting back to Carr Avenue? Because I still get a lot of understandable complaints about that.
Yeah, so I drove out there today, and I guess I'm assuming you're talking about the roadside ditches. is
Yes,
that-
yes.
Yeah. So the plan for that is to button up the current contract. We got a price from the contractor that was quite a bit to repair the ditches, so we're probably going to make that a separate project for the summer before the next rains occur. So the price is, well, I won't say what the price is, but it's more than the project can afford. But we will get to it as soon as the rains stop. We're going to make it a separate project. So we're going to button up what's the original project, and then probably go out to bid for the roadside ditches as a separate project and see what the price that we get. If we can get a better price to fix those. But it'll happen before the next rainy season.
Okay, any help we can get on public information on that would be great, just because Carr Avenue is a major thoroughfare in the Aromas. Everybody uses it basically, and so.
Yeah, I was just driving it yesterday. It looks good. There's a lot of garbage cans out there, so be careful if you're on car, because when we widen the road, we put curbs and spots, and so the garbage cans, like most of Aromas, are on the road. So it works, but we're going to try to improve that situation as well in certain areas to try to help some of the garbage cans not be too much obtrusive to the roads. But yes, we'll be working
All
on
right,
that.
thanks, Steve.
You bet.
Supervisor Gonzalez? Mike.
Your mic.
Thank you. What was going on this past week on a repair at Fairview and Shore? I got a couple of people calling me and complaining, and I know nothing about roads or road repairs, and I'm not an engineer, but according to the calls that came in, they do, and they were kind of complaining. So can you explain to me what the project was at Fairview and Shore that we did?
Okay. That's a tricky one. Our contractor was out there repairing potholes on Shore, and then they turned and went down Fairview. So that perhaps was the reason for the calls.
Something about a fine oil mix, a mix with fine oil, and I'm like, and that whatever we're doing to repair it isn't gonna stay in the hole, and it's gonna make it worse. It's just a Band-Aid approach, and we're throwing money down the drain, and we need to fix it properly.
Okay.
So those are the complaints that I got, so I'm kinda just reading, from my notes as I was scratched them with the phone call.
Okay, that adds some clarity. So yeah, that was our contractor that we've hired they're installing hot mix as opposed to cold mix on Shore and Fairview, which lasts longer. It can have a bit more oil. I drove out there, and they seem to be doing, so I'll take one step back. When they performed the potholing on Shore Road, most folks were very positive about that effort. They're employing the same process at Fairview and Shore. The problem was there was some rain and some water on the road, which they can still implement with the exact same process, but it does leave a little sheen, and so you can see the oil a bit more. But I'll drive out there again and double check. But they have a pretty experienced crew out there performing what they do, but I'll drive out there and take a look at it. So.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Any additional? No?
No, I'm okay with that, thank you.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, real quick. Thank you, Steve. Just a question about, where are we with PG&E as far as that Fallon Fairview light? Because I know they were a player in this whole thing. Are they good with the plan, I guess?
So we've been working on some preliminary concepts, and the plan right now, and you and I know we walked it, it was originally to change the alignment at Fallon and Fairview, but the plan currently will be to keep the same alignments and ideally just have to relocate maybe one pole, perhaps two, but we have to get further in the design. The good news of that, one, if depending on their access or their easement rights there, they might be on the hook to relocate the poles. If not, then we actually have about $3 million in our county bank account to relocate overhead lines. So either way, we'll be able to move it forward, if that answers your question. So.
Good.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Bet.
Supervisor Sotelo?
I just have a quick question. So when we started the kind of the forecast is these are the roads and projects that are going to be for 2024. Is it realistic for us to think that this will all get done in 2024?
They won't all get finished. I mean, if you want me to add durations, that's a trickier one, but some of them will be finished this year, but some of them will overlap into next year. I mean, some of the larger roads, they're going to take 6-8 months.
So essentially, it's just a commitment that this is what we're starting in 2024. Some will go into 2025 as
Yep.
being completed, but,
Yep.
okay, well, exciting. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Okay, and I'm going to ask just one thing on San Juan Canyon. What's the extent of the repairs on San Juan Canyon?
It's a little over 6 miles. We're gonna, the plan right now is to do what they call a full depth reclamation replacement. So what that means is, and this is tentative because we're just starting to work with the engineer, but the 12 inches of the existing road will be ground up. A cement product will be added to that mixture of grindings and a binder that will be replaced as the base of the road. And then 4 to 5 inches of asphalt will be placed on top of it. In addition to that, so what that does is the base is going to be very strong, as opposed to like a classical road base, which is just base rock by itself and then asphalt. If you do the FDR treatment, it's not quite as strong as cement, and you don't want it to be quite as strong as cement, but it's a lot stronger than just base rock. And then on top of that, you place your asphalt. In addition to that, we'll be doing some drainage improvements of pipes that need to be replaced and ditches that need to be improved. We'll probably try to minimize tree removals, but there will be some tree removals because a lot of the trees are kind of encroaching into San Juan as you drive, as you might know, but that's pretty much the scope of work. So.
Okay, great. And thank you so much for this update. I like the format of how you did it. It's much more informative of what's happening this year. Understanding that the projects will get started, that is actual construction will start, not just engineering, right? Just clarifying. And then when it comes to, sorry, I just lost my thought there. Oh, when it comes to staff, I want to thank both the administration and HR. I know you guys have been working really, really hard on staffing, but I want the public to recognize and be informed of this would, with the potential 3 additional that are in process, that would bring us to 14. We used to be at 24 with the 4 road crew teams, and then we had 4 backup people that would fill in when people were absent. So that was 24. We're still 10 down from where we were. So just to make it clear, we're not even getting back to where we used to be when we were able to maintain the roads, but we are working towards that, and I'm seeing the nodding from HR, so that's really good.
Yeah, HR's been great. We've adjusted our process to help it be a more rapid review of applicants and whatnot, and so that's helped us to bring in more qualified applicants, which has been great. You're correct. We used to have crews staged all around the county, but for different reasons over the years, that's dwindled down to pretty much 1 crew for the entire county. But the good news is, like you said, we're building back up, and it's been a positive thing over the last year.
And I just want to thank all of the board members for their support on roads. I know we all feel and know that it's a priority for us, and thank the community for their outstanding patience in this road repair process. So thank you so much, Steve.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, Supervisor.
mention- Steve, can you explain how we're working with the city, particularly in those 2 areas? The complaint at Chapel and Santa Ana, where it was a collective effort between the city and the county, and likewise with Flora Road. Can you explain that to the public, those that are concerned about that, those 2 areas?
Sure. So let's see. For Chapel, Santa Ana, if you want to, I know the Flora one, but if you want to give me just a little bit more details on Chapel,
That's the
Santa-
one that where the piping was nearly standing up 6 inches above the roadway. It had worn away, and so there was a big, I don't even know what you want to call it, but a metal pipe that was standing up, and so a car had hit that area, that it almost lost its tire, and the elderly woman that did lose a tire, this was almost, 6 months ago, well, that spot is back. And so I just want to see how we can go back and repave in those connections, and whatever connections we made to get the road paved in the first place, go back and reconnect those.
Okay. Yes, I'll make a note of that. Absolutely. Okay. And yeah, Flora Avenue. Flora is, for folks that don't know, it's as you're driving into town off San Felipe before you get into town. Flora Avenue is a small local road, and so it kind of borders the city and the county, and so the supervisor Gonzalez reached out to us and noted that some of the business owners there were hoping for some help, and so we've started at least phase one of where we, the county, provided the material to the city, and the city provided the staffing to start filling in those potholes there. And there were a few large ones, and there's a few more that we need to get to. But the good news is we made some progress and made it safer, courtesy of that joint effort. I'll give a shout out to the city. Kudos during the last storm events, because we shared resources. They shared sandbags, they shared sand, and they were extremely helpful during some recent storm events issues that we went through together. And so that's been encouraging. So.
Okay, so question for you on that telephone number that you provided. Where does that, the telephone number that you provided, the 2277?
Uh-huh.
Where does that report to? What does it ring to?
So that's directly to the Public Works yard. You'll speak to an individual named Kathy, and she's the one that actually puts all the pothole locations on the board, and she coordinates out with our road supervisor, superintendent. And so then each day they go through the board of our pothole locations throughout the county, basically.
So the residents in the community can use that one, not just us as supervisors? That's the number that can be disseminated out to the public for residents to report?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
So if the PIO, we can get that out? Oh, there you go. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. The only thing I'm going to say to highlight also is that we also have a pothole email. And
We do.
I send lots of photos because I ask for photos.
We do.
And so
that's
highlight that for a
That's
sec.
the other method. That's correct. So
Is it SBC pothole? What's the email?
you'll have to go to our website, Public Works website, because it might have changed.
We'll have the
recently,
PIO add that to our
but I think
little.
it's actually on the video too.
Okay,
as
great.
well, so.
The
Great.
potholes have their own email, huh?
Yeah, the potholes have their own email.
There.
And I am advertising that email excessively. So thank you so much, Steve. Any other comments from board members?
Please fix the potholes at COSB.us.
Thank you.
Thank
Even a
you.
please in the front of it. That was nice. Okay, so moving on, we're going to go to board announcements. Who would like to start this morning? Nobody's looking? Supervisor
Sure.
Kosmicki?
Yeah, thank you. Just rehashing, we had our legislative workshop with the Speaker of the House in the Assembly, and Caballero's representative, and Zoe Lofgren was there, and I thought it was productive. I just did suggest going forward, I know this was kind of an intro, some of the new members and new representation and stuff, but I did suggest going forward that we just kind of focus on getting right to the advocacy in these meetings, because you only have these guys in the room maybe once a year. So that's just something I'm hoping going forward we can really kind of be more hands-on with our advocacy in those situations. And then the hospital town hall, I think, was great. We had a really great turnout. I think the estimate was something like 150 people that came. And for me, I just, what I've been saying to staff is that this isn't going to be an easy process for the county. The main thing I think that we're going to have to do on this is really get the public behind us. And so this was a good start toward that effort. But that's really just a start. We really have to be aggressive in educating the public, being transparent, and letting the public understand what our plan involves, so that hopefully we can get that momentum going from the public side. And then I wanted to mention congratulations to the city of San Juan Bautista. There's a lot of buzz going around in San Juan right now with major motion picture being filmed. Very, very exciting. It's a great thing for the local economy there. Please don't go and snoop around too much. We want to leave a reputation that this is a really great place to come and film movies, so that maybe they'll come back. Some other productions can maybe come back. San Juan, of course, is known as a place where movies have been made in the past, most notably probably Vertigo. But congratulations to San Juan. The businesses are doing great. And thank you to the businesses that have opened up and extended their hours to accommodate the production crews there. And then I want to wish a heartfelt best wishes to the Frontella family. Our former probation chief is going through a very serious situation medically, and been following his family's posts on social media. And I just want to give best wishes and prayers to Joe Frontella and his family. And if we haven't already, I'd like to see San Benito County do something as an organization to show our love and respect for Joe and his family. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kosmicki. Supervisor, is it Tello?
Sure, I'll try to make it brief, but I will tell you it's been a crazy busy couple weeks. I feel like it's been a month since our last board meeting. So first of all, just to kind of add on a little bit to the town hall, I thought it was fantastic. I've received so much feedback. I think the community was really grateful to have the opportunity to come learn about the county's proposal, get some of their questions answered, and so I thought really, really well done. Thank you so much to staff that really worked so hard to make that happen. I know there was a really quick turnaround, and so I'm incredibly proud to be a part of this group and be a part of the county and see the wonderful things that we're doing. I really hope that this is the first of many educational series and community engagement and involvement. I think there's a lot of opportunity there, and I think the community was appreciative and supportive, and so really well done. Thank you to the staff. Again, another thank you to staff. The Board of Supervisors Legislative Workshop I thought was outstanding.
Yes.
It's the first we've ever done of this kind. Again, staff worked incredibly hard on this with the board, and I thought it went off without a hitch. We had some staff that really stepped up, did some amazing presentations, and I agree the advocacy is so important, but it's really important that they learn about our community and that we connect to them and make them understand kind of the needs greater. So I think that the education and the advocacy really go hand in hand. And I think that, this board, we really have recognized the importance of advocacy. We're doing a ton at the state level. We did go back to Washington, D.C. We met with our legislators there. Some of the topics that we talked about, and do you want to do this part?
No, go right ahead.
Okay. Some of the topics that we talked about while we were back in D.C. with both Senator Padilla's office and Congresswoman Lofgren's office is we really focused on kind of the federal issues, but we talked to them about Clear Creek. We want to know what the status is. Where are we with Clear Creek? We talked to them about the San Justo Reservoir and the challenges that we have there with the zebra mussels. What can we do kind of moving forward? And we also spent a lot of time talking about the FEMA reimbursements, the importance of it, what it means to our county. We front all of this money, and then we're waiting for years and years and years for reimbursements. And so we talked to them about the impacts that has to a small county like ours, and we talked to them about the Pacheco Stormwater District, our loan to them, getting, kind of getting them hopefully someday reimbursed, but we also want to make sure that the Pacheco Stormwater District is identified as a special district with FEMA so that they can qualify. So I thought it was, the NACO conference was amazing. I attended the CIO forum as well. Artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, workforce operations and excellence. How do we engage more young people to get into government? How do we get them excited? How do we create experiences and intern opportunities working with our high school, working with the community colleges, as well as the universities, and really creating kind of a buzz and getting them excited about working in government? I attended the Community and Workforce Development Committee, I guess it was, and they talked a lot about the hiring trends, but there also was something kind of really exciting that I'm hoping I'm going to research further, but it's the CHIPS and Science Act. And in the 90s, the United States was developing like 30% of the microchips, the chips that go in, cell phones, car, everything. And currently we're down to almost 0%. And so there's been this huge investment by the current administration to bring back the chip manufacturing to the United States, working, creating good paying jobs. And so working again with our high schools, working with our community colleges, the universities, creating hubs and communities. And so could San Benito County be a place that we could make this work? Possibly, and I think if there's a chance, we need to research and we need to find out everything that we possibly can do. So I will continue looking into that, but really exciting. I attended the Western Interstate Region Board meeting, and we are a part of that, and I believe, I can't remember how many states. Do you know how many states is there 13?
I think there's 13 of us.
13 states. And they talked, a lot of it was about
12, sorry.
12,
Yeah, I think it's 12.
but I think they just added Minnesota,
Oh, they
believe
did.
it or not.
That's right.
As
That's
an
right.
advisory, yeah. But a lot about the Federal Wildland Fire Commission that's been established under the bipartisan infrastructure, and they just unveiled their final report to Congress. And so, you know, the commissioner, the board has been busy kind of working on that. They're making recommendations to mitigate and manage woodland fire. There was also a presentation that was really fascinating by Vibrant Planet. It's a public benefit corporation, and they do a lot of GIS and kind of mapping work and all these different layers, and you can manipulate it. You could see, okay, and it's all about kind of fire mitigation, and it's looking at structures, species, utilities, critical egress and ingress routes. But Placer County right now is working with them and kind of, so it'll be really, really interesting to see what they come up with and how successful it is. But I think there's a lot of opportunities. So kind of we'll keep our eye on what they're doing. There's updates to the Western Solar Plan. The comment period is going to open April 18th, and that's through the Bureau of Land Management. And then the other thing that they talked a lot about was the National Endangered Species Act Reform Coalition. They don't expect a whole lot to happen with that right now, but the law has not been updated in over 30 years, and so there's going to need to be something, but probably not expecting anything in the near future. Let's see, what else did I attend? The leadership, so we got back Wednesday night about 11 p.m. The next morning we were up and we were attending the Leadership Forum for Economic Development that Cal Economic Development and our local Economic Development Corporation put on. It was fantastic. Again, just talking about the opportunities that are here in this community, and you know, I think that one of the things that I think we need to recognize, kind of one of my takeaways, is that with economic development and opportunities here, with the increase of it, we create more quality of life for our residents here. And so creating more jobs, bringing in more revenue, it's going to all lead to better quality of life for all of our residents, which I think was kind of exciting. So that was kind of my takeaway. COG, we hired a new counsel, so we have new legal representation for COG. We had some really informative presentations. There was an awesome presentation on transit. We're going to really be kind of revamping the transit model here, and what does it look like? We have less than 1% of our population currently using transit, so exciting that we're working on that. We also have a strategic planning workshop, all-day workshop on Friday for the COG board, so a lot of work happening there. Our Economic Advisory Committee, we had a presentation from HIP Camp, which is low impact camping. I think there's a lot of opportunities. There was interest from the group there. And we also reviewed our bylaws, and we'll be, we're making a few changes to it, and then it'll be coming back to the Board of Supervisors within probably the next 2 to 3 months. I want to congrats First Five on their new commercial kitchen. I went in and visited that. That was a really beautiful building and great celebration. I also want to point out, Supervisor, will you be doing the information about the inaugural thing on Thursday for First Five? Yes. You'll touch on that? Okay, perfect. I'm not going to touch on that. I do want to mention that Senator Caballero is looking for, they're taking nominations, and the nomination period ends very, very soon. I think it ends on Thursday, I believe, of this week by 5 p.m. But they are looking for, March is Women's History Month, and so they are looking for people to nominate a woman who inspires them. And so it is a local elected, or just elected officials are not eligible, and nominees must live in the Senate District 14. But I know we have a lot of amazing women in this community that are doing awesome work. So I would love for us to get somebody from San Benito County honored. I believe Margie Barrios was honored a few years ago. So, and then lastly, is that lastly? I think it is lastly. Lastly, I've been asked to sit on the UC Extension Search and Hiring Committee committee for a new director. Dave Gonzalez left us in, I think, at the end of December. And so currently there's a vacancy. That position represents San Benito, Monterey, and Santa Cruz counties. And so I'm sitting on there representing San Benito County. And so we have our first meeting this Friday afternoon. And so I will keep you updated on that, but that's a critical, important position to our community. And so I will do everything I can to get us to find the right person and as quickly as possible. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Zanger.
Yep. Mine's going to be very brief. So just regarding the town hall, the hospital town hall, just want to make sure that the information gets out to everyone that wasn't there. And I know it was a couple hours long. So just, I guess, a question for the PIO and staff. We are working on some sort of fact sheet, a
yep.
one-page thing we can give out.
Cecilia's
so that
on
people
it.
can see.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep.
Because
And thank you
that's-
for that suggestion.
Yeah, that's just, I think that'd be good because, yeah, it's good to get as much people informed about that as we can.
And
That's
so
all I
let's
was
just
checking on.
highlight that's going to be a one-page fact sheet about what was presented besides the video. And we added a couple of things after I met with Cecilia, our consultant yesterday, so that was great.
Great. Well, that's all I was checking on. That's all I would say.
Great. Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes, I'm going to echo a lot of what Supervisor Sotelo just mentioned, but it was a fabulous legislative town hall that we had, the Board of Supervisors meeting there at Behavioral Health this past week. I walked away just ecstatic to hear all the reports that were given by Robert Rivas' office, Zoe Lofgren, and John Laird's office to tell us what they are doing behind the scenes to help San Benito County with some of the issues that we have, the ongoing issues, long-term issues. And I didn't get all the numbers because that wasn't recorded. So maybe if the PIO, whatever you put out there, if we can get some sort of documentation of some of what was said and what's being promised to us in terms of funding or any kind of assistance that they are working on. Because each one of them gave a presentation to the group of how they're working there at the state and the federal level to help San Benito take care of some of our issues. Also, too, I attended the town, actually all 5 supervisors attended the town hall for the county's proposal on the JPA to solve the issue with the hospital. And that was a very informative presentation. I, too, received a lot of feedback that it was overdue and they appreciate it. I also met with, had a couple of meetings with the doctors groups because I know that they want to be involved in whatever it is that the county is doing. So we want to make sure that we include them in the any kind of moving forward with the JPA idea. I have attended many meetings with the first 5, and as Supervisor Sotelo had mentioned, first 5, for those of you who don't know, generally started with those 5 years and under, the first 5 years of a child's life. But first 5 in San Benito County has evolved into so much more than just the first 5. It is now moving toward a resiliency network where we're bringing in other partners within the community, and that's what the commercial kitchen was, the grand opening that we had last Thursday. It was the first of its kind, the commercial kitchen, pantry, and cold food storage facility, so that way the community can work together. And the commercial kitchen will be available for anyone in the community who wants to use it. They just have to reach out to First 5. And so those that are doing the little home kitchens or cooking food or selling food, it would be in a sanitary environment where they prepare their foods. There's a cold storage there, so if you happen to be working with nonprofits and you need a place to put your cold storage, there's a commercial cold storage there. And then there's also going to be the ability for to dealing with people who have food insecurities. So there's a pantry. So, and they're not working in competition with the food bank. They're working in conjunction with. So it's going to be a win-win. And also that was mentioned there is, as I said, First 5 is not just First 5 anymore. It's evolved into where we have this commercial kitchen, and it's evolving into creating healthy communities, connecting communities, where there's a coalition out there of elected officials between the city, the county, various nonprofits, where we're trying to bring a community center to the county. And again, that's going to be under the umbrella of First 5 and the Resiliency Network. And so there's going to be an event on February 29th at the Veterans Memorial Building. It's going to start off with a health fair. It'll evolve into a question-answer series, and those that are attending will also be served dinner So I encourage you to look on the First Five website if you're interested, but it will be on February 29th, starting at 3, and it'll go until 7 p.m., from 3 to 7 there at the Veterans Memorial Building. Also, too, I attended the 75th anniversary for the St. Francis Retreat. My mom worked there for about 20 years, and she was a cook there, so it was great to check her out of the convalescent hospital and take her up there, and she was just like in heaven. It was just an awesome event. There were so many people from the community that had past experiences working with the St. Francis Retreat, and it was just a very good environment. Supervisor Zanger attended that as well. Last Saturday, I attended the 5th annual Parents Power Summit in Salinas, and that is a coalition of childcare providers trying to make sure that they get representation, but they also it was a fair for all of the providers to get resources from within the multi-county area, San Benito County, Monterey County, but that was very informative as well. I've had a couple of meetings regarding the public defenders item, but that's going to be on the agenda, so I really won't share much details. I'll share it when we have the report given to us. I attended the Valentine's Day celebration at Jóvenes de Antaño. That was such a beautiful celebration. So I thank you, Mr. Barrera, for putting it together, the new Pauline Valdiva's replacement. It was great to see all of the seniors there just enjoying the festivities. I attended the chamber mixer there at the chamber office. I think that's about it, yeah. It was a very busy couple of weeks since our last Board of Supervisors meeting, among other things that we're taking care of.
Great, thank you so much for your updates. Okay, I'm not going to repeat, I did attend the NACO DC conference. I did not do the CIO all day on Friday. I did the FEMA training, and reimbursement was a major theme. We really were talking a lot about how do we promote reimbursement. They're working on a new dashboard, and what the dashboard will do is it will allow you to look up our FEMA claims and tell you if it's the state that's holding back because of information, if it's something that the FEMA themselves need, or if we are supposed to be, taking action in some way. That FEMA dashboard was highly supported by everyone at NACO. So I'm hopeful that that's something that we can kind of spearhead the support of that. Additionally, they said if at any time, and this was with meeting with our representatives from Zoe Lofgren herself and from Badia's office, is that if there's a time that we are not getting a response from FEMA, we just have to make a phone call to her staff, and they have direct FEMA contacts, and they get immediate responses. So if we're having any delays there, but FEMA was a major theme for us at NACO. I also attended the Ag and Rural Steering Committee. I am a voting member, so it was the first time this year I was able to participate in the voting. The focus was really on these rural place-making toolkits. I shared all of the information with CAO Espinoza, and I am hopeful that we can kind of bring some of this information maybe in a PIO, kind of like a fact base about all of the resources that are available for our rural and ag community members. I think that's something I'd like to work on collaboratively. Additionally, we are the Farm Bill. The Farm Bill is still pending. The Farm Bill has a lot of infrastructure funding in it, and as it moves forward, we're really hopeful that it will happen sooner than later, but unfortunately the sad news is it does not look like it's going to move nearly as quickly as our community needs. So I thank the CAO Espinoza for highlighting some of the very cool, removing the middle person, the 50 cents, these are all highlighted things that are very important for our community. I'm also happy to say, compared to last year, this year felt so much more structured. Thanking our legislative lobbyist, John was wonderful in making sure that our talking points were very clear, that we were prepared, that when we met with the representatives, we were representing the county and the board, and I think all of the board members and the departments that met with our lobbyist and gave feedback about where the challenges were, he was very positive about how we were actually very united on infrastructure, roads, solving some of our major problems. I'm not going to talk about EDC because Supervisor Sotelo did, the EAC Supervisor Sotelo did. I want to thank staff for the incredible week last week with the hospital and the legislative workshop. The hospital event was taken very positively, and we can always improve upon what we do, and outreach and our strategic plan for communication with the community is a priority, and I'm hopeful that this year we can really start to show the community that we want to engage and information, but it is a lot of work for staff, recognizing the amount of hours put in endlessly by some that were working way beyond an 8, 10, 12, 15-hour day without breaks or lunches. I'm not saying that publicly, but it was a lot of work. So I just can't thank staff enough for making that all happen. I want to thank Representative Zoe Lofgren for that HUD funding over $500,000. That is a huge feather in our cap, and we need to recognize that all of the advocating that we're trying to do with our representatives is to ensure that we are getting funding. I want to honor and congratulate Senator Ana Caballero. She is the chair of the Senate Governance and Finance Committee. If we want to advocate, now we meeting with our representatives is one thing. Meeting with the committees and ensuring that those federal infrastructure dollars get distributed to rural communities fairly, that is our next major priority. And that committee is going to be key in ensuring that we get those federal infrastructure dollars, and hopefully that will start opening up more. I had planned to reach out to Senator Caballero and congratulate her, but also with her staff being so accessible. We are able to call them at any time, and it is very encouraging to see the relationships that we're building with our representatives at the state and federal level. Additionally, I'd like to announce, I know that the elections department is working really hard. The election is just around the corner. Vote centers will be opening this weekend. Right now, there are 2 voting locations. One is at the new location on Lana. It's Lana Lane. If you don't know where it's at, all you have to do is Google it online. But then we also have the Abundant Life Church is open. They're both open 8 to 5 for in-person voting. You can either bring in your ballots at any of the drop boxes, but also you can go in person and vote in person. So I just wanted to remind everybody that that is an option. Also, Supervisor Kosmicki and I met with the Bureau of Land Management, and it was all about Clear Creek. And adding on to what we talked about in DC is how do we promote the recreational activities that are available at Clear Creek? How do we really spark the pinnacles as Supervisor Kosmicki is working on the branding with the intergovernmental, but really showing that there are, it's not just a closed facility. There are options. There are tourist attraction and activities. I think those are highlights that we need to make easier for our community to know about, so we'll be working on that. Also, in addition to the Pacheco stormwater talking points we had, we're very much supportive, and from the legislative workshop, Steve Loop did a great job, our Public Works Director, on really showing the watershed of how the Pacheco Creek goes into the Pajaro, and how the Pajaro is impacted by what comes from the dam that we have up at Pacheco, and that dam is being looked at with Santa Clara Valley Water. It's now just Valley Water, but really advocating at the federal level and state level for funding for that dam expansion. We are 1/3 funded right now. You highlighted some great things. I know it was really hard to do it in 5 minutes. Oh, that's right, you didn't do it in 5 minutes. Sorry, just had to do a little jab there to Steve. But I want to also thank everyone else. We had our behavioral health director, Dana. Dana presented. It was awesome. We had our elections, so it was county clerk, recorder, registrar of voters presented, and then our executive director from COG. So thank you to each and every one of you. It wouldn't have been a success if it hadn't been for all your hard work, and I thank staff for the mocks that we did to make it move as quickly as possible, because respecting their time was a key focus of mine. The only other thing I think I wanted to say is I'm working currently with the CAO on our board retreat. We may have Speaker Rivas coming back for our board retreat, which is really an opportunity where we can really deep dive into our challenges for funding and how we can be strategic about working with the committee members and ensuring that we're getting all the support we possibly can from the state. So thank you so much, and now we're going to move on to public comment and items that are not on the agenda.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Tammy Aviles. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board. My name is Tammy Aviles. I don't know what's wrong with my voice, but I'm with the Friends of the Library, and I'm just here with a couple of announcements today. I wanted to let everybody know that the Friends is having their fundraiser on March 24th at the Elks Lodge, and it's a luncheon and silent auction. And with your permission, may I leave brochures at the back? Absolutely. And we're also doing a 50-50 raffle, and you can purchase the raffle tickets before and during the event, because you don't need to be present to win. And the proceeds from this fundraiser will be earmarked towards the library expansion and being able to outfit the interior of the renovated library. And kind of switching, piggybacking on what Supervisor Gonzalez talked about with the event on Thursday, the 29th, I also have some brochure or flyers that I can put back at the table. It's, the health fair, a social media blitz booth, and just general information for our community. And then lastly, on behalf of Seniors Council, wanted to mention a couple of things that Jovenes is going to be having a community resource fair on April the 5th at 11 a.m. at the Senior Center. And then they are also having on Friday, March the 15th from 8 to 2, a bake sale and yard sale. So lots of stuff happening in our community, and I hope everyone can join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy.
Next in chambers, Elias Salinas.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors. I'd like to thank the entire Board of Supervisors and the staff that helped with the Hazel Hawkins presentation. I learned more in one meeting in 2 hours than I did in attending Hazel Hawkins director meetings for over a year. I thank you for the transparency of what you want to do and giving us information on what the hospital has not given the public. So it's really appreciated. March is Women's History Month. I request that you do a proclamation for next month for Women's History Month. We have, and never have we had before, we have 3 female supervisors. We have 2 city of Hollister female city councilmen and 2 in San Juan Batista. We have 5 females on LAFCO. That's never, ever happened. Don't know if it'll ever happen again. So there's a lot to be said what's going on with women here in San Benito County. Thank you to some of the work that's been done to take down some of those illegal signs that I've been complaining about for months and months. So I really appreciate that. That's happening little by little, but it is happening. There are more signs out there, and I'm just going to leave it up to the code enforcement to try to get some of those out there. And I'm not talking about campaign signs. Campaign signs are legal. The other signs are not legal. I have been coming here for years before the board, before any of you sat here. And I appreciate the work that you are now doing. And I have advocated, I come up here and I've said, go to Sacramento, be the squeaky wheel. Go advocate. Other board members have done it, not all of them. You need to do it as individual people. I am against paying $147,000 for a lobbyist who patted your back because you did a good job. You can do the jobs yourself. You've proven that you can do the jobs yourself. I want you to continue to be doing the jobs and realize that you are empowered enough to do the job without having to pay someone to pat your back because you're doing a good job when you already know you can do it and you have it within you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chambers, Barry Katz.
Thank you. Good morning. I've been attending a lot of meetings lately of the city council, the planning staff, occasionally county meetings as well, mostly with planning. But at the city council meeting, the first one I think I went to was about 6 months ago. Many residents on the east side of the city were complaining about sewer odors, sewer gases being a problem in their neighborhoods, particularly in the early morning hours. At the first meeting I went to, about 6 months ago, city staff, I guess he was the planning public works director or something like that, I don't have a name or a person, but he said he goes to that sewer plant many times every month. There's no problems at the sewer plant. There's just no problem. So that was the answer they were given. But at the urging of the city council, they were asked to investigate and look into it further. And then at the subsequent meetings, and they were being reviewed, there were quite a few serious problems. Then I come to find out they've been going on for 20 years. And I'm just concerned about things not being addressed that people have problems with, serious air pollution problems. So what does this have to do with the county here? At multiple meetings on the expansion of the landfill, nearby neighbors from Heatherwood Estates, I think right near the landfill, talking about toxic chemicals in their well water, how they're not able to drink their well water, they're not able to use the water. They say that there's been sickness and that there's been death of farm stock, animal stock as well. I don't think that was necessarily within the scope of the Planning Commission. I don't know who would need to look into that. But it has been shown from other landfills in Southern California and elsewhere that there are major water pollution problems near landfills. And we shouldn't say that this is simply automatically say, oh, this is a problem that these people have had because of the soil is in their neighborhood is not right. This needs to be investigated. And if you guys are already ahead of me and these investigations have been done and I'm not aware of that, then that would be great news to hear. I'd like to hear more about it. But it definitely needs to be looked into. I see I have 30 seconds left. So you'll be taking up the landfill soon, passed on by the appeal. What the planning commissioners could not do in good conscience was they could not see the findings of that there was not going to be damage to the surrounding areas from this landfill in order to certify it, and I would say a conditional use permit requirement. You will be tasked with the same findings, that you will have to say that the neighborhoods, the area there will not be significant damage caused by this landfill expansion. If
Thank you for your
want to override them,
comments.
thank you.
Thank you.
In chambers, Israel, did you have a general public comment as well, or just 2.1? Okay, so it'll be just a little bit then. And I have one on Zoom. Miss Valerie Eglin, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It's been a lot of good comment this morning. Thank you for all of that. I'm with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation, as you know, and our Parks Foundation gave the county admin and the EDC a PowerPoint presentation that we delivered online for the Trust for Public Land. And we delineated the county and its parks. But yeah, it's not easy to speak about parkonomics when our parks are in competition with roads repair. But we need to consider parks as part of our health and human services in San Benito County, keeping our community healthy and the workforce available. The Pinnacle Administration, the Pinnacles National Park Administration has been asking for years to create accommodations within our park spaces for visitors to go to while waiting for their entry line in time. The historic park and regional park are ideal if improved and finished. The Chamber of Commerce and the Pinnacle Gateway partners have brought lots of energy to the efforts with advertising and accommodations, and the county needs to recognize that. We cannot advertise we're the home of the Pinnacles when there's no preparation to receive our visitors. So those are things that we have thought about and obviously have just been delineated here. And we really appreciate the fact that the county is beginning to look a little more seriously at the economics that are involved in our parks, bringing people here to visit, but also to accommodate the health and wellness of our community. In the general plan, you see in every section there that it mentions and advises that it is all toward the health and wellness of the community. And so we feel that it's really important for the county to take that seriously and not just be working on roads, as important as they are. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. I have one other, and you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes. If you can please state your name as well.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Maureen Nelson. Thank you for this opportunity. I just want to reiterate the issue with the John Smith Road landfill and the position that we find ourselves in with this Board of Supervisors that will be taking this up in a matter of weeks. John Smith Road landfill, although it shows that it provides a revenue to the county, does not pay for the damages to our roads, to the damages to our environment, to the risk to the health of the citizens of San Benito County. It's a panacea. It is a false carrot that is being dangled in front of you. I was recently at the meeting about the Hazel Hawkins Hospital, to which we were informed that our county provided $5 million to the JPA. Evidently, we do have extra funds in our coffers, which is an excellent position to be in. Congratulations. Given that, do not sell the residents short by thinking we need the money from the operations of the John Smith Road landfill bringing in out of county waste. Yes, we need a landfill for in-county. We have a landfill for in-county. Please take that into consideration. Look at the betterment as a whole for the county residents, yourselves included. You are part of this county. It affects all of us. It is not free money. It is not good money. It's tainted. It is waste money, as in the pun that it is waste going in. We don't need out-of-county traffic coming in and damaging our roads further than what we currently are exhibiting. I hope that, I say the same things over and over. I appreciate the opportunity and you listening to me and to the rest of your citizens, and take this to heart. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I have no further public comment.
Okay, then we're going to move on to consent. Can we open it up for public comment on any items on consent?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, I have Elia Salinas.
Good morning. 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.12. I'll start off with 1.12. You all sit there, and some of you are going through an election, and you say you support our local law enforcement. And the contract on the MOU on 1.12 is not satisfactory when I read it, although they're settling for it. You did a survey of the surrounding communities on the pay for employees. The Sheriff's Department currently has vacancies for the patrol and for corrections. I'm told that there are approximately maybe 10, if I remember correctly, openings within the Corrections Department. I find it personally pathetic, the attempt or the lack of attempt by the Board of Supervisors that you need to stand behind the Sheriff's Department and their staff to increase the pay so it can be closer to the surrounding counties. The pay for a deputy doesn't even hit the median pay that they say is here in San Benito County of $80,000. The Sheriff's Department is undermanned or underwomaned, whatever it is you want to call it, and they cannot hire because of the pay. They come here and they get trained and they go somewhere else because now they have the training and now they can go get more money. So let's think about what it is that you can do as a whole group together to help out the Sheriff's Department. Regarding 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4, I go back to contracts. 2.4 max, $2.4 million maximum on 1.2, 2.5 maximum on 1.3. And my question on 1.4 is, it claims that the reason the contract was not done is because there was a shorting of staff. Was that a shorting of staff by San Benito County, or was that a shortage of staff by Janus? Going back to 1.2, 1.4, $180,000 each just for the director out of the $800,000 that San Benito pays per year. Is that $180,000, is San Benito County their only client? Or is that company collecting $180,000 from other municipalities? $2.4 million and $2.5 million. $5 million for 3-year contracts. I go back again. You say that there's a shortage, but that's $5 million in 5 years that the county is paying these outside contractors, why cannot San Benito County find qualified, licensed individuals that could come and work at a great rate of pay and stay in San Benito County? And also, we probably have these people in our county that are leaving our county to go work somewhere else because the pay is not here. We need to recruit people and stop paying contractors, because these contractors make more money because it's a contract than it is when you hire an employee. As an example, the janitorial service that you hired, the janitorial service contract actually pays more than a deputy in the jail. Think about that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I have no further public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board, is there any board member that would like to pull any items? Supervisor Sotelo.
I apologize. I didn't have time to get my question answered prior to the board meeting, so I'd like to pull item 1.8, please.
1.8. Any other items to pull? Nope. Okay, can I get a motion to approve 1.1 through 1.16 excluding 1.8?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's a 5-0. Okay. We're going to take a real quick 5-minute little break before we get into the regular agenda. So if we could just have 5 minutes. Okay, great. Thank you, guys. We're going to go to regular agenda item 2.1. This is going to be presented by County Council, correct? Or is it?
I think we have parties in attendance that is, yeah.
Okay, great, great. So this is regarding the acceptance and presentation from the Office of the State Public Defender on the report evaluating the current office. So come on up, and I'm sorry, can I get your name?
It's Ashante Mitchell,
Shante, okay, thank you.
and I have a PowerPoint presentation.
There you go.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
So good morning. My name is Ashante Mitchell. I'm an attorney with the Capacity Building Unit at the Indigent Defense Improvement Division with the Office of the State Public Defender.
Can you just make sure you speak right into the microphone so the Zoom people can hear? Thank you.
Prior to my experience at the Office of the State Public Defender, I was a deputy public defender in Santa Clara County for over 11 years. I'm here today because the county is at a pivotal moment with respect to its indigent defense system. Back in May 23rd of last year, my colleague Laurel Arroyos, who was here then, presented to the board, and this county demonstrated, I think, great leadership and courage in voting to allow OSPD to do an evaluation of the current indigent defense system. And we've done that evaluation. We wrote a report. I hope that you've had an opportunity to see the report and review the report. If not, I hope you take some time to review it. But we spoke with stakeholders in the system. We collected and analyzed data. We conducted a client experience survey, and we observed court to provide an assessment and recommendations to the county about how to move forward. So the county's at a pivotal moment. The county has to make a decision about how to move forward, and the county has an opportunity to make that decision, hopefully with the benefit of the recommendations from OSPD. So what I'm going to talk about today briefly is the system problems, how those problems manifest themselves in the system, solutions, and specific recommendations. So the current contract system is not working. It's not working for the attorneys, it's not working for the court, and it's not working for the clients. And there are certain core issues with the system that are leading to the system dysfunction. The first is that there's no structured leadership and the attorneys are not supervised or evaluated. The second is that the system is underfunded, which means it's also under-resourced and understaffed. And the third is that the system lacks transparency and accountability. An additional issue that I think is inherent in contract systems and also applies to San Benito as well is that in San Benito County and in contract systems, attorneys are allowed to take on private cases. So the county pays a flat fee for the indigent defense services, but the attorney is also able to take on their own private paying clients. And the issue with that is that there's not any oversight or restrictions on that, so the county is paying for the attorney's time for indigent defense services, but doesn't know how much time the attorney is spending on their indigent defense cases versus their private paying clients. And all of those core issues have led to different manifestations or symptoms within the county. Again, I'd refer you to the report, but I'm going to highlight a few here. One, there's been an incredibly high turnover of defense attorneys in San Benito County. Two, the attorneys have too many caseloads. The caseloads are too high. Three, attorneys are not litigating motions in trial. And four, there's insufficient communication with clients. So high caseloads. So in the fiscal year of 2022 to 2023, the primary indigent defense firm handled over 200 felony cases and over 800 misdemeanor cases. In addition to that, that firm handled conservatorship cases, violations of probation, some juvenile, some dependency cases. But if we just look at the felonies and misdemeanors, that firm has 2 attorneys. So that means that each attorney was handling over 100 felony cases and over 400 misdemeanors. So that's over 500 cases for each attorney that year. When I think about that and I try to conceptualize that and put that in a very real term, in a real way, that means that's 500 people, right? So 500 individuals, 500 human beings, 500 community members here in San Benito County that have a criminal court proceeding happening So they're being impacted by the criminal court proceeding as it's happening and potentially for the rest of their lives. For the attorney, that means that's 500 people that they have to talk to about their case, about how it's going to impact them for the rest of their lives. 500 people that they are supposed to communicate with regularly, that they need to talk to figure out defenses in their cases. That's 500 police reports that they have to read, ranging, police reports from 5 pages maybe to 500 pages each. 500 family members that are impacted, that are concerned about their family member and how the case is going, that attorneys have to field calls from. 500 sets of body-worn camera footage, 500 sets of surveillance, audio interrogations. The list goes on in terms of the work that attorneys have to do. But simply put, it's way too many cases for an attorney to be able to provide, one, to do the work, but two, to provide quality representation with the work that they're doing. Another issue that we find in San Benito County is that there's very little litigation. So motions to suppress are motions that defenders can file on behalf of their clients when there's an issue with respect to the police conduct. So, for example, a traffic stop, the detention, or a search. It's a motion that defenders can use to challenge the validity or the constitutionality of police conduct. So it's an important tool for defenders to use to achieve better outcomes for clients, but it's also an important tool to understand and correct mistakes on behalf of police officers or errors on behalf of police officers, oftentimes or sometimes misconduct on behalf of police officers. And it's a tool that defenders can use short of filing a civil lawsuit, for example. It's also a tool that helps families and community members know that justice is happening in the courtrooms because they know that defenders are fighting on behalf of their clients. Unfortunately, it's not a tool that's used here in San Benito County often. Out of the 1,500 cases that are filed on the average annually, only 10 motions to suppress are filed a year by defenders in San Benito County. And we see that same pattern with jury trials. And this chart compares Tuolumne and Siskiyou County, which are also smaller counties, similar population sizes to San Benito County. And we can see that defenders in San Benito County are not bringing very many cases to jury trial. And there's been an incredibly high turnover of defense attorneys here since the primary indigent defense firm took over the contract in 2021. They started with 2 attorneys. I think the idea was that they were going to have 2 attorneys stay for the duration of the contract of the 3 years. We haven't hit the 3-year mark, and we're on attorneys 6 and 7. So I think as alarming and troubling as the fact of the turnover is that 3 of those attorneys were either moved or removed from San Benito County because of professional or ethical issues. So this is incredibly problematic. It causes huge delays. And again, when I think about this from the client's perspective, the client is kind of going through uncertainty with respect to how their case is going to come out. They may have taken off work to get to court on a particular day to find out that their attorney is not there. They don't know who their attorney is. It's now someone else. That attorney comes in and has to pick up a substantial caseload and basically start the work from scratch, which leads to delays, as I said, because there has to be a continuance, the court date has to be put off, the family members are impacted, victims are impacted because there's no resolution in cases, and that uncertainty is something that they carry as well. The courts and the DAs the court process becomes frustrated, even though the courts and the DAs may be ready to proceed, the attorneys are not because of these huge built-in delays, and so things get prolonged. It also leads to costs for the county, especially for cases where the clients are in custody and they have to remain in custody for a longer period of time because there's no resolution on their case. And we can see from this chart that San Benito is behind the ball with respect to how quickly cases are resolved statewide and when compared to other smaller counties. There's also insufficient communication with clients. So as I said, we did a client communication survey. 67% of surveyed felony clients for the duration of their case spoke with their defender for less than 5 minutes. 52% of surveyed clients were not able to communicate with their attorney at all while they were incarcerated. And here are some quotes. My public defender only spoke with me at one court date. They said they had too many calls to hear me out. So solutions. Our suggestions are to establish a public defender's office or a regional public defender's office here that would lead to transparent and efficient use of county funds, supervision and accountability, leadership and increased structure. Other suggestions are to equalize the funding, so the district attorney's office has a staff of 14 with 6 attorneys. The primary indigent defense firm has a staff of 4 with 2 attorneys. And I would also add that the district attorney's office has the ability to kind of control caseloads and select which cases to file and not file, whereas the indigent defense system is responding to those cases. And this chart demonstrates the funding sources, and this is all, not just general funding, but all funding sources that are allocated to the district attorney's office versus the indigent defense system. I just have a couple more
That's
minutes.
okay, keep going.
The other suggestion is to consider additional sources of funding. So AB 109 funding is realignment funding from the prisons to the counties. In 2022 to 2023, you can see how San Benito County used that funding, and it was allocated to essentially every department and agency that touches the criminal legal system except for indigent defense. The thing that I would also add with respect to this is that if the county invests in a structured indigent defense system that has leadership and that can advocate for themselves, you may see a shift in things like this in outside funding, where a leader for indigent defense system can advocate to bring outside funding, grant funding, things like that, to help support and add resources to the county. And so my specific recommendation today is that you add to the agenda for March 12th or March 26th the 2-part vote. One, to put out a short-term RFP contract until the end of the year. I know that the current contract is ending at the end of April. And 2, to vote in a transition plan for a public defender or a regional public defender's office. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Can we open it up to public comment, please?
Before we go to public comment, can I say a bit from staff's perspective?
Sure, go right ahead.
Add on to the presentation.
Mhm.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors, all of our members of the public and staff. I'm Akram Brar, Deputy County Counsel here, and the Public Defender's Office, our office at County Council, we supervise the contract and we provide some administrative assistance. And since I've had the assignment, this has been a huge priority, and I know it's a priority for the board. I want to thank your board for your willingness to really confront the situation here. I think when there's something that's going on that's concerning, a lot of people want to turn a blind eye to it or ignore it. Your willingness to really look at the truth no matter where it leads is commendable, and it's inspiring to us as staff. I want to thank also OSPD and all their staff, and Ashante and Laurel, because they did a really good job. And I mean, I've seen it from the inside in terms of how comprehensive and thorough they were in creating the report and really hearing all the stakeholders' opinions and engaging with the actual community that uses services in terms of the surveys. It was really impressive. All I want to do is provide my 2 cents in terms of having seen how the system works. One of the reasons why a report was necessary is that I've been in court and I've seen how some of these services are provided. And when you see, one of these attorneys and they're talking to somebody that needs an interpreter, and they might be talking to them for the first time in court, and they need the interpreter to talk to them, that's really concerning. One of the more striking sentences in the report itself is somebody said they feel like Hispanics aren't treated the same as whites, or if they would be treated differently if they were Caucasian. And when you look at the sheer number of monolingual people that go through the system, and I think the report said it was 36% of the cases need an interpreter, which means that they only speak Spanish or another language. And so when we're not providing necessarily that level of service where they're able to talk to their attorney before a court or without the court interpreter, which happens, of course, on the record in open session. And those people come up to us and they're like, hey, I feel like I didn't get the same treatment. I feel like my needs weren't met because I'm monolingual, and that relates to my ethnicity, it relates to my cultural background. I'm not sure we have a great response to that. And I'm grateful to the report, and I'm grateful to your board for considering this so that we can work on having a balanced justice system where we can ensure that all of us have the same amount of representation regardless of your ethnic or your cultural background. Another thing I wanted to address, and this is an impulse that I ran into just working on this, is we're lucky and blessed to have a really good law enforcement community. So a lot of people have this impulse of, well, you know, the DA is fantastic, the sheriff's fantastic, and that's true. And we kind of rely on them to just do their jobs, and hopefully everything that they're doing is okay. But when you have a team of heavy hitters on the side of the prosecution, you need to balance that out with the same amount of investment in the other side. And that's how you have a balanced justice system where everybody knows that anybody that's incarcerated or faces a sentence really, they got the full extent of their constitutional rights honored and respected. And the last thing I had that I wanted to address is I disagree a bit with the report. I agree with 95% of it, but what I disagree with is I think what really matters here is the lack of transparency and accountability that we've had, and just the failure, to be honest, of investment on our part. And this was, you know, time for accountability for us, but I think that it's not about a specific type of system. It's not about a specific firm. It's tempting to really blame this on whoever has the current contract and say, oh, this is your fault. But that's not really true. A lot of it is due to the fundamental factors that play here in San Benito County. We're not a county with a lot of resources. That plays into it. But at the very least, if we have the right investment, if we have the right sort of standards and documentations, we're holding people accountable. And this is something that I want to work on with the jail commander, Commander Crawl, in working to expand access to attorneys, working on those client lists, making sure that the incarcerated people do have access to their attorneys, whatever we can do from a procedural and administrative perspective to really make things flow better. But if we have that sort of leadership, one of the more striking things in the report is that people aren't taking leadership that have the contract. So like Shante said, those AB 109 meetings where people can really get after the sources of fundings and provide their perspective on what the public defender's office needs. Those meetings are not being attended. And that's a critical reason why there is no accountability. So if we have the right type of investment and we have the right systems of accountability and communication that includes the dialogue with the public, we can really make a lot of progress independent of whatever specific type of system that we have, as long as we have the right sort of metrics in place. And that's just one staffer's opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ekim, for your comment. Okay, can now we open up to public comment, please?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. First in chambers, Isabel Munoz.
Good morning. My name is Isabel Munoz. Good morning, members of the board and members of the public. I am a member of the Parent Alliance group, which is composed for about 39 members, which from those 39, we are around 19 strong members. And this is a letter from the whole group. Dear San Benito County Board of Supervisors, we, the Parent Alliance, a youth alliance, would like to support and recommend that the Board of Supervisors increase the needed resources and support to the Public Defender's Office at the San Benito County. We recommend that the Public Defender's Office increase the number of staff members to ensure capacity is no longer an issue when supporting youth and families. We also recommend providing information and resources in languages other than English to ensure community members receive the appropriate information to support their cases and loved ones. This recommendation will ensure the Public Defender's Office provides culturally competent services to the clients they are serving while also supporting transparency and equity. We, the Parent Alliance, encourage you to make the appropriate decisions that will positively impact our communities and, therefore, urge an increase in funding and resources to the San Benito County Public Defender's Office. This is from Parent Alliance members, and I have another letter for one of the members, which is in Spanish. He sent it. Estimados supervisores del Condado de San Benito, me dirijo a ustedes como miembro de la comunidad de Hollister. Soy residente de Hollister desde 2019 y entre más tiempo vivo acá, más me doy cuenta de los pocos recursos que hay para la gente de habla hispana y dialectos. Esta comunidad está en pleno desarrollo y es ilógico que no haya ayuda legal adecuada para nuestros jóvenes. Como miembro de esta comunidad, pido que se les entregue los fondos necesarios para la Oficina de Defensor Públicos para que ellos, a su vez, puedan realizar eficazmente su labor de otorgar asesoramiento legal a las familias de habla hispana y familias que hablan un dialecto. Ellos también son parte íntegra de esta comunidad y merecen tener la ayuda necesaria en su idioma natal. Atentamente, Margarita Oliva, which is part of the Parent Alliance too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Next in chambers, Dion Ortiz.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and community. My name is Diane Ortiz. I am the CEO of the Youth Alliance, and I'm here today to, we submitted a letter of recommendation that supported many of the issues that were presented today by OSPD. We have, as you know, we deal with thousands of young people and families on an annual basis, and we have been hearing many concerns for a while now. And so I cannot read the letter of recommendation, but after these numerous conversations and feedback from parents and residents regarding the inadequate and unjust response from the Public Defender's Office, we respectfully request that you establish the Public Defender's Office for San Benito County, increase the funding, and provide adequate staffing levels of the Public Defender's Office, especially to serve the non-English speaking community members. Immediately end the contract and work with local trusted attorneys to transition and scale up the services to a responsible and just level. We ask that you provide also a resolution to ensure that San Benito County is a dual status county to provide the best support for children and young people who are impacted by the child welfare system. We also ask you to increase the transparency and communication with the community so that their voices are heard, and that an oversight committee is established to ensure that this transition plan is done with accuracy, and the outcomes are the intended outcomes that we seek to have in the community. So we urge you to address this unjust deficiencies immediately, and we thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today and for the report provided by OSPD. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Next, I have Jeanette Neal. You can do yours first, and then you can do Shauna after.
Hello, good morning, board members and the community. I work at Youth Alliance, and I work with parents with children that are in the justice system, or youth that are just struggling youth. And the work that we do, we support them so that they can be more successful in the community. I've seen over and over things that have happened because the parents aren't really sure what's happening, because our public defenders don't have enough time to speak with the parents. And a lot of the times the parents are unaware of what kind of conversations they've had with their children while they are in custody. I want to remind everyone that because of AB 109, that the realignment is to provide restorative practices in our community with justice-involved people. And so when we don't have enough public defenders and we have more prosecuting staff, we aren't following what we want to do. Presently, other departments, like as you've seen, our probation department is working really hard to provide that type of service. And we need to also realign what our court system is doing for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I'm going to read a letter for a parent that's had her child in the justice system. Her name is Shauna Padilla. Shauna, will you stand? As a young adult, my son was involved in the justice system and provided a public defender. My son had an IEP since first grade. My son also received Social Security because he has a cognitive disability. When my son was in custody, he met with a public defender. When I talked with my son, he had no recollection of what the public defender had spoke about. This was concerning because my son has a memory and processing struggle. So I contacted the public defender to give him more information about what would support an individual with cognitive disabilities. The public defender was too busy to listen and cut me off and was very rude. I believe that had the public defender had time to understand my son's needs, he may have recommended an appropriate placement to do his time. Instead, my son was sent to Santa Clara County Sober Living Environment, where he was expected to follow tasks on a calendar and write out on forms. My son could not follow through because of his difficulties, so it was seen as purposeful, uncooperative, and defiant behavior. That whole experience was awful for him, and he was calling me and crying. He was exposed to people using drugs and was treated harshly. I am asking you, as a mother and tax-paying voter in this community, to invest in our county public defender's office. There should be more public defenders. Thank you, Shauna Padilla.
Thank you so much for the comment.
Next in chambers, Israel Salazar.
Good morning, buenos dias. My name is Israel Salazar Villa. I'm a voting and taxpayer member of our community, currently residing in the Sunny Slope neighborhood in Hollister. My comment will be a mixture of context pulled from the State Public Defender's report and my own thoughts and words. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge and thank the leadership within this board responsible for the vote that took place on May 23rd, where the San Benito County Board of Supervisors voted publicly to utilize the services of the Indigent Defense Improvement Division at the Office of State Public Defender to evaluate the current indigent defense system in San Benito County. I have had the opportunity to read the report and relevant materials developed by the State Public Defender's Office, and it is very clear to me that we need the necessary investment in our own public defender office in order to fulfill your moral obligation to the U.S. Constitution, which the Board of Supervisors are morally obligated to maintain, sustain, and defend. I urge you to follow through with our community needs and recommendations put forth by the Youth Alliance and our community. The right to effective representation when accused of a crime, regardless of economic status, is rooted in the 6th Amendment to our federal Constitution, solidified by the landmark case Gideon versus Wainwright. San Benito County currently contracts with a private for-profit law firm that serves multiple counties to provide several legal services. The county pays the law firm flat rate to provide representation for all clients who qualify for the indigent defense services without a restriction or cap on the number of cases that the law firm takes on. From what I read, there exists a clear lack of transparency and accountability, which as a taxpayer I am highly concerned about. I strongly feel that transparency and accountability is absolutely necessary for all government administrative functions and budget allocations. I am appalled to read about the impacts of the current structure. To people of color, this structure feels very much like a setup. I myself am very familiar with the punishment system, and I spent almost 20 years of my life incarcerated within the confines of the youth and adult punishment systems. I consider myself and have been considered a systems expert and have served on executive steering committees and work groups at the Board and State of Community Corrections. I've been involved in many successful youth justice legislative bills. I've testified at legislative state hearings at the Capitol in Sacramento. I've received numerous allocations, including the public defenders, including the Pacific Juvenile Defender Center Youth Advocate of the Year in 2020. Thus, I know all about the trauma, abuse, neglect, and oppression emitted by our so-called youth justice system and the adult punishment system. Its overall failed approaches, as I was in and out half of my life. I now also have direct experience in a very successful reentry, as I have been home for almost a decade on a very positive trajectory. civically engaged, and advocating for system change and transformation. In other words, I know what does and does not work, and frankly, family separation and punishment does not help anyone nor increase public safety. We need to invest in intervention and prevention, not punishment, especially where our young people are concerned. Our impoverished community members and communities of color need community investment, not punishment. We are entitled to effective representation, and this is obviously not happening under the current setup. You have the power, 10 seconds?
10 seconds.
You have the power and authority to help change these dynamics by investing in a public defender's office. I urge you all to get this on the agenda and to vote yes for this important issue. And I just want to call out, I think something that needs to be said is stop the practice of systematic racism and abuse of folks that look like me and us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next in chambers, Irma Gonzalez.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Irma Gonzalez, and I'm here before you as the president of San Benito County LULAC Council 2890. The League of United Latin American Citizens is the oldest Hispanic civil rights organization in our nation, and we are deeply concerned about the lack of adequate legal representation for our Latino community, which makes up over 62% of your population. There is an urgent need for a public defender's office in our county to address the disparities and injustices faced by Latinos. This is an issue that can no longer be ignored. The current contract system for indigent defense is failing. This report is an indictment of the failure of the current system. Failing to provide effective and consistent representation, failing community members with limited resources, failing Latinos. This is an issue of racial inequality. If we want a system that is fair, we need to have a strong and well-resourced public defender's office. We cannot have one system for the poor and another for the rich. The system that is meant to help instead punishes and causes more mental anguish. Latino children are being removed from loving homes due to language barriers and overworked public defenders. It's people's lives that are being damaged. It's children that are being scarred for life. LULAC urges the county to reassess the structure of its indigent defense system and prioritize adequate funding for public defense. It is crucial that all residents, regardless of their social economic status, receive fair and effective representation in the legal system. The current system is inadequate and underfunded. LULAC appreciates the board, the county administration, and county council, who they've shown the willingness to address these concerns. We ask that you set up an oversight task force that includes LULAC, the probation department, city officials, county officials, and our youth alliance. Accountability and transparency is of paramount importance. This is an opportunity to correct a wrong, contributing to the injustices faced by our Latino community members and bring about positive change. LULAC stands in solidarity with those who are fighting for justice and equity, and we will continue to advocate for a public defender's office that truly serves the needs of our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Next in chambers, Monique Hill.
Yes, good morning, board members. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to allow me to speak on this very important issue of indigent representation. I decided to speak after listening to the gentleman speak about the specific recommendations and about what's going on in our courthouse. I've been a criminal defense attorney for 28 years. I've been a private attorney and I've been a public defender for a short time in Monterey County. My friend Pamela Brown is the public defender out here and had asked me to assist with one case because it was actually crumbling. This was a case where a gentleman, a Latino gentleman, was facing 50 years to life in this county. He was getting inadequate representation. His public defender was never going to see him. It was one of the biggest public cases in this county. I had watched the public defender's office, quote unquote, represent their clients. It was horrible. It was sad. I agreed to take this matter from, I got appointed from Judge Rodriguez. I went to go see this gentleman weekly. He couldn't believe that a lawyer actually came to see him. Now this is a man that was facing 50 years to life. I'd like you all to think about that. Now, I'm going to take aside what some of the other people said. I don't believe I have a duty to talk to family members every week, to 500 people that are family members. I do think we do have a duty to at least tell family members what is going on, to let them know about their concerns about their family member. I do believe that we need to tell our clients what they're facing. My client had no idea how many years he was facing. He did not know what motions I could do. I talked to him about what directions we could do. So after about 4 or 5 months, maybe 6 months, we actually settled the case. He was happy, his family was happy. The case is gonna probably be in the news in probably a month or so. I also accepted another case in the.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next in chambers, Elias Salinas.
Thank you. This all came about because in October of 2020, Supervisor-elect at the time, B. Gonzalez, and myself brought to the attention of the Board of Supervisors, because it was under consent agenda item to approve the contracts for the public defenders, and it had been automatic for 20 years. That's how long we are aware of that the poor services have been happening, and it can go, and it goes way back, way back. So this is nothing new. But thank goodness it was stopped at the time, and unfortunately, Fitzgerald, which we thought was going to do a good job for us, did not. One female attorney, she was appointed as a judge. Great for her, bad for us. We lost an attorney, and now we're on, I think, 6 or 7 based on them. I can tell you, and I have a target on my back, Cantu, Brown, Damcar, LaForge, Hennessy, all have provided poor service to our community. They have failed to meet with them in jail. They meet with them in the hallway. They only speak to them for a few minutes. They don't explain anything. And the previous attorney that spoke said the gentleman didn't know what was happening. Nobody knows what's happening because they've never been in jail. And even those that have been in jail have been failed by the previous attorneys that were public defenders. It doesn't matter whether you can afford an attorney or whether you cannot afford an attorney. You have a constitutional right to be represented, and attorneys have a duty. And the attorneys have failed their duty to this community for those people that cannot afford an attorney. I have one individual who has a master's degree lost his job because the attorney failed to get evidence from the Hollister Police Department that could verify that the guy was a victim and not the oppressor. We can't find the report. You couldn't call the police department and say, this is John Smith and his birthday to so-and-so, any and all reports, it's there. For months and months and months, the guy asked for it, and what continuance, did you get it? No, it doesn't exist. Failure after failure, not just one, but all. I'd also recommend some type of oversight committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments.
I have one last one in chambers, and I have one on Zoom as well. Pamela Brown in chambers.
Good morning to all of you. First of all, I'd just like to thank the board for tasking OSPD with writing this report. I think it was very exhaustive. I'd like to thank Ashanti. I'd like to thank Ekam for his comments. My name is Pamela Brown, and I'm in District 1. I am the juvenile public defender for the county. I'm also one of the conflict counsels for the county. I have been an attorney since 2002, and I've been a public defender the entirety of my career. For a short time, I was a private attorney and contracted with the county to do not only juvenile public defense work, but also some general public defender work. And since 2020 or so, I've been the juvenile public defender. To just give some insight to the board with regard to the caseloads, that's specifically what I was going to talk about that Ashanti mentioned. For a public defender, for one attorney to handle 500 cases in a year, at my height, when I worked for the Monterey County Public Defender's Office and I was a misdemeanor attorney, I handled about 250 cases a year. And that was overwhelming. The idea, and those were 250 misdemeanor cases, not 500 combined felony and misdemeanor cases. I can't stress enough what Ekam referred to with regard to oversight of the office, making certain that the resources that are available are allocated to the office. As a public defender and as a lifetime public defender, I truly feel it's a calling because we are dealing with indigent defendants, people that are facing the lowest point of their lives and cannot afford counsel, and that's where we step in. And to not have that office adequately funded enough to assist the most vulnerable in our community at the worst point in their lives is atrocious. It's just, it's inconceivable. So the idea that there are 2 attorneys that handle 1,000 cases in the county, there's just no way that those 2 attorneys are able to provide even adequate services, no matter how hard they work. I ask the board to just really prioritize the idea of getting an adequate interim service in place. For the rest of the year, I think is important, but quite frankly, in order to establish an actual public defender's office, it's not going to be a 1-year process. It's not going to be a several-month process. It's going to be 2 to 3 years probably before it can be completely funded and ready to go. So I just urge the board to make it a priority, to keep on top of it, to make certain that we're servicing this community that all of these people have come up and talked about, and that is hugely important in our community, to me personally, in my life of service, but also just because this community is such a vulnerable one.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you.
On Zoom, Jacob Sandoval, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Jacob Sandoval. I'm the State Director for California LULAC, the oldest civil rights organization in the nation. Thank you for the County Supervisor's willingness in May of 2023 to vote and approve to have a report completed on the state of public defense delivery system in San Benito County. It shows your willingness on your part to look for solutions and improve the services the San Benito community receives. Per the report, 62% of San Benito residents identify as Hispanic or Latino. The reason I'm here is the report found that the current system of contracting out legal services to private law firms has violated the civil rights of those who find themselves within the court system. The public defenders are overworked and underpaid. This results in Latinos being incarcerated at a higher level than whites when they cannot pay for legal representation. The report states an indicator of a system where attorneys encourage clients to plead guilty too readily because they didn't have enough time to litigate or have financial incentives to enter representation promptly, or do not have the skill to go to trial. That means often the case could be that a person may plead guilty to a crime they did not commit because of their representation or lack thereof. This is a violation of the civil rights and creates possible legal liability for San Benito County. But you have the opportunity as elected officials to change that. My request to the Board of Supervisors today is for you as elected representatives of your community to direct staff to the following. Put the following on an agenda in March as action items. Establish a public defender's office or regional public defender's office. Establish an oversight task force made up of vested stakeholders, a LULAC member from San Benito County, probation department, local cities, and county representatives. Irma Gonzalez, as the local president of San Benito County LULAC, should be part of this creation, and I will email you each her contact and my information. Thank you for your time, considerateness, and willingness to find a solution.
Thank you so much for your comments.
I do have one other on Zoom. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Eric Taylor, and I'm your county sheriff. I just thought I'd weigh in for a second. I agree with what many of the people have said today, and I think we are all deserving of a proper defense in the criminal justice system. I want to speak to something a little bit different than what everyone else has talked about, and that is that having a strong public defender actually gives you better police officers and better deputy sheriffs. If we're not being challenged the way that we do our job, then we're not continuously learning. And so in this community, without being challenged for so many years, these police officers and deputy sheriffs aren't getting the proper reps and being able to apply things back in the field when they get the next call. And one of these things in the report was the lack of motions to suppress evidence. The county that I came from on Thursdays, you saw cops in the hallways with a lot of motions to suppress, and if we're doing our job correctly, then we prevail on those motions, and if we made a mistake or we're doing our job incorrectly, we're held accountable for that. And that's something that I haven't seen happen here, and it's those things that give you a more quality police officer and a more quality deputy sheriff. So outside of people deserving adequate representation, and I'll tell you, a lot of people don't think that the police are going to always support a public defender, but one of the biggest benefits that we ask of the county is a proper legal defense of our own. And so as soon as a police officer gets in trouble, the first thing they do is run to their attorney. We want the best possible defense that we can get, and I would expect that everybody would want the same treatment and the same dignity. So you have my support. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this and everybody that's spoken today. And I think that the best public defender's office we can have is going to create better outcomes on both sides of the fence. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. And that does conclude our public comment.
Okay, we're going to bring it back to the board for discussion. Supervisor Gonzalez?
This is something that I have been working on for 4 years, since I was as supervisor-elect. There was an item on the agenda. I reached out to Mark Medina, and I says, Mark, we've got to do something. It was on the consent item, as Ellie had mentioned. And he goes, well, B, this is the best we can do. I said, oh, no, it's not. And so he and I had a heated conversation, by text, mind you. But anyways, so we did. So I called county council at the time. It was Barbara Thompson. And she says, well, B, we don't have any complaints of the system. I'm like, Barbara, I teach the GED at the county jail. I know firsthand there are complaints because my students would come into my classroom escorted by, by the CO, whoever they were at the time. And my students would break down in tears. And I would, what's the matter? Well, I have court in a little bit, and I don't know the case that I'm facing. I don't know who's my attorney. I don't know what I'm looking at, but I'm hearing that there's an offer on the table. I said, what do you mean an offer on the table? You don't even know what the charges are against you. And you guys know I'm passionate, so if I get passionate, start getting teary-eyed, it's because this is a real important item for me. As I said, I have been fighting this for 4 years. As supervisor-elect, I brought it to Barbara Thompson's attention. I says, you know what? We have an issue with our public defender's office. And her comment was, well, B, we don't have any complaints. I don't see any issues. And I said, oh, give me 20 minutes and I'll go get you 20 clients that have issues and will tell you firsthand. So we were able to go back in 2021, Supervisor Hernandez and I were appointed to the Public Defenders Ad Hoc at that time. I didn't think 4 years later we'd still have another ad hoc that was still going, because the ad hoc is supposed to be a temporary ad hoc for a particular purpose to achieve a goal. Well, we temporarily put a Band-Aid on it, but it did not achieve the goal. It did not fix the problem. So we now have this contract with Fitzgerald. It looks like we're going to terminate this contract with Fitzgerald because they don't want to renew it. So we're mutually deciding to go our separate ways. I, in a perfect world, would love to see a public defender's office, a fully fledged public defender's office in San Benito County, funded to the degree that the DA's office is funding, in parity, receiving funds from AB 109 and the CCP. Help me with the criminal community correction partnership. So that's a formation of the DA's office, the public defender's office, the sheriff's office, probation. I know Diane Ortiz sometimes attends those meetings. San Benito County Office of Ed, but they decide what the funds are to be done with the AB 109 funds. And if you look at that spreadsheet that Shonda had put up there, is there any way we can put that spreadsheet back up, please? About the funding. Absolutely $0 went to the public defender's office. $0. $250,000 went to the DA's office, and then look at the big long spread. Who are those two? I can't see it on my glasses on. The two.
Sheriff's office and probation.
Sheriff's and probation. So these are funds that were supposed to be, again, realignment for the population in which they serve, but yet we're not even giving any money to the public defender's office, which I think is that's not the word. I would say asinine,
no
but thank you.
audience comments.
Ridiculous works for me too, okay? But anyways, so as you can see, I'm passionate about this. We have been doing this community a disservice. If you've ever had to use the public defender's office, you know how frustrating it is. You don't get a chance to speak with your counsel. If you went out and hired your own attorney, you go and you sit in his office and you be able to talk to him or her at your leisure. They get your facts, they'd be able to represent you fully, and they'd be able to fight for you on your day in court. That's not what's happening in the public defender's office at all. And mind you, I was born and raised here. I went to school, back to school at the age of 29, specifically because the way justice was doled out in San Benito County. If you were white or if you were fluent, you got a pass in court. If you were brown, a person of color, or poor, you'd get the book thrown at you. And so I went to law school specifically on that basis because I was tired of seeing the injustice simply because you were relegated to having to have a public defender. You were going to do time one way or another. It was just how much time were you going to do? How bad was your record going to be? So now I'm sitting here, I'm now 62 as a supervisor, and I'm in a position to affect change. So help me, my colleagues, help me affect change, and let's bring a fully fledged public defender's office to San Benito County, please.
Thank you, audience, please.
That's
Hold
one
applause.
of the suggestions that's coming from Ashante. And when he gave us a report that we were failing, I'm like, thank you for saying that, but you're not telling me anything new that I didn't know. You're preaching to the choir. But he's coming with a report from the state Office of Public Defender's office telling us how terrible San Benito County has been operating its public defender's office. We don't have it adequately funded, which we need to do. We don't have it adequately staffed, which we need to do. We need to make this happen. And again, it's not something that we want to do. It's something that we have to do. And I just need to get 3 votes here so that they can see that we need to do this for our community. We owe it to them. They deserve it. It's their constitutional protection to have that constitutional right to, you have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one will be appointed to you, but it has to be on par and parity with the DA's office. We have to fund them equally, and we have to make sure that the indigent population that has adequate representation. And so I'm going to get off my soapbox, but as you can tell, it's me and who I am, and it's my whole life. And I'm a Libra by nature, too, so.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Supervisor Gonzalez. As the other member of the ad hoc, Supervisor Sotelo, I'm going to let you go next.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank ECM because you really brought this to kind of this opportunity to our attention. I didn't know that there was an Office of State Public Defender that could do this type of kind of investigation and bring it back. And so I'm really thankful to you for bringing that to our attention. Ashante, thank you so much for all of the hard work that you've done. in working through this, and it's not pretty. It's awful, what we've learned. But I think it's important to acknowledge and see what the truth is. And once we know better, we need to do better. I have seen the impacts of not having representation and what that does to families, what that does to individuals, and it is horrendous. And I will tell you, I haven't been a supervisor as long as Supervisor Gonzalez, but my first year last year, I felt like that was the number one thing that I was dealing with constantly when I first started on this board, was all of these issues that were coming before us with complaints about the public defender. So I also want to thank all of the people that had the courage to come forward, and it's not easy to share, especially when it is your personal experiences, and these are your loved ones. It's tough. So I agree. I think we really need bilingual representation. The needs of the community are not being met. We need equitable representation. I am fully in favor of an oversight liaison committee moving forward that would include maybe some members from the Board of Supervisors, Probation, Youth Alliance, maybe some community groups. I don't know. The logistics of that could be figured out, but I am fully in support of that to ensure that we have accountability, transparency, that there is somebody evaluating this process all the way through. There was something else I wanted to say. Oh, I wanted to ask about kind of the RFP. Is that something that, do we have to wait until our March 12th meeting, or can we start the process today? I mean, this contract ends April 30th that we currently have. However, there's obviously, the services are not very good right now. So is there something that we can do to jump on this sooner than later, or do we have to wait until March 12th?
Yeah, you'd have to wait. You have to prepare that.
Okay.
But because these are specialized services, we don't necessarily have to do it via an RFP.
Okay. I think we should.
Can you elaborate on that?
Basically, there's an exception under the contracting rules if you're providing services that are specialized, and legal services are one of those, that you can, and we're going to talk about that later today.
Okay.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay. That's all my comments for right now. I'm sorry, it's kind of left me, but
We can always come back.
thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Zanger, would you like to go?
Yes. Yeah. Thanks for coming and presenting and all that. And look, I don't have, unlike Supervisor Gonzalez, I don't have a ton of. This isn't my area of expertise. I don't have a ton of firsthand experience, but the numbers speak for themselves. It's pretty clear that you know what's going on right now isn't functioning, isn't working the way we need it to. So, I have no problem. Happy to support rectifying the situation with an oversight committee and the recommended solutions presented here. So I am, 100% in support of that. Like I said, numbers speak for themselves here. I did have a question for you, if that's all right. Just regarding the motions to suppress. So, like I said, this is not my area. So, what is, we said 10 out of every 1,500. What is like a rate in a different county? What is normal? What is,
That question was asked. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get comparative data, so I can't give you a hard number. Like the sheriff mentioned, like I said, I practiced in Santa Clara County. Obviously, the number of filings are different, so it's different, but it's something when you have the time to look at your cases, you look for in every single case, and if there's an issue, you file it. It's something that you see happening every week in courthouses, typically in other counties. That doesn't mean that there's always a win for the defense or the prosecution. It kind of goes both ways, but it's at least something that is investigated and litigated. In terms of a hard number, I don't have that. We weren't able to get that data, but it certainly happens more than 10 out of 1,500.
right? So more. I
Well,
appreciate it.
Ashante, I would suggest that the very little litigation slide that you have, the number of jury trials by county, I think you did point that out to the ad hoc committee, and I think that graphic is, it doesn't speak exactly to what Supervisor Zenger's question is, but I think it's kind of relative, so I think it's applicable if you maybe want to dive into that slide a little bit.
Yeah, so both Tuolumne County and Siskiyou County have
And
similar-
please speak into the mic for our Zoom viewers. Thank you.
Absolutely. Tuolumne County and Siskiyou County both have similar population sizes, but both Tuolumne County and Siskiyou County have public defenders' offices. So San Benito County, as you can see, for that particular year, had 5 jury trials. I will also mention that I don't have the number of jury trials that were. Let me just say that the 5 is inclusive of the primary indigent defense firm, the second and the third contractor, and any private attorneys that practice in San Benito County that year also. That's the complete total number of trials that happened. So the point is that in the counties that had public defenders' offices, there was more litigation happening. And so Supervisor's correct, I don't have the data for motions to suppress, but if you look at jury trials as kind of a similar litmus test for what should be happening, you can see that San Benito County is definitely behind the ball. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Gonzalez?
I was just asking if Ashanti can kind of explain how the tool of a motion to suppress is used in the legal system, the way Sheriff Taylor alluded to. But can you kind of explain it, how it has an impact on the actual final charges being charged that the person may or may not be answerable to?
Yeah, so typically a motion to suppress is a motion that's brought by the defense. The defender has an opportunity to look at police reports. Presently, you would look at body-worn camera footage as well, which can take some time. And you can see whether there's a potential constitutional violation. So whether the traffic stop, someone was pulled over and they weren't supposed to be pulled over, the police officer made a mistake, or there was some misconduct on behalf of the police officer. In some cases, charges can be dismissed as a result of a motion to suppress. So kind of procedurally what happens is the motion is filed by the defense. The prosecutor has an opportunity to file a response, and then there's an actual hearing that happens in the courthouse. So the police officer has to testify. The defense is able to ask them questions about what happened on this particular date. Why did you pull them over? And then the judge has to make a determination about whether there was a constitutional violation or not. And the sheriff's right. As a defense attorney, I've seen many times where even short of the hearing, the district attorney will review the file and will say, uh-oh, there was a mistake here. I'm going to have the police officer come in so I can let them know this is what went wrong. And it can be a learning experience for police officers to take away and go back into the field and know that next time this is how I get my ducks in a row and make sure that there's not a constitutional violation in this case, because then all of their work is kind of is for naught. So oftentimes there can be discussions, kind of negotiations that happen, and in some cases can be dismissed on behalf of clients when there is a constitutional violation.
Thank you so much for that. Supervisor Kosmicki? Are you,
Well, I mean, yeah, that's
sorry.
no, that's fine. It's basically it. I mean, that
Supervisor
I
Daniel.
appreciate you giving me that information. What you did have, I appreciate that. And like I said, it's pretty cut and dry. So I don't really have anything else to add.
Okay, sorry for cutting you off. If you have anything to add, we still have time. Supervisor Kosmicki?
Thank you. Yeah, so this is pretty alarming. So what's glaring from the report for me when I read through it, the low rate of litigation, the tendency to have clients plead guilty, this astounding rate of waiving preliminary hearings. And I can say that I've, just going back to my newspaper days, I sat in the courtroom, outside of court employees. I was probably one of the people that sat in the courtroom as much as anybody. And it was always just very, I always felt very uneasy with the level of the lack of jury trials. It's something I actually had on my list of stories to pursue at some point, but then I decided to become a supervisor. And then just, the lacking accountability, the entirely unmanageable workload, the inefficient system with case durations, which kind of runs in contrast. We have all these issues, and then our cases are still going forever and ever, it seems. And then, of course, the Spanish-speaking issue. The funding issue, it's pretty striking to have such a disparity between the DA and the public defender. So I think we're gonna have to really dig in and figure out I don't think the DA's office is overstaffed necessarily, but is that one possibility? Are we grossly understaffed at the public defender? It seems the answer is yes. That's very obvious, or is it a combination of both? So that's something. I do want to reiterate that this is not about the assigned defense attorneys. I don't want to get into negativity. That's just not fair at all, because they've been set up for a system that just doesn't work. This is a systemic issue. This is not about the attorneys who have been assigned. Everyone can have their own, opinions about attorneys, but what I've seen is they have a workload that's just completely unmanageable. So when we look at the alternatives, I do want to point out with funding, we all know we don't have endless money sitting around in this county. We basically don't have any leeway with general fund dollars. So we are going to have to get creative with this issue. AB 109 off the bat seems like the most logical place to start, that there looks as though there needs to be a funding shift within AB 109 as really the number one option. And then we're just going to have to look at other areas to shift and potentially cut. That's the reality here, because this does need to be a priority. We cannot turn a blind eye to what we are seeing. This report is thorough. This report is credible. And there really is no rebuttal to it. So yeah, I also think we do have to look closer, as recommended, at the managed assigned counsel system as a possibility as well. And I will say, I do believe we should add this to the list of areas when it comes to funding that we should have. We've talked about fire protection. We've talked about we should be talking about the library. We should be talking about homelessness. And now I want to add this to the list. We should be talking about public defender's office as an area where the city of Hollister needs to step up and help us with funding this issue, because the vast majority of crime that goes on in this community is within the city of Hollister, and there's no reason why the city of Hollister should not be a part of this solution. So that I'd like to throw out there as well. And then some questions, maybe rhetorical in a way. Could we implement certain requirements, such as regarding minimum communications, at least in the interim? If we're talking about doing 2 steps here, an interim solution, which is to potentially add resources to our contracted public defenders to at least assign some folks past the end of April. But I'd say we really probably need to add some resources, knowing what we know as in the interim. Could we add some requirements as far as minimum communications? Could we change the payment structure from a flat fee, and maybe this just isn't possible, I'm just throwing it out there, to a per case or time-based payment system? Could we require the attorneys to focus on public defender cases and either limit or prohibit private cases while they're the public defenders? Could we establish a systemic review system on a year-to-year basis? Could we partner with regional communities, as is discussed in the report, on a regional public defender system? And so, again, I just want to reiterate, the bottom line is we don't have general fund money to do this. We just really don't. We're going to have to look at multiple options. All options should be on the table. And then lastly, I'll say, some skeptics might say, well, they shouldn't have committed the crime to begin with, and they wouldn't be in this position. And I would just return with that really dismisses the bottom line here, that every individual has a constitutional right to a fair trial, and every individual has the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. And in San Benito County, sadly, that has not been the case. So I do agree with setting up some sort of oversight committee. I do believe this needs to be a very top priority for our board in the coming months, and I would recommend that we set up the system, look at the recommendations, look at setting up the interim process, and then really diving into long-term, whether we want to establish a public defender's office or whether we want to have some sort of a blended model as an alternative. That's all I have. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I had another question that I forgot about. Could you speak a little bit to what the was just mentioned, the regional public defender's office, what that would look like, how that would work versus non-regional?
Yeah, so it's not something that that there's precedence for in California. I think it would be an amazing kind of cutting edge idea here in California. And in my research, I saw that there was some discussion about this at some point in the past. in terms of San Benito County and Monterey County kind of coming together to provide indigent defense services. So that's kind of how it could look. The county could contract perhaps with Monterey County or Santa Cruz County, a nearby county, in order to have a county that already has an established public defender's office with a case management system and the structure and leadership, to essentially have kind of a satellite office in San Benito County. So I think there's a number of different ways that could play out, and that would be between the counties to do. I don't know if that necessarily makes sense or doesn't. I think you all would have to kind of look at things and decide whether establishing a public defender's office in this county is more beneficial or less beneficial than that. But I think that is an option, and obviously discussions would have to take place between the two counties.
Thank you.
Any other? You good? Okay. Any other? Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that that's a good suggestion as a model, since we don't have the facilities nor the funding for our own department. But Santa Cruz County, for those of you that have associates in Santa Cruz County that are on the Board of Supervisors, they just recently went from a contract to their own, setting up their own public defender's office. So we might want to reach out to kind of find out from them how did it go, what were some of the hiccups. I mean, are they glad that they did it? Is it working for the community? Because again, we have the two different counties that we can go and glean from. Santa Cruz County, because they're doing what we're thinking of doing, and Monterey County, because I know that there's been some talk about, sharing their public defender's office. And so I would just urge you all to reach out to your colleagues in the other counties.
Thank you, Supervisor Gonzalez. Okay, first of all, I want to thank all the public comments. It is, it's a terrible situation that we're in right now, and I am a avid supporter of bilingual services at all levels, including even this board meeting being bilingual. So to not have adequate services, you might as well be taking people's right to vote away, because this is the foundation of democracy and equality, and it's not fair right now what's happening in our community. And I thank this board for moving forward in May with this report from the state, and I thank the ad hoc committee for being so transparent with what has been found. I also support the dual status county and encouraging us to move forward with that status. The oversight committee, I'm just going to say I absolutely support it. I think we need to have an oversight committee. I also want to support and say that in the transition period, working with our neighboring counties, let's not leave out Santa Clara County, who is resource rich, and their residents live here. And Santa Clara County, our workers go there, but we don't get that revenue. So we really need to be utilizing our neighboring county with Santa Clara County. And being someone that came from criminal justice, mental health, as my very first step into government, it was absolutely appalling in the 80s to see the disparities between inmates and the representation that they weren't getting. And I thank everyone that's in a public defender position that it understands how important your role is. Without you and the balance that it brings to the justice system, it's just impossible for us to have fairness in our community. I want to thank the sheriff for coming forward and acknowledging that having a robust public defender means feedback happens to our law enforcement, and that is really important, to have that feedback, to learn from mistakes, and to also ensure that all residents are being treated and respected fairly. Additionally, our youth. Without a good youth program in the public defender's office and having a way of our youth learning from young mistakes, we actually can be creating long-term criminals, and that's not what we want. We know we want to educate young people at a very young age, and if we don't have the services to educate them, then we need to bring those services in and utilize our nonprofits and utilize the people that are working with our youth. We have had an uptake in our high school of issues that have been brought to my attention, and it's very scary to see that we're at a turning point because of COVID. COVID had a huge impact on our youth, and we have to acknowledge that. We have to come up with different ways of representing where and what we do to make sure that we send our youth on the right path, even when they make a mistake. When it comes to AB 109, that's appalling to see where the allocations are, and I personally feel that is right where I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki. That's right where we have to focus first. We have to focus on AB 109. That funding needs to make sure that there is balance. I would like to look at maybe a possible hybrid, even though we need to address this right now, but a hybrid that could help us with a joint county or multiple joint counties, but having a local footprint here where our community and residents and family members can go to and ask questions, that needs to be here. It can't just be outside contracts with outside counties. So ultimate goal, in my opinion, is we need to be funding this over the long term and having an in-house public defender. I'm not sure if the ad hoc agrees with that, but after reading the report this weekend and hearing all of the comments from the public, I really think that's where we need to go. And it won't happen, I guarantee, in 2 years. The funding limitations of the county, but we have to strive for that. We have to make sure that that money is set aside and we start funding what a public defender's office could look like. That's it. I'm going to end there. So with that said, yes.
So I sit on the CCP committee, and they're the ones that review that AB 109, and I can tell you that it is not intentional. I don't believe that there was zero funding put aside for the public defender's office. I think people typically are going to that committee, whether it's the DA or the sheriff or probation or whatever some of the other needs are, whether it's technology, and they come with kind of an idea and they propose it to the committee and say, hey, here's the needs. Unfortunately, there hasn't been a lot of participation from the public defender. And honestly, I'm almost ashamed to say I didn't really know kind of the whole process. I guess I should have been advocating for that. But I think that there's definitely an opportunity for us to have a conversation, and this door has been opened now. But it wasn't intentional on that committee's part at all that they were funding the DA or the sheriff or probation or any of the other things that you saw on that list. I think that the departments and were going and giving kind of their needs. There was nobody there speaking on behalf of the public defender asking for anything. We know better now, and so we can go back and we can start having these conversations. But I just wanted to make note of that to the public, that there wasn't an intentional leave out. So just
and I
wanted to
really
clear that.
appreciate that comment, because it's not that it's intentional, but when we don't have representation at a committee like this for our public defenders, we're letting them down. And so it was no personal attack against anyone on the committee. It's just it's been brought to our attention, and now we have to take action on it. So is there a how would you guys
Madam
like
Chair?
to move forward? Yes, go right
I'll
ahead,
make a
Supervisor
motion.
Kosmicki.
First off, I'd like to make a motion that we do bring back an RFP as soon as possible. March 12th seems like the soonest possible date for contracted public defender services in the interim. I would also like to recommend that we do establish that the ad hoc that works on public defenders issues brings forth recommendations for the formulation of an oversight committee that would oversee the process going forward as far as bringing all options to the table for the Board of Supervisors to consider, to not only bolster public defender resources, but also how we're going to fund those resources.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Okay, can we continue the conversation?
I would like to add that we need to start focusing on what is it going to take. We need to find out budget-wise what it will take to actually set up a public defender's office, because we need to have a goal. In the interim, we're going to have to do something, because we are required by law to provide some sort of representation to this population. And with the contract expiring in May, we can't just let the contract die and not do anything. So an RFP may be what's necessary, but pardon my language, but the RFP process is what got us into trouble in the first place. We were just renewing contracts with previous public defenders before 2020, and we were just doing the same thing, a broken record, repeating it over and over. We tried with the RFP, and we put a RFP out 3 times before we got the firm that we got. And so, I don't know if that's gonna be a productive way to get someone to fill this position. There might be an alternative that you were gonna allude to later. The
In closed
alternative-
session.
Yes, okay. So we can look at that one. But the RFP may not go the same route. And you think about the definition of something that's crazy, doing the same thing over and over and hoping for a different result, we're there. And so I can't really support an RFP at this point. Maybe after the conversation that we have, the next conversation that we have, I might be able to.
Madam Chair, can I just
Yes,
make a simple
Supervisor
amendment?
Kosmicki?
RFP or other means to move forward with contracted attorneys.
I think that's a friendly amendment.
Yes.
Do we have a second?
Already second?
Second for the amendment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Against? Nope, so 5-0.
Say, oh, yeah.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Not relating to the motion, but so this ad hoc has been, we're going to be going on close to a year soon, won't we?
You and I, yes, but
Yes.
but it hasn't
So my
been in
question is, this seems to be like it's turning into a little bit more of an ongoing, or we're going to have at least another 3-6 months. Is that okay for us to still keep going? I thought an ad hoc we needed to be within the year, or am I wrong in that? Like, does this need to be?
Can I just make a quick clarification? Because I
Yes.
think the motion was that the ad hoc form the oversight committee, which will take over the ad hoc. So it's deciding who will be on the oversight committee and turning it over to an oversight committee. That was how I took the motion.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay, so it's not that the ad hoc's going to continue, it's that the ad hoc is going to help formate.
Okay, so the ad hoc, we got to act quick.
Yep.
All right.
The ad hoc
Got
needs
it.
to move quickly on this.
Got it.
And, you know, if we're a month over, I don't think anybody's going to yell at us because we're moving towards a committee.
Yeah,
Are
that
we good?
works. Yeah.
You good? Okay.
Good.
Okay, with that said, in light of time, we're going to do one more item, and then we're going to break for closed session. Are we good with that, or do you want to break now?
No, we can go for up until about 12:30 max.
Okay, just
So
wanted to make
whatever
sure.
we can get done up until 12:30.
Sounds good. So now we're going to move on to item 2.2 and receive a presentation for the Planning and Land Use Division. So I believe this is done by Abraham from our Building and Planning Department.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, members of the public. Abraham Prado, Director of Planning and Building Services. This is going to
If
be a
any,
presentation.
hold on one moment. If any conversations need to happen, if you could do it in the lobby, please, while we continue moving forward on the agenda. Thank you so much. Thank you, Abraham.
You're very welcome. This is going to be a presentation on the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance, otherwise known as by the acronym MWELO, and the process that we have established here in the County of San Benito. And we're going to have our Assistant Planner, Victor Tafoya, provide the presentation to the board. Victor?
Good afternoon, Chair, fellow supervisors, and members of the public. I am Victor Tafoya, Assistant Planner with the County of San Benito. So today I will be discussing the Model Water Efficiency Landscape Ordinance. I will be discussing what is MWELO, what issues MWELO addresses, the intent of MWELO, stakeholders involved in the MWELO compliance, determining MWELO applicability, performance and prescriptive pathways to MWELO compliance, and questions and answers. So what is MWELO? A model for local agencies to enforce minimum water efficiency standards in landscape design, construction management, and maintenance. It drives water efficiency through water budgets and through thoughtful selection of soil, plant irrigation, stormwater management, and non-potable water supplies. There are 2 compliance pathways depending on the size and the scope of the project. MWELO is effect in every city, county, unless a local ordinance that is at least effective has been adopted. Umwello addresses safety, climate concerns, damage to the environment, and sustainable use of water, making it a comprehensive approach to landscaping that benefits both the people and the planet. Umwello helps ensure that landscaping plans consider safety by encouraging practices like using fire-resistant plants and material. This helps reduce the risk of fire spreadings in areas with lots of vegetation. Umwello takes climate into account by promoting the use of drought-resistant plants and efficient irrigation systems. This helps landscapes thrive even during dry spells, which are becoming more common due to climate change. Umwello aims to prevent damage to the environment by discouraging the use of harmful chemicals and promoting practices like mulching, which helps protect soils from erosion. By keeping landscapes healthy, Umwello helps prevent damages to the ecosystem. Umwello helps conserve water, which is important to ensuring a reliable water supply, especially in areas prone to drought. By encouraging efficient irrigation and landscaping practices, Umwello helps communicate use water more sustainably, ensuring that there's enough for everyone without wasting it. I'd like to provide some statistics related to sustainable landscapes in California. According to the California Department of Water Resources, outdoor landscaping accounts for more than half of all residential water use in California. By implementing landscaping practices such as drought-resistant plants, efficient irrigation systems, and mulching, homeowners can reduce water usage by up to 50% to 75%. Sustainable landscapes play a role in carbon sequestration, helping to mitigate climate change. According to the research published in the Journal of Environmental Management, urban landscapes in California have the potential to sequester significant amount of carbon dioxide, with practices like planting trees and using compost contributing to carbon storage. Sustainable landscapes can also lead to economic benefits. According to a study by the California Water Efficiency Partnership, every dollar invested efficient landscaping can yield up to $1.81 in water savings over time. According to a drought-tolerant landscaping, increased property values and reduced maintenance costs associated with traditional lawns. These statistics highlighted the importance and benefits of sustainable landscaping practices in California, not only for water conservation, but for mitigating climate change and providing economic value to homeowners and communities. In compliance with the Model Water Efficiency Landscape Ordinance, various stakeholders play vital roles. Local agencies, including city councils and county governments, enforce Umwello regulations. Water purveyors offer guidance and incentives to promote water-efficient landscaping. Permit applicants must adhere to Umwello guidelines. While property owners maintain landscapes accordingly, irrigation auditors assess systems efficiency to support water conservation efforts. Together, these stakeholders uphold environmental sustainability and compliance with Umwello standards throughout the landscaping process. Determining Umwello applicability. I'd like to provide a scenario so you could understand the determining Umwello applicability. A homeowner in San Benito County wants to renovate their backyard by installing a new lawn, garden beds, and an irrigation system. The first step is to determine if umwello applies to the homeowner's location. Umwello applies to all new construction and rehabilitated landscape in California, except for certain exceptions like single-family residential properties of less than 2,500 square feet. If the homeowner's property falls within California and does not meet any exception criteria, umwello is applicable. Umwello applies to landscape projects exceeding 500 square feet in size. If the homeowner's backyard renovation project exceeds this threshold, umwello regulations must be followed. Umwello is primarily concerned with promoting water efficiency in landscaping. If the renovation involves significant changes to the landscaping that will affect water use, such as installing new plants or an irrigation system, then umwello regulations are applicable. The County of San Benito requires permits for landscaping projects that fall under umwello jurisdiction. The county will review landscaping plans to ensure compliance with umwello standards before issuing permits. If the homeowner needs to obtain permits for their backyard renovation, they will likely need to comply with umwello regulations. In this scenario, the homeowner's backyard renovation project meets the criteria outlined above, located within California, project size exceeding 500 square feet, potential changes affecting water use, and requiring permits. Then umwello would be applicable, and the homeowner would need to ensure compliance with the umwello guidelines throughout the project. The Model Water Efficiency Landscape Ordinance offers several pathways into compliance. In the performance pathway of umwello, landscape designers have flexibility in meeting water efficiency requirements by demonstrating the overall water use reduction achieved throughout their design. Instead of following strict guidelines for specific components such as plant types or irrigation system, designers focus on the landscape overall water budget. They assess factors like climate, soil, and plant water needs to develop a customized irrigation plan that optimizes water use. By using advanced irrigation technologies, efficient plant selection, and innovative design strategies, designers can achieve significant water savings while creating an aesthetically pleasing landscape. This pathway encourages creativity and innovation in water efficiency landscaping practices, allowing designers to tailor solutions to specific conditions and client preferences. In contrast, the performance pathways, the prescriptive pathways of umwello provide specific guidelines and requirements that must be met to ensure water efficiency in landscaping projects. Designers and property owners follow a set of predetermined standards regarding plant selection, irrigation systems, I need a little more time, and other components. For example, the prescriptive pathways may specify the type of plants allowed, the maximum allowable water use of irrigation, and requirements for soil preparation and mulching. This pathway offers clarity and simplicity as it outlines clear instructions for compliance. While it may be less flexible than the performance pathways, the prescriptive approach provides a straightforward method for achieving umwello compliance, particularly for projects where standardization and simplicity are preferred over customization and innovation. In closing, I want to stress the vital role umwello plays in shaping a sustainable future for our community. Prospective applicants with projects that fall under umwello jurisdiction can access information about umwello by visiting our county website. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Can we open it up to public comment, please?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any comments? Supervisor Gonzalez?
So I'm a little confused here. Is this something that the state is pushing on, or we're voluntarily embracing it?
The state has provides guidelines that counties and local jurisdictions must follow.
We must follow,
Yeah.
okay. Because I feel like it's the garden police now, yeah. And it just, there's just so much intrusion into people's lives, and I said, I'm a member of government sitting here, but this just kind of feels like it's a little bit overbearing, a little bit controlling. But if it's mandated by the state, we got to do what we have to do. So that's all. It's just more, just at the top of my head.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yeah, thank you. So we're looking at potentially establishing UMWELO, which is the worst acronym I've ever heard in my life. Not your fault, but yeah.
So we have we've created an approach to reviewing our landscaping plan. So we have I guess a process already set that the county has set already.
Okay. I know we're not in a water crisis right now, but we will be eventually, and so I do respectfully disagree with my colleague. I don't see this as policing. This is something we're going to end up doing when we have our next crisis, you know, with water shortages and all that, so why not get ahead of the ball? That's just my opinion. Two particular areas of interest that I have. I think we should look hard, and I've talked to Abraham about this, we should look hard at banning lawns in all new developments. That's something I feel strongly about. And then because lawns, as you're aware, I'm sure, are one of the biggest problems we have with water use and the shortages that we inevitably face. And there are creative ways, there are nice ways of creating landscapes without having lawns in new homes. I just think that would be, we're looking ahead again here and being proactive. And I just think that would be the right way to go, because we are eventually going to do this anyway, in my opinion. I feel strongly about that. And then also establishing, I don't know where this might fit in with the egg industry. I've talked about this in the past a little bit, but having rules to prevent runoff onto, now this is not only a water conservation issue, but it's also a road maintenance issue. And that's to working with our egg community, being reasonable and having rules to prevent water runoff from crop watering that seeps onto our roads and oftentimes covers entire roadways. It's just completely unnecessary. Not only wastes water, but again, we have to go fix those roads, and it exacerbates the issues with potholes and everything that we talk about here every single meeting. So those are two issues in particular that I'd like to look at. I would like to look at doing this. I don't think it's the top priority, but I do think we should have this on the radar. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Zanger?
Yep, thank you, yeah. Yeah, thanks for bringing this forward. So just so I understand, UMWELO is just the guidelines that the state is offering that we could use to enforce water saving methods? Is that the idea? Is that what it is?
Yes, and we have landscaping, our zoning ordinance has landscaping requirements that defers back that all landscaping must meet state laws.
Got
So
it,
this is a
right.
process we follow, yeah.
Right, got it. And then just as what was said with looking at water runoff in the ag community, I think it's a good idea. And I will say generally, I think the ag community's pretty conscientious about this because they don't want to have to pay for more water. So generally, I'd say they're pretty good. I know there's some bad eggs there, but I will just say that from what I gather, they seem to be considerate of it, especially when the blue valve was cut off, but maybe not so much now because we had so much. So it's always a good reminder. And I will use this opportunity to continue. I've been sort of waging a private crusade against lawns, actually, because, yeah, they do use more water and more maintenance hours and everything else. But they also destroy the soil underneath long term. They're not good for our soil. They're not good for the ground. They're not good for the biodiversity of it. And bees hate them and everything else. So I would encourage generally also just moving away from lawns. Now I don't want to, bring down the hammer on people immediately or anything, but I would just encourage also moving away. So I think that is the right direction to go. That's all.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. So So thank you for all of the questions earlier. I was really confused as to, wait, what are we, so if this is being mandated, what's the deadline that we have to comply as a county with this and having kind of an ordinance put in place?
So this has, that state law has been in effect for a couple of years already.
So we're out of compliance.
Out of compliance. And as part of the compliance, we have to report to the state for landscapings and stuff like that, that we have been doing, but unfortunately we don't have the data because we don't really review landscaping projects thoroughly. And as part of MWELO, you need a landscape architect to review those plans, and unfortunately the county does not have a landscape architect to review those plans to ensure that they're meeting water standards, these standards.
Okay, it looks like they want to say something.
Thank you so much, Victor. And that's exactly, you're right. We don't have a certified landscape architect who's supposed to certified landscape, architect. So we do now have, with the help of our consultants, the ability to have a certified landscape architect to come out and do the inspection. So the first thing would be that the applicant would submit an application to us indicating how they're going to meet these requirements. And just so you know, for example, some of the irrigation, like sprinklers, would have to be put like at least 18 inches away from any pavement to try to reduce any type of water to go on the pavement, and be able to use drought-tolerant plants, like you mentioned, and also the water should be timed appropriately, not to use too much water. Sean Novak's actually, he was here earlier. He just came in, and in case you might want to give him a few minutes as well. He's been actively working on this for many years as well. And he's very well, he knows the ordinance very well. So then we review it, we get it approved, and then once they install it, prior to us issuing a certificate of occupancy, we need to go out again. The certified landscape architect goes out and confirms that it was placed as it was approved. So that's what we make sure of. And if you do allow Sean to speak for a little bit, I believe it's only on the front yards, not necessarily on private backyards. I believe it's only on front yards and on public common areas that this applies to. So just wanted to clarify.
It's such an interesting concept, really, considering for the unincorporated area, and we're gonna only, I don't know. It's such a interesting. So I had, don't we already have somebody kind of doing this work? Isn't Sean Novak kind of working through this? And I know that he works with Rosemary Bridwell. And she has done some of these different inspections and things, and I live within the city limits, so I know there's certain things we have to comply with that's very different than in the unincorporated area, and so I'm kind of used to some of these things, but trying to incorporate this in the unincorporated area I think is going to be a lot more challenging, and so are we looking at enforcement with this too, or we just have to pass an ordinance so that we're compliant with the law?
Good question. It would be an educational component. All new, like for example, all the developments, the homes that are being constructed right now, even though, we do have an ordinance that was adopted in 2022, so they are following it. It's just now we do have somebody on board that's going to help us with that mechanism. So a lot of these homes don't necessarily have grass, they have more of the mulch. City of Hollister, you mentioned Sean Novak and Rosemary Bridwell, they've had this established for many years already, so we're just kind of carrying it over to the county and the particular development.
So does it apply mainly to new construction then?
Or renovations that are...
Or renovations.
Yeah, and as you can tell, like some of these subdivisions, their front yards are not over 500 square feet or over 2,500 square feet, but we look at the entire development that's coming in, okay. and we deal with it.
Have any of our neighboring counties already passed this ordinance and have, I don't know, success or challenges with it, things that we can learn from it in trying to implement it?
Yeah, I know Hollister has, and so that they.
I'm kind of asking more counties,
like
though, like
county-wise?
Monterey County, Santa Cruz County, Santa Clara, have any of those jurisdictions? Because I think it's a little bit different dealing with a city versus the county.
I believe so. Sean may have additional information on that, but I believe that this is something that's been going on.
I
since
personally would
2000.
love to hear from Sean if you guys are
Sure,
open to
if
that.
Sean would like to make some comments, hold on one sec, Sean.
I just wanted to add.
Yes,
that-
I'm here.
Just one second. Ariel's going to make a comment first.
I just wanted to add that I believe the legislation went into place for the state of California in 2016, and all jurisdictions have been required to comply. So even though we might have not been using a landscape architect to double check us, we've been having to report since 2016 every year with the best information we have available, and we do check landscape plans as part of all the development plans. So, and I'll let Sean add. But yeah, all jurisdictions have been having to comply.
Okay, Sean, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Sean Novak. I run the Water Resource Association in San Diego County, which represents the city of Hollister, city of San Juan Bautista, Sunny Slope County Water District, and of course San Diego County Water District. We've been dealing with this for about 10 years. So we were there. This was in place when our latest housing boom started putting all the houses in. We added significant numbers to our population. As was stated earlier in the presentation, over 50% of water use in the residential sector goes to landscape irrigation. And even though we added all those residents, our water consumption leveled out. And this is a major component of why that leveled out, is that we reduced landscape irrigation in the new homes. A big part of that too is there's smaller lots in the new homes. So you notice that the lots are a lot smaller. And somebody asked, is it the backyard too? No, it's not. Apparently it's not. So when you have a family, you need to have a little bit of lawn for animals, entertaining, and, the kids to play in. So, I'm not against grass altogether, but it just needs to be functional grass. And that's something else we're going to have to talk about too, because I do know the governor issued a mandate to get rid of all the non-functional turf, which as you go out by the airport in that area, you'll see a lot of non-functional turf that needs to be dealt with. But we've seen tremendous success with the model landscape ordinance, and I think it's done a lot. It's been fundamental in us using water efficiently, and I think it can expand and be reasonable. We at my agency we do have information on plant selections. We have different design concepts. We have native plant lists, things like that, and brochures on how to do a water-wise garden. And I think it's been working out quite well. Abraham was with the city when we first implemented this for the city, and I think it's gone quite smoothly. And we review the landscape plans when they come in, and then we go out to the site when they've completed it to make sure they follow the landscape plans. Any questions from anybody?
Any questions from the board? No? Well,
No, I don't have any questions. I really appreciate your work, Sean, and kind of all of your expertise. I've worked with Sean, and I've kind of gone through some of these different things, and I've actually worked with Rosemary Bridwell as well. And it's wonderful having plans that are there and that are accessible and plant lists and things like that. I'm totally in favor of the education and helping, I think, the best we can. I think it's a hard pill to swallow when it's like one more thing that we're asking people, but unfortunately, it sounds like we don't really have a choice in this. We need to do this ordinance. I think, though, that as we're going down this path of, and lawns are going to be restricted and things of that sort, I think that there's going to be a bigger demand for us to have and make investments into our parks. We need to make sure that our community has places to go out and recreate and play and, get their physical fitness and just even the mental health of being outside in open space, I think is going to be really important. So I just say that cautiously.
Can I interrupt? I mean, we need to redesign what we think of as our landscapes at home. Because I've seen a lot of people put in putting greens, using artificial turf instead of real lawn, bocce ball courts, things like that. So people still recreate out there. It's just that unwanted lawn that you're not using is what I'm after. On the East Coast, people hang out in their front yard. Out here on the West Coast, I never see anybody out in their front yard, and a lot of people have lawn out there. So I really think that's what we're looking at, is to get all that grass is not being being used for recreation or anything else, get that out of here. And we do have the turf removal program where we're paying people $2 a square foot to remove the grass from their yard up to 1,000 square feet. We just applied for a grant for another $100,000, which we hope to hear back in June. So we do have some tools to help people.
Thank you, Sean. And I'm just going to make, well, a couple of comments here. One, I think we need to have a little bit more. I mean, I love the website that we have on the RMA department where it says water efficiencies and landscape ordinance. It has a lot of information and a lot of access to what this program is. I think some of this is education to our local water districts that are very small and our owner managed water districts, coming from a development that the property owners manage the water. We brought this to my community, and it was something that the CCNRs required, that we had 26 trees and we had to have so much lawn and we had to basically landscape an acre of land. Well, we have to move away from that. So having local owned mutual water companies informed of this. So I think a little bit of an outreach could be informative. And it's literally just an outreach of the information available on your website, because you've got it all listed there. So I am supportive of getting rid of turf. I got rid of it in my front yard. I let my backyard die. I need to talk to you, Sean, about that rebate. My husband keeps asking me. And then also that this is the way of the future, and we do have to make sure that we do have parks and recreational activities for our families, but also this is for front yards only, not backyards. But developments like mine, we used way too much water. We need water for our ag community. We need water for our residents. We don't need ag water for my redwood trees. So with that said, any other comments? Okay, so do you have enough information from us? You don't need any official motion. You kind of got a grasp of where we're at. We're going to move right into closed session. I apologize. We're not going to be able to get to 2.3 right now. So we'll be back at 1:30 for public hearings. Oh, public comment for anything in closed session. There's public comment. Here it comes.
Thank you. I don't know which one it is, but it has to do with the public defender. 4.3.
4.3.
Closed session, you're going to be doing an appointment, and you've already made up your mind, it looks like, who you're going to hire. And I already gave you 5 names that are putting something in the hen house. Oversight. How can you hire an individual who has also failed the county and now you're going to put them in charge? Okay? Here, so in December 4th of 2023, I sent Supervisor Curro and our CAO, Ray Espinoza, information to apply for the public defense pilot program for $39 million. We're going to be available, and I hope that San Benito County applied, because I never got an answer. I know that they was going to get an update, but I never did, and that closed already, and the money's already going to be distributed in March. I sent it in December, and the closing date was literally going to be within about 30 days. So there are resources out there, specifically by the state, and I don't know what round that was to fund the public defender's office, but I hope you applied, or you're paying attention to other funds with regards to this public defender. And if you're going to make an appointment, is this appointment going to be as an employee of the county, or are you choosing for this individual to get appointed as a contractor? So have a nice closed session.
Thank you for the public comment. Any additional?
I have no further public comment.
Okay, so we are going to go into closed session until 1:30. Back. I'd like to, coming back from closed session, I'd like to have county council do a report out. Anything to report?
Nothing to report.
Okay. With that, we're going to hold on regular agenda because of the 1:30. I want to stick to the 1:30 as much as possible. So we're going to go to the public hearing. Coming back from closed session, I'd like to have county council do. Okay. That wasn't just me that heard that, right? Okay, so we're going to go to our first public hearing. It's item number 3.1. We're going to open the public hearing at 1:34. And this is adopt resolution adopting the developer impact fees nexus study for items 1 through 10, and if desired, provide staff direction. CAO Espinoza, are you going to be presenting?
Thank you, Madam
Thank you.
Chair. Yes, this is going to be an item that Dulce will be presenting.
Thank you, Dulce.
So, good afternoon, Chair. Just a brief intro. We have been working on a developer impact fee study and updating our current fees for a little over a year now, and we've contracted with Wildan Services, who we actually have been working closely with Carlos on this study to. Just a brief intro. We have been working on. Oh, I was like, did something wrong? Public updating our current fees for.
Let's just hold here for a second until we get the repeat off.
That's.
I'm going to do a test and see if it comes back and talks to me.
I think you're good. So.
Oh, no, it did me, too, so. All good?
He says he thinks he's fixed it.
Okay.
Speak up very clear and loud.
Will do.
Then if I have to go back in there, I will.
Okay, so kind of, let's start all over. So we, the county has been working on developer impact fee study and looking at our current fee structure and updating what we currently have. We did conduct a town hall where we didn't have a lot of developers present, but we did have staff, and we've been working with the RMA team and a lot of various departments to gather information. So there is a presentation that Wildan has prepared, and I want to invite Carlos up, and he'll be presenting, and then we'll bring it back to the board. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Dulce. I'm Carlos Villarreal with Wildan Financial Services, and I've been working on this update to your development impact fee program. I also worked on the county's prior development impact fee study, so we're really updating our work from a few years back. In this presentation, I'll go over a little bit of Impact Fee 101, just so that we're all on the same page. I will then review the methodologies used in this study, present the draft, or the fee schedule that's in the study, and then compare it to your neighbors. So, again, a little bit of Impact Fee 101 so that we're all on the same page. What is an impact fee? An impact fee is a one-time charge, typically charged at the building permit stage, to all projects within a defined geographic area. In this case, all the fees are calculated countywide with the exception of the storm drain fee, which is only calculated for a particular storm drain zone. But the key to our study and the key to impact fees is that they fund facilities that are needed to serve new development. So they're not used for ongoing operations and maintenance costs, ongoing salaries and benefits. It really has to do with the capital facilities and assets that are needed to serve new development as the county grows. So here's our basic methodology. We start by estimating demand for facilities, and in this case we think about demand for these types of facilities in terms of people, so people that live in the county and work in the county now, and then a projection out to 2045 of people who would live and work in the county at that point in time as well. We can then identify facility standards, and I'll discuss these more in a little bit in a subsequent slide, but essentially a facility standard is a measure of demand for facilities, the common example being acres per 1,000 residents. Using those facility standards and other planning that the county has done, we can determine the new facility needs and costs that are needed to serve the county. We can allocate a share of those to accommodate growth. In some cases, the facilities will serve both existing and new development, and it would be unfair to make new development pay for the entirety of those costs. So in those cases, we would again allocate a share to new development, but also identify a share that needs to be funded through other sources that represents existing development share of those facilities. And then finally, we can calculate the fee schedule by allocating the cost per unit of new development. One note is that AB 602 passed since the last time the fees were updated, and the state is strongly recommending that residential fees be calculated per square foot instead of per dwelling unit like your current fee program is calculated. So our study does use that per square foot methodology. Smaller dwelling units pay a proportionally smaller fee than very large units. So this next slide shows the impact fee categories that are being updated in this fee study. All of those fee categories exist in your current fee program, except for the one at the very bottom, the general plan updates fee. That would pay for a share of future general plan and housing element updates. So one of the preliminary steps in the study is to identify demand for facilities. This next slide summarizes the growth projections used in the study. The projection to 2045 is based on the 2022 regional growth forecast by AMBAG. We took the projected dwelling units from that study and multiplied them by an estimate of residents per dwelling unit to come up with the population in the county at that point in time. So that same regional growth forecast was also used for the projection of employment. So I mentioned facility standards in a prior slide. This next slide demonstrates the three approaches that we have for calculating impact fees. The first is the existing inventory method. This is where the existing ratio of facilities to people is used to drive the fee calculation. So we would be asking new development to maintain the same ratio of facilities to people going forward. The math is pretty simple. We estimate the replacement cost of your existing facilities, divide that by a measure of existing demand. In this case, it would be a service population, end up with a cost per person, and we use that to drive the fee schedule so that for every new person that comes into town, you would maintain that same investment per person going forward. The second approach that can be used is called the planned facilities approach. This approach is where we can identify facilities or a particular share of facilities that are solely needed to serve new demand. In that case, the math is pretty simple. We take the total cost of those facilities, divide it by the projected increase in demand or the increase in people, and the resulting cost per person would drive the fee calculation. Now, the third approach is what we call the system plan approach, and it's sort of a hybrid of the first two approaches. This is appropriate when facilities would serve both existing and future development, and we want to allocate a proportional share. So the math here is we take the replacement cost of your existing facilities, we add the planned facilities cost, so the cost that the county's identified for future facilities, and then divide that by the estimate of demand at the planning horizon and get a future cost per person that drives the impact fee schedule. This next slide sort of illustrates the differences between the approaches, just a rough graphical representation. Under the existing inventory method, we want the increase in facilities to be proportional to the increase in demand. So again, we're just simply asking new development to maintain the same ratio of facilities to people. Under the planned facilities approach, new development would fully fund the identified facilities. And then that third approach, the system plan, which is shown in the middle, we're asking new development to pay at a higher level of service than occurs today, basically the cost per person that would occur at the planning horizon. We can charge new development their fair share of the higher level of service, but we need to identify an existing deficiency, which essentially represents existing development share of those planned facilities, and that must be funded with any funding source other than the impact fees. Otherwise, you'd be overcharging new development. So these are the methodologies corresponding with the different categories that we used in the study. We used that existing standard approach for parks, road maintenance facilities, fire protection, and IT. Again, we're simply asking new development to maintain the same ratio of facilities to people going forward. For general government, library, law enforcement, detention, and general plan, we use those planned facilities to identify the system plan standard per capita. For all of those categories, new development will be paying their fair share, but we're also going to have to pay for existing development share with some funding source other than the impact fees so that existing development will also benefit from those facilities. And then finally, for the storm drain facilities fee, which again only applies in one part of the county, we use the planned facilities approach to drive the fee calculation there. This next slide highlights some of the major planned facilities. There is more detail in the study, obviously. For general government, the study contemplates a downtown government campus and a new public works campus. Libraries have several a new library and renovations and additions to the current library, again expanding the capacity to accommodate new development. The general plan update fee is based on 4 housing element updates and a comprehensive of the general plan within our planning horizon. For law enforcement, the study contemplates a public safety campus. Parks are calculated to maintain the existing level of service in terms of park acres per 1,000 residents. For detention facilities, the study contemplates a psychiatric hospital facility. And finally, for storm drain, there are several improvements for the Santa Ana Creek drainage plan that drive the fee calculation. So, if the fees are adopted at the maximum justified level, what does this look like in terms of fee revenue? This next slide shows the total project cost, the projected impact fee revenue, and the additional funding required for those categories where we use the system plan approach, where again, we need to fund existing development share of the facilities with a funding source other than the impact fees. So all told, through 2045, the fee program could generate as much as the total project cost would be $193.4 million, and the impact fees would be paying about $73 million of that total project cost. So this next slide is sort of the punchline. What does this look like in terms of a fee schedule? The maximum justified fee schedule is shown here. All fees are expressed per square foot, noting that your current fee schedule for residential is expressed per dwelling unit. In terms of the new fees, that would come out to $9.54 per square foot. And then the next couple slides will give you some more context in terms of how that compares to the current fee program. So this next slide summarizes these fees and compares them both to your current fee program, but also to the city of Hollister. Just a couple notes. You'll see for the current and for the draft fees, there is a high and a low fee shown. That is because, for a couple reasons. One, the storm drain fee is not charged countywide, so the storm drain fee would be in that high fee scenario. And also, another fee that we're not updating today, but is charged in your county, is your SBCOG traffic fee, and that varies by zone. So depending on where you're building in the county, that could add significant cost to the impact fees that you would be paying. So just wanted to point out those couple things. You can see there that the draft fees would be significantly less than the city of Hollister, but certainly an increase compared to where you are today. This next slide shows the same comparison, but for 10,000 square feet of retail. Again, the main driver and I'd say the big differentiator in terms of the fees would be the traffic fee. Again, we're not updating that today, but you can see how the comparison shakes out in this slide. And then finally, for the industrial prototype, we've prepared the same comparison. You can see the draft fees would be higher than the city of Hollister's, depending on where in the county you would be building for the traffic fee. And finally, just wanted to leave you with a couple policy options to consider as you potentially implement the fee program. Our study only identifies the maximum justified fee amounts. As a policy decision, you could always implement something lower than the maximum justified fee schedule. Some jurisdictions, as they update their fees, choose to phase in the fee increases over time. That's not something you have to do, but it's something that some jurisdictions choose to do. And then finally, you could reduce or exempt fees for certain land uses, particularly affordable housing, if that's a land use you would like to encourage in your county. And that's it for the presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Okay, before we come back to the board, let's go to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. Ms. Elia Salinas.
Hi. Okay, so I've been talking to Abraham about this for years, about when he was with the city about why the impact fees are so high, and it didn't matter whether it was an apartment or a house, the fees were going to be the same, which hinders building small affordable housing, apartments, condos, all that stuff. So I think this is great. There is the existing standard fee for facilities, and it broke down all these monies. And I'm going to do it for instance. There's money that goes to detention. I believe that's the jail. Is that to pay off the jail, the facility, or is that to help continue to run the cost of operating the jail? So that's a question. And then while you're considering this, also, if you're not aware, which you should be, I'm sure Supervisor Currow is aware of, the San Benito County Water District is implementing $11,000 or a $12,000 per house impact fee, and that's going to be regardless of the size. So I would hope that somehow you also be able to communicate with the San Benito County Water District, because this is for future water reserve, is to be able to also work with them with regards to lowering the impact fees based on square footage, so that it won't hinder doing apartments and condos and duplexes or whatever it is that we can do, because an additional $12,000 per household, regardless of size, is still $11,000 or $12,000, regardless of the size, which means that maybe we won't get those built. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any additional?
I have no further public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Who would like to go first?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Kosmicki.
Yeah, before I get into primary points, a couple areas to keep in mind, and I'm not sure how this works as far as adding more expenses to fee structures going forward, but we have talked about the prospect for some sort of hospital fee. And I also want to add to the table whether there's a potential for some sort of senior services facilities fee. We're badly in need of senior services in this community, and in San Juan in particular, they're looking at a San Juan Senior Center, so that's really why that came to mind. So this isn't going to be a commentary on the consultant. I know they're working with the numbers that they're working with. But, you know, just as a whole, I'm going to get into my reasons why in a second, but this report and these numbers, the end product that we're seeing, the recommended fees, are an absolute sham. What I'm seeing with residential fees in particular, and we've talked and since I've been on the board, and it's been a discussion for years, that these impact fees need to be increased for a number of needs that we have in this community, and we're essentially seeing about a 1.5% increase to residential impact fees, and that doesn't even come remotely close to covering inflation alone. So we're actually going backward here. The most important takeaway, this is going to be the third time I brought this up in a public setting. Last time we had a preliminary discussion about this report, I brought it up and everybody seemed to be flummoxed, as I still am, at the population growth projections that were provided by AMBAG that are basically some of the wackiest numbers I've seen in politics, whether I'm on the board or not. These numbers are appalling. They're absolutely backward from what they should be and what they actually will be. We are not going to see 75% growth in the unincorporated area over the next 21 years, whether you're pro-growth, slow growth, no growth. That is just fantasy land stuff. So the numbers that we're working with that essentially result in these fees are completely off. And we've got to scrap this and start all over, I'm sorry to say. This report and these residential development impact fees are not realistic, and they're essentially just pandering to the development community. So I'll get into the specifics here, but I brought this up before. When you see those numbers that were on there that said the city of Hollister is going to go from 42,000 to 45,000 residents in 21 years, the city of Hollister, where the growth is supposed to happen, where the infrastructure and services are, is going to grow by something like 0.2, if you use compounding, like 0.2% per year. But the unincorporated areas are going to go from 20,000 to 35,000, a 75% increase over 21 years. It makes absolutely no sense. And I don't know who was representing this board on AMBAG when these numbers were compiled, but something's way off and it needs to be looked at. So basically, what we're seeing, the numbers that were projected for the city of Hollister versus the county is absolutely the opposite of logic. It should be the reverse. I don't know exactly what it should be. Yeah, we're not going to grow at 0.2, even in the county where we're a farm area, we're not going to grow at 0.2%. I get that. I've pushed for 1% cap, but to have the city of Hollister projected at growing as 3,000 people over 21 years, and we're going to grow by 15,000 in the rural areas, nobody can make the argument that that makes any sense. It doesn't. So back to really where I'm getting at here. So the population projections, and we saw it in the formula, directly impact the fees that result from this study. And it's nowhere near the ballpark of where they should be. And I think when you look at the city of Hollister's fees and you do a simple comparison, and you look at the city of Hollister and the fact that their impact fees are 44 for a 2,000 square foot example, 44,400 versus basically about 32,900 under this recommendation, about a 35% lower fee in the county, which is basically incentivizing developers again to continue doing what they've been doing, which is build out all this sprawl in our community. They're going to want to develop in the county because they're going to have lower impact fees. They're going to have higher profits in doing so. So this is a huge, huge problem. Even when we looked at RENA, and we all kind of balked at this notion that we just basically, here, I'll move on. The entire outlook, though, the fee structure is wrong. It would be a travesty if this or anything that resembles this study's results is approved. We'd be repeating the same mistakes over and over and over again in this county. And I do think basically the fees basically going up by about $500 for single-family residential from $32,350 to $32,900. That was the 1.5%. That's what I was talking about. The fact that that was basically mind-blowing to me. And so beyond that, my conclusion here, not only should we not implement these less than maximum fees, or I don't even know what we're phasing out, because if we're phasing into this, then we're going to be going back. We're going to be charging less than what we currently do. So anyhow, basically there's no reason to phase these in over time other than to pander to developers. And as a whole, this is unacceptable, and I won't support this study or anything that uses illegitimate population numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Gonzalez, would you like to? No? Any comments? Supervisor Sotelo.
So I had concerns with, what public involvement did we have as we were considering this process? And I understood that there was one meeting, but I don't think there was enough public involvement. And I think this is a really important issue. And so I would love to see us move forward with some more community engagement and outreach, and, having the community look at some of these numbers. And when I saw the numbers of growth projection, I was taken back a little bit. I thought, oh, there must be a typo. It must be reversed. So very interesting there. I can't see, I look forward to, okay, what will it be like in 15, 20 years? I have a hard time believing that we're going to grow by 15,000 in the unincorporated area, and that the city of Hollister will only have about 3,000 growth. So it does seem a little faulted, but I would love to see more work done on this and more community engagement on it. So thank you.
Okay, before I comment,
Yeah.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, I just it's been said, but I just think the growth projections are just goofy. Doesn't make any sense. We obviously can't go through with these numbers because it's just totally whack. The numbers are just way off. And I think it's also worth noting again that, this puts us at like $10,000 less, more than $10,000 less per 2,000 square foot house than the city of Hollister, which is just absurd because, again, as Supervisor Kosmicki stated, we're just incentivizing bad growth, which is not what we want to be doing. So there's not much to say just because, like I said, we can't really go off of this just based on the numbers. But generally speaking, I would say I am not in favor of phasing things in either. I think we should just, once we get the correct numbers and the fees that we want, we should just implement them. And I have no problem reducing fees for ADUs. I think that's actually a really good thing to do. I think affordable housing ADUs, we use reduced fees. Other than that, I would support the maximum fees. Thanks.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
I'm just trying to kind of figure out where this is all going. I'm hearing words like shams and ridiculous, and are the numbers that you presented to us, Carlos, are those accurate numbers, and where did you come up with them? I just find it difficult to believe that you would present a sham report to us.
Yeah, so we got the numbers from the AMBAG 2022 Regional Growth Forecast. As I understand it, it was we actually met with AMBAG after we got the last comments that the numbers looked strange, and we went back and reviewed their projections. Basically, those projections were developed as part of the AMBAG process, so they were based on estimates of developable parcels and potential places where they could build. The one thing that I did adjust that was different in the AMBAG numbers is when we broke it down, the AMBAG projections were assuming a greater amount of persons per household in the unincorporated areas compared to the city of Hollister. So the one adjustment that I did make is I used their projections of dwelling units, but normalized the assumption of persons per household based on the latest estimates for the countywide estimates from the American Community Survey. So the dwelling unit projections came from AMBAG, and then I used the current estimate of persons per dwelling unit to come up with the household projections. So that's how I did adjust them. But yeah, all the base figures came from AMBAG, and came out of their planning process.
Now, this might not be a question that you can answer, but in comparison to what the city is charging currently and what your numbers are presenting, what's the correlation between the two? Can you answer that?
Yeah, so some of the fees that the city charged, well, there's a couple reasons why they're different. The city adopted the county's fees, and as I understand it, the city has been escalating the county's fees for inflation the whole time, so that's why their fees have sort of kept pace and the counties have not. But beyond that, for the county's fees, we went back to the drawing board, and really it's all of the assumptions in the study have been revisited for this update. So for example, when we looked at the cost of the plant facilities, those were all fresh numbers for this study, and we ran the math and of course ended up with the numbers that are in this document. Of course, if the projection is wrong, that to the other supervisor's point, that could affect the fees, right? If you're taking a fixed amount of cost and spreading it over more growth, you're going to end up with a lower cost per unit, and vice versa. So certainly for some of the fee categories, the study is sensitive to those growth projections. For some of the other fee categories, it is not. If we're using the existing facility standard, where it's the current level of service, the current cost per person that drives the fee calculation, then it's only the current population and the current value of your facilities that drives the fee calculation. We then use the growth projections to estimate the potential revenue. So that the potential revenue would differ. Obviously, if you have more growth, then you would generate more revenue in that situation. But yeah, so for about half the fee categories, the growth projections do make a difference in terms of the fee amount, and for the other half, it just makes a difference in terms of the resulting revenue.
And then going back to the fees amount with the city, I didn't know if you could comment on it, but I know that there was a ploy by certain city council members to quadruple the fees in order to stop growth. So if we're comparing those sham numbers, that's what I would like to point out to the public, is that the city did that intentionally to prevent development within the city boundaries. And so,
yeah, I can't comment on the city's motivations. I do know that everyone's fees are ultimately subject to the political process because they have to be adopted. So, the same process that we're going through right now is something the city had to consider whenever they updated their fees.
And to comment to Supervisor Sotelo's comment, how much public community outreach was involved with this?
I believe we held one webinar. I'm not certain how many folks attended. I'll let Dulce chime in on that.
We didn't have too many developers attend. It was a high number of staff who did attend on that one. And we also did present at the facilities committee, but also there wasn't, usually we don't have a lot of public attendance at those committee meetings either.
Okay, then I would be inclined to follow the suggestion of Supervisor Sotelo that we go back to the drawing board for additional numbers, and maybe double check your numbers to make sure whatever you're doing a comparison, just go back, because I don't want anyone to say that we are perpetrating a fraud or a sham over, to the public. I take issue with those words.
Anything
That's it.
else, Supervisor?
No, that's it.
Okay, any other comments before I?
Yeah, I had a question just on what Carlos said. You said AMBAG gets some of the numbers from what could, like all the potential parcels that could be developed, so whatever's zoned.
I believe so, yeah. And we met with a representative of AMBAG, and she shared with us her notes from the prior time that when they were putting together the projections. And that was my understanding. Yeah, they took a look at what was available on the ground. I do know that AMBAG is currently updating those projections again. I'm not sure when they'll be ready, but I think they're going through the process right now.
Right. Well, then I would just throw out that another thing to consider is that if there's going to be any rezoning with general plan updates, which the board and the planning commission showed support for, I think that should be considered as well. If that's going to be changing the potential parcels that could be developed, we definitely need to think about that, I think. That's all. Just throwing that out there.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Just a quick question to follow up. Is there another mechanism we could use outside of AMBAG's population projections, which I'm, with all due respect, this is not a knock on you at all. The numbers just, they don't add up at all. They're just, they don't make any sense.
So we are not tied to using any particular growth projection. We tend to like to use a third-party source so that, the study has that exterior validity, but we could certainly work with your planning department, develop assumptions in-house, use another source. For some jurisdictions, particularly if you haven't had a lot of recent or you don't trust, I don't want to say you don't trust, but the projections are suspect, we could use historical growth rates to estimate future growth rates. So there's plenty of options. I'm happy to discuss with your planning folks to see what might make sense in this situation as well.
Anything else? Good. Okay, good questions from the board. I'm not in agreement with AMBAG. I'm just not. And I think we need to find another way of getting data. And we have currently, I like Supervisor Zanger's comment about we're looking at the general plan amendments, but we're also looking at land use and what that's going to look like with the SALT grant and how that grant may impact some of the data that you're using. And I feel like we're kind of put the cart before the horse because we're going to have changes, then this data is all going to be obsolete. I do also agree with Supervisor Gonzalez on fees can be used to stop development. Well, I'm not a pro-development person in the sense of I don't want a whole bunch of more houses, but that's where the state is putting pressure on counties and cities. So we kind of have a little bit of an issue here. I do support using different data. I'm all about that. I have concerns with comparing to the city of Hollister. They've got problems because they used us and then inflated it with the COLAs for their increases, and they're having now trouble with developers even being able to afford to develop when they're trying to do affordable housing development or commercial to bring revenue into the community. So I feel like it's going to hurt us in economic, futures for our community. And one of the goals of the county is bringing in revenue. But if we do it this way, I think we're just opening another major issue. Also looking at the fees and methodology. How did we determine which methodologies were used for which impact fees? So you said you used specific ones for existing standards, and then you listed parks, road maintenance, fire, and IT, but then you did system plan, and you did government, general government, libraries, law enforcement, detention facilities, and general plan. So how do you determine which one you use?
Yeah, so it really came down to the amount of facility planning that the county had already done. So the system plan approach, that's where the level of service is going to increase based on the planned facilities, right? So if you, for example, for the general government, I believe there's a new government center plan that's going to be, more space, going to have more capacity. And because we had those facility plans, we could use that to say, hey, these are what the county's going to be pursuing, and we want new development to pay their fair share of that. For some of these other facilities, for example, parks, The fully fleshed out every last park that you want to build, that facility plan is not really out there. So we use the existing level of service to say, hey, we want new development to continue to contribute to maintain our service standards going forward. So it really came down to that facility planning. If there was robust planning and the different departments could identify particular facilities that they wanted to build, we use that system plan approach driven by those facility needs. And when there was less facility planning done, we simply are asking new development to contribute to maintaining that existing level of service under the existing standard.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That helps a lot. So it's already been discussed. There hasn't been enough public outreach in this. I think this is an area, learning from what we did with the Hazel Hawkins Hospital kind of working group, or whatever we want to call it, the workshop. I think we really need to get more impact from the community on this, but we also really need to be looking at how the general plan and where the data is coming from. I can't agree using the AMBAG numbers. I completely agree with Supervisor Kosmicki. This is just not, there's no way we can have that amount of growth, especially when we don't have water. We don't have the services. We don't have water, we don't have sewer, and now we have a PG&E problem. I really don't see this ever going where these numbers are estimating. So with that, I think it needs to go back and be relooked at with all these variables and having the planning department work with that. But it does also need to be vetted more with the community. Whether you believe in development or not believe in development, we need to hear the impacts of what may be happening in our community to be able to have real data. The phasing into the fees over time, I think it's been long overdue addressing these impact fees, so I'm not really a supporter of phasing over time. Once we get this dialed in and have data correct, I'm more of the mind of implementing it sooner than later. But I do want affordable housing, land use, and ADUs to be something that there's an exception, especially if we're trying to bring in outside affordable housing developers, and we're trying to entice them why we need affordable housing. And it may not be in the city right now, but if we can have that exception so that if it is annexed into the city, we've cut some sort of a deal to be able to have affordable housing. I think that could be very useful. I think I said everything I want to say. Is there anything any of the board members would like to add?
I had a question actually for
Supervisor?
you. Yeah, do you know, just in regards to the public comment, did the water board already vote on that new $11,000 fee?
I know that they were taking it to a vote. I don't know if it fully got adopted, but that per household, instead of square footage, with the new passage of that legislation, having it be by footage, I think we need to have a correspondent that goes to that. But no, I have not heard that they passed it. I know that they were still having discussions, is the last I heard.
Okay.
And there is some controversy on it.
That's the last I heard, too.
Yeah. So, but let's spark that conversation. I think it's a very valid point that we need to be talking about that. Any other comments? Is there any motion that someone would like to make, or how would you like to move forward with this? Right.
Yeah, there's two options there. You have one, to go ahead and adopt a resolution, or if desired, just provide staff direction. It sounds like you've already given us direction.
Enough?
If we're good with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so then we're going to close the public hearing, unless there's more comments. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. It's 2:12, and we're going to move on to the next public hearing, which is opening public hearing for adoption of resolution adopting annexation number 11 zone, tax zone 14, to annex property located in the future annexation area of the Community Facilities District 2018-1 into Facilities District 2018-1, approving the annexation of APN 022-120-005-000 and 022-130-002-000, include tax zone 14 and levying the special tax on the annexation property, authorizing and directing the clerk of the Board of Supervisors management agency staff to prepare and record an amendment notice of special tax listing the property added to the CFD and adopting a map of the newly annexed territory, and authorizing and directing the clerk of the board and resource management agency staff to record this map. Why do we have to read
Congratulations.
these all the way out? This is too much. Okay, take it away, Steve.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. So, we are currently on step 3 for a CFD annexation process for annexation number 11 into our county CFD 2018-1. And step 1 occurred in October of last year. The project was approved by the Planning Commission to take 2 parcels that were 562 acres and change and divide them into 3 lots. And the Planning Commission approved that application. So then at the beginning of this year, as part of the conditions of that project to move the project forward, the applicant then submitted their intent to approve the annexation and submitted that to the board, and the board approved that intent. And so now we're at step 3, which is a request for approval of annexation number 11, CFD, for the Brigantino D&D Family Trust, which is located at the corner of Santa Ana Road and Santa Ana Valley Road, excuse me, and John Smith Road. So essentially took 2 really large parcels and broke them into 3 slightly smaller parcels. And now, if this is approved by the board, those 3 parcels will be assessed an annual tax of just under $900 to provide emergency responder funding as well as admin at this county level, so that those services are of a negative fiscal impact to the county. And so that's where we are today with the chair's reading of the request for annexation. So.
Okay, we're going to bring it open to public comment, please.
If you would like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any comments from the board? Seeing no comments, is there a motion?
Move to approve as recommended.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So that's 5-0. Thank you so much, Steve. We're going to
Thank
close
you.
that public hearing at 2:16. Okay, so now we're going to open public hearing, and I am really sorry. I have been directed by legal that I have to do this. All right, legal?
I'll make a correct.
Oh, thank you. You said read the whole thing, so I take it literally. Okay, I'm going to try and summarize this one as best I can. We're going to open public hearing for item 3.3. This is, we're opening the public hearing at 2:16. This is to adopt a resolution approving annexation number 12 into Zone 15 and future annexation area district into CFD 2018-1. Also approving annexation of parcels into tax zone 15, levying special tax, and authorizing staff to record said maps.
Thank you, Chair. So real similar to the previous item. So, and this project is located south of Ridgemarks, south of Southside Road. I'll show you a map in a moment. Essentially, it's 2 parcels that equal just under 19 acres, and they're gonna, the applicant is gonna change the shape of those 2 parcels, and that project was submitted to the Planning Commission and approved in October of last year. Similarly, in January, the board adopted an intent to annex that property into our county CFD 2018 by the applicant, and so that goes to the 30-day minimum hearing, and now we're past 30 days to request approval. They're requesting approval for annexation number 12 CFD district for the Torquato Tract, and I'll show you an exhibit next. So this is off of Blossom Lane, and if you just go south of Ridgemark down to Southside Road, and there's a small road off of that called Blossom Lane, and it's essentially changing the shape of these 2 parcels. Also, the annual assessment will be just under $900 to provide county funding for emergency responders as well as county administration, so that these two parcels will have a negative fiscal impact on county services. So, thank you.
Okay, can we open it up to public comment, please?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Bring it back to the board. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion?
Move to approve per staff recommendation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0. Thank you, Steve. Closing public
Thank you.
hearing for 2.3. It is 2:19. Now we're going to open public hearing for item number 3.4. It is 2:19. This is from, let's see, am I on the right one? Yes, Sheriff Taylor. Hold public hearing on the implementation of a $250 daily use fee for the Sheriff's Training Center and adopt a resolution that and then that shall not increase the fee above $350 per day without further board approval. Hi, Sheriff.
Hello, thank you, Madam Chair. If you could read that again, I'd appreciate it.
Let's not.
So what we're looking to do is, our range is one of the last outdoor ranges in this area, and although, you know, we're not resource rich here in this county, as we've all discussed for a while, so we lean on our partners in public safety quite a bit for help. And one of the ways that we're able to give back to them is to afford them a place to train. Of course, we also use it for ourselves. But over the years, through neglect, it's really starting to fall into disrepair. So we have an annual meeting with everybody that uses the range, and the questions come up quite a few times as to why are we not charging other municipalities, the federal government, to use our range. It's the norm in the industry. $250 for a day use of our range is not out of a reasonable thing to ask. So what we're looking to do is to have this approved so we can start getting some money into the coffers, so we can offset maintenance costs and not have to use the general fund to maintain the range with the ongoing maintenance that we need, and any repairs to the building, and just make it a nicer facility. Clearly, the other agencies that use it benefits them as well to pay this money, because it'll go straight back into the range for upgrades and maintenance. And so we're just looking to make our training center a little bit nicer without having an impact on the general fund, and figure if people are using it, they should pay for it.
Thank you. Let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And Elias.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I would like to know whether this fee of $250 is actually going to cover it, and should there be a reserve? I would like to actually have the Sheriff's Department charge more. The facility, the municipalities that are using this facility do not have an outdoor range. It's something unique, although there is one at Metcalf. I don't know if Monterey County still has theirs, but I think if you have something unique and somebody needs to use it, it costs money to keep it up and uptake. And I don't know when's the last time anybody did anything to that to upgrade it. I haven't been there in decades, honestly, myself. So I would like to see a higher fee, if at all possible. Not a moneymaker, but enough to pay for the coverage of maintenance and have something in reserve if something happens. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional?
No additional public comment.
Bringing it back to the board. Any comments? Seeing none.
Actually,
I have a question. Some of the numbers, I want, first of all, I really appreciate you taking into consideration not utilizing the general fund for this and coming up with kind of a creative way. But I was a little bit concerned, are we charging enough? I mean, were those realistic numbers that were put together? They seem a little slim. Like, will it really only cost that much? Like, I think it was $25,000 to do the every 10-year cleanup of the lead and the different things. Is there sufficient funding? If you're confident that it is, I'm good moving forward. I just wanted to make sure that we're not selling ourselves short.
I appreciate that. So Commander Lobdell did his own study and called around to a bunch of the different ranges and tried to see like what a fee is charged in this area. And so we felt it was a fair amount to ask? Should we ask for more? We could ask for more. I'm sure that they would pay for more, but we were trying to do it to where this was a jumping off point. Let's see how it goes, see how much, we did some projections, at least it should help in the short term, but there's gonna be some significant things that need to be done out there that are gonna cost a significant amount of money. So that's why we kind of built in there maybe an increase of another $100 just to cover that. So again, we're open to whatever. We were told that this has been denied in years past. I felt comfortable with this board that if we were looking to bring revenue in from other municipalities that use our facilities, that you would be supportive of that. I just don't understand why we wouldn't do this, especially when it's the people using the range that are asking, like, why are we not doing this? And it really piqued our interest of why we don't know why we weren't doing it. But we can come back to this board with a higher number if you want, or we can use this as a jumping off point and see how it goes, see what kind of money it's bringing in. But I also appreciate what Ellie was saying, is that there are going to be things down the road that we really do need to invest. And we want it to be more than just a place to go for us to do our firearms training. We want to put in for arrest control, our taser training. We want to really make it more into a modern training center. The city of Hollister built a really nice fire training tower out by the sewer treatment plant. It's out of metal containers. It's phenomenal, and it was not super expensive. So in the future, we'd like to do something like that, and we're just trying to figure out a way to generate some revenue to make it nicer without coming and asking you for more.
Thank you. I
Supervisor
appreciate
Gonzalez?
the response.
May I suggest then maybe we split the difference between the $250 you're asking for and the $350 that your maximum, and so maybe charge them $300 with a $100 difference for an increase. So charge $300, and then maybe go to the not to exceed $400. But what I wanted to ask you about this is, when your partners come in and meet, do they meet there at the sheriff's office first, or do they go straight to the shooting range?
Somebody has to go to our jail facility to pick up a key and sign the log so we know who's using it. And we have some other rules we built in for the neighbors in the area. They have to recover a flag that they put up and make sure that the gates are locked when they're in there. So there's a system of things that they need to do, but it starts at our jail facility. They don't all meet there. They usually meet up in that parking lot. Matter of fact, I went over there the other day and looked like half of the United States military was there. It was in that parking lot.
Well, I think that's what I was kind of getting with the parking, because I know this is this specific one, but when you have your training sessions there at your sheriff's office, parking is a significant issue for our employees. So I was just wondering if you can maybe designate, when you do a training facility there near your office and the RMA, if we can get your participants to park outside of the designated parking, park on the street. There's a lot of public parking space there.
Absolutely. So, and then just for this one, this is specifically on our property off of Highway 25
Right.
of the range, and there is ample parking there. I believe it's state property, but we use it for parking, and we can also park down inside the range as well.
Okay. Well, when you do your facility training at your office, please, because our employees are calling that there's no place to park when they go to work.
Right.
And I'm trying to be mindful of the employees. And at the same time, I would like you to increase your revenue at the same time. So maybe start at 300 as opposed to 250.
Okay, I'm going to make a comment real quick before we bring it back for a motion. So when you're looking at the cost, because I thought the cost also was very low, are we taking into account the staff time of what they're doing? So we're accounting for staff time in the fee so that is being covered, because that's one of the things that we can't make money. We are a government entity, but we have costs, and ensuring that we're putting all of our costs and our impact fees, no pun, included in this. I would just want to make sure that that's being done, but also looking at the future environmental issue that's going to have to happen, and ensuring that contingency fund is looking at what the cleanup is going to be when that is either redone or refurbished, or because the fee, I've just, from talking to people that go to shooting ranges like this, there's a whole environmental process of getting bullets out of the side of hills, and that isn't necessarily just a backhoe. So just some
so
thoughts.
that's one of the things we're looking at. There is a very significant process of cleanup that it's going to have to happen out there at some point. I'm not sure that this revenue would
be adequate to cover that at this point. We're gonna have to look at that and get some estimates to see what we need to do to mitigate any of this the old stuff that's out there. So all the new stuff is lead-free. It's not environmentally, there's not the impact that the old stuff used to have. So, but yeah, so we did account for the time of our staff that goes out there, our correctional officers and our deputy sheriffs. It was very generous of RMA to start having our own county maintenance staff go out there and help us with the maintenance. Prior to this, it was just our staff going out there on their own time, not even just on their own personal time to maintain that range, because it was in pretty bad shape. So we're really grateful that our staff has done that. But yes, we did include their rate, for an hourly rate for them to be out there doing maintenance, and then also for RMA to be doing maintenance out there.
Plus benefits.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, we did it at an overtime rate, actually.
Okay. Okay, just making sure, just always making sure. Let's bring it back to the board. Is there a motion that someone would like to propose?
I'd like to move to approve that we go ahead and approve the daily use fee, but I would like to start it at 300 as opposed to 250.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Oh, you can have it.
Well, I'll second it, but can I?
You can
make
keep
a com-
talking now that you seconded.
Well, I just would like to, I'm okay with the increased fee, but I would like to give the sheriff kind of the flexibility. I think he knows the other agencies that he'll be working with, and I think allowing him some flexibility rather than us just saying it's 300, but I think giving him a range I think is helpful. And, you know, so are you saying 300 with a maximum now of 400? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So I'm good with that.
Okay, any additional comments? Nope. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any against? 5-0. Thank you, Sheriff
all.
Taylor.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to close that public hearing. It's 2:30. We're going to move on to item number 3.5. 3.5, we're going to open the public hearing at 2:31, and we're going to hold a public hearing to consider an adoption of a non-exclusive franchise hauler permit fee, adopt the resolution and the fee, and with authorizing integrated waste to make non-substantive changes to the permit. Go for it.
Good afternoon. Hello again. This item is in relation to the recent ordinance amending the county's solid waste regulations, Chapter 15, pertaining to non-exclusive franchise solid waste collection. The proposed hauling permit ordinance adopted today on consent will enable the county staff to administer a new hauling permit system, transitioning away from our current agreement system. For the continued oversight of countywide collection of garbage, recyclables, organics material, and construction demolition. The new permit system necessitates a permit application fee to cover staff time.
Can we just stop the chat in the back? Sorry, I want to have our full attention. Thank you, Sheriff Taylor.
Thank you.
Keep going. Sorry about that.
The new permit system necessitates a permit application fee to cover staff time that is required for the administration of the new permits. For this reason, we requested R3 Consulting to conduct a fee nexus study, and the study is attached to the staff report. Per the fee study, the total annual fee that was, it's $2,640 and includes our staff time to receive and process the permit application, assist the hauler with their inquiries, evaluate quarterly and annual reports, and complete required state annual reporting, assist customers with their inquiries as well related to their hauler service. So attached to the staff report is also the permit application, which includes the mini SB 1383 requirements placed on haulers related to collection containers, customer education and outreach requirements, and most importantly, what we're needing for our annual state reporting, which is the hauler's requirement to report customer subscription data. It is our staff recommendation today that the board open up the hearing for public comment and adopt the non-exclusive franchise hauler permit and the permit fee by resolution, and authorize Integrated Waste Manager, myself, to make non-substantive changes to the permit. After public comment, I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have related to the fee study or the permit, and we also have Rose Radford with R3 Consulting on the line as well.
Thank you so much. Let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, with no public comment, bring it back to the board. Any questions, comments?
I just would like to make a comment.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
I just want to say thank you, Selena, for doing what you're doing, because you're providing the service and collecting the fees to basically pay for the services that you guys do as a department. And so I thank you for doing that and for looking forward and keeping an open mind on what you're doing. And so I can't say thank you enough for that, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's it.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you, Selena. Do you have an idea, or can you anticipate how many of the hauler permits will be?
So we have, I think, seven to eight active haulers right now. And with these changes, we're hopeful that they will continue operating in San Benito County. But because of what we've seen in other counties and cities adopting similar requirements, based on the boundaries, they might not find it feasible to conduct business anymore in San Benito. And so we'll be working with the haulers to try to overcome any obstacles and concerns that they have and assist them with the changes. But these requirements are state required.
And so currently, right now, like, they wouldn't have to pay, what is it, essentially kind of free right now? And so now they'll go to this annual fee of the $2,640?
So the haulers are paying franchise fees right now, and it's 5% based on the gross revenue that they make within the unincorporated county. The city of Hollister, San Juan Bautista has slightly higher franchise fees at 10% for residential, 15% for commercial. And so those will stay the same. These are similar fee amounts that our exclusive hauler, Recology, is paying. But in addition, they would pay this annual fee so that we can review the permit and the reporting that they're doing on a quarterly basis.
Okay, so they'll still pay the existing,
Yes.
this is in addition to that. And have we had a lot of communication with the haulers and conversations about kind
Yes.
of this fee and this change and?
Yes, Catherine Ramirez has been our staff analyst who's here today. She's been actively emailing and mailing the hauler companies of these changes, inviting them to the public hearings. And we've been talking about this for about 2 years now with our Integrated Waste Local Task Force, which Supervisor Gonzalez sits on as a county representative. And so those are all public meetings, and we've invited the haulers to those conversations.
Have we gotten any feedback from the haulers, or have they participated at all?
The
Just out of curiosity, because something like this then passes, and then it's like, oh, well, you guys didn't talk to the haulers at all. So I'd rather ask the question now and see, so that I know we did contact them and they just didn't respond or whatever.
Yeah, Recology, who is our exclusive hauler, but also a non-exclusive hauler providing roll-off service within the unincorporated county and the cities. They have attended the meetings. They haven't provided much feedback. RJR Recycling, which is a local hauler in San Benito County, has provided, they've been notified, they've had inquiries, but nothing of concern at this time. But we will be doing
So none that are saying you're putting them out of business with this $2,600 charge?
No.
Okay,
No.
all right, thank you.
Okay, any other comments? No? Okay, is there a motion? I thank you for what you do. I'm not gonna add anything.
Thank you.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
For staff recommendation, of course.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So that's 5-0. Thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna close public hearing for 3.5. It is 2:37. We're gonna open public hearing for 3.6 at 2:37. And this is adopt resolution to deny the appeal of the Planning Commission file of the Planning Commissioner's decision on January 17th, said regards to minor subdivision, tentative parcel map at 120 Enterprise Road. I'm gonna let you do the presentation and we'll go from there.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Jonathan Olivas. I'm Assistant Planner with San Benito County, and I will be presenting County Planning File PLN 240009, an appeal for Robert Garcia. All right, so the project site is located at 120 Enterprise Road, which is approximately 2.5 miles southeast of downtown Hollister. The site is adjacent to approved subdivisions such as Vista del Calabria, Sunnyside Estates, and Bennett Ranch. This slide is for context to show the Enterprise Road, which is facing north from the project site, and this is also part of the area of the dispute that you'll hear about later. For some more visual context, this is Vista del Calabria, looking to the east of the project site, directly adjacent. Let's see. And then on January 17th, 2024, the Planning Commission of San Benito County heard County Planning File PLN 23006, which is a minor subdivision, 120 Enterprise Road. This minor subdivision proposed to subdivide an existing 7.15 acre parcel into 3 lots of 2.5 acres, 2.5 acres, and 2.51 acres. On January 17th, 2024, they approved minor subdivision PLN 23006 at that meeting. And this was approved with the following modifications to the approval. The condition 19 water service, this condition originally directed that all 3 parcels be served by Sunny Slope County Water District. This condition was changed by the Planning Commission so that parcel 1 would remain on the existing well until development occurs, and parcels 2 and 3 will be required to take Sunny Slope water. Condition 20, other water service, this condition was originally allowed for the applicant to use Sunny Slope water or an existing well. This condition was removed by the Planning Commission. Condition 22, the improvement agreement. This condition originally required the applicant to pave half of the road along the applicant's frontage. This condition was changed to the full width of the road with sidewalk, curb, gutter, and buried utilities along the applicant's frontage only and just on their side of the road. No other conditions of approval were eliminated or changed. Okay. And on January 29th, 2024, the appellant filed an appeal alleging the following errors were made, and the assertions were as follows. Appellant contests conditions 22 and 23 of the conditions of approval, arguing they exceed the subdivision scope and legal mandates. They assert neighboring undeveloped property should bear its own frontage improvement costs. And additionally, the appellant raises concern over a lack of consideration for potential future reimbursement for their improvements. The appellant also contests conditions 19 and 20, and saying they contradict Sunny Slope Water District's recommendation, alleging bias from neighbor comments regarding a private well agreement. They argue the well agreement was unsubmitted for review, and it falls outside of the Planning Commission purview, and the appellant deems limiting well usage to the existing dwellings as punitive. So the staff analysis on the road improvements. On the applicant's assertions that the changes to condition 22 by the Planning Commission particularly required the improvement of the full width of Enterprise Road is not in keeping with the county ordinances and the subdivision map act 66411.1, and that no discussion of reimbursement occurred. County Code 23.17.003 required improvements, mandates frontage improvements for each lot, encompassing street structural sections, curbs, sidewalks, driveway approaches, and transitions. Planning Commission Resolution 2024-03 directed the required frontage improvement of the full width of the 40-foot AC on 42-foot roadbed, which complies with the above code requirement. County Code 23.29.001, which is the standards for road widths and improvements per lot size and road classification per the general plan circulation element. Enterprise Road is a local road according to the general plan circulation element, figure 6.2. The Planning Commission Resolution 2024-03 mandated improvement of the full width of the road to the local road specification in the above code. County Code 23.07.006, the Planning Commission action, grants the Planning Commission authority to modify conditions specified in the Planning Department's report, allowing for the addition of extra requirements. This includes specifying that all development fees must be paid by the subdivider upon application. The mandate for improvement to the full width of the road instead of the staff recommendation to improvement to half of the width is permissible under 23.07.006, Planning Commission action. 23.07.006 also addresses the appellant's assertion that the compensation for their improvements should have been discussed. The above code allows Planning Commission to put fees for improvements onto the developer or subdivider. 23.17.003 required improvements allows for the requirement of construction of on and off-site improvements for subdivisions of 4 or fewer parcels, and just must be noted on the parcel map, or that there a certificate of waiver of the parcel map requirement. Planning Commission Resolution 2024-03 is in compliance with that code, which allows for the Planning Commission to require on and off-site improvements for minor subdivisions. General Plan Circulation Element C-1.9 expects that the county mandates applications for projects along planned road improvements, dedicate right-of-way, or undertake construction according to the circulation diagram as conditioned for the project approval. This requirement applies when a clear connection exists between the proposed project and the dedication or construction, and when it is proportionate to the project's impacts. The Planning Commission's modification of conditions 22 is in compliance with C-19, dedications of right-of-way, and the Planning Commission per 23.07.006 has the right to implement changes and/or modifications to the conditions of approval for on or off-site improvements. During the regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting of the Planning Commission, they determined that the paving of the full width of Enterprise Road is proportionate to the project's impact. State Government Code 66411.1, Parts A through B of the Subdivision Map Act, allows for local regulations such as requirements of dedication of rights-of-way and easements, and goes on to specify that fulfillment of construction requirements may be deferred until the issuance of development permits, unless necessary for public health and safety or orderly development of the surrounding area, in which case fulfillment may be required prior to permit issuance. The Planning Commission's recommendations are in compliance with State Government Code Section 66411.1, Parts A through B of the Subdivision Map Act, as the local laws and ordinance have been written and adopted in compliance with state law. The Planning Commission's actions are additionally compliant under Local Code Section 23.07.006, which grants the Planning Commission discretion as stated earlier. The appellant contests condition 23 pertaining to the seismic study zone. We believe this to be an error on the appellant's part, as that has no bearing on any of the road improvements, which was the main focus of their alleged error. Okay. And on the applicant's assertion that the undeveloped property across the road is being currently undeveloped, will be responsible for its own frontage upon development, and that no consideration was given to possible future reimbursement if improvements were done at this time. Under County Code 23.07.006, Planning Commission has the authority to modify conditions and also allowing for extra requirements. This includes specifying that all development fees must be paid by the subdivider upon application. The Planning Commission's decision to modify Condition 22 to state the full width of the road is with no reimbursement from the county is in compliance per the above code. As far as the water service condition, the appellant's assertion that Planning Commission's alterations to 19 and 20, conditions 19 and 20 contradict the Sunny Slope County Water District's recommendation and were influenced by comments from the neighbor with the unreviewed well agreement falling outside of the Planning Commission's purview. Additionally, the perceived punitive nature of the reducing the well's usage solely to the current dwelling is highlighted. The appellant's assertion that the Planning Commission changed the original Sunny Slope Water District condition of approval is correct. In the course of making their decision, the Planning Commission heard about the unreviewed well agreement and the neighbor's comments. And the appellant's assertion on this is also correct. The comments by the neighbor were part of the public comment and thusly part of the official record of the meeting. The Planning Commission is thusly required to hear all public comment and consider them by law. The appellant's assertion that the well agreement is beyond the purview of the Planning Commission is correct. This is a private agreement and a civil matter. This matter should be resolved between the relevant parties involved. The Planning Commission acted in accordance as well with County Code 23.07.006, Planning Commission action, which grants the Planning Commission authority to modify conditions specified in the Planning Department's report and allows the Planning Commission to modify Sunny Slope Water's original recommendation.
Keep going.
Staff recommends to adopt the resolution to deny appeal of PLN 24009, uphold all conditions of PLN 23006 as approved by the Planning Commission on January 17th, 2024. Thank you, and any questions?
Before we go to questions, let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, I have Carson Clower.
Good afternoon. I'm Carson Clower with K2 Solutions. I'm here on behalf of the adjoining property owner, Mr. Johnson. Our comments are going to be in reference to conditions 19 and 20. On the Sunny Slope letter dated January 8th, it notes if another water source is available for these lots, Sunny Slope County Water District will defer to the alternate water source. In the well agreement signed by the previous property owner that for the subject parcels and Mr. Johnson, dated March 6, 2017, item number 3, use of water, says the water procured from the well pump and tank described above shall be used by the parties hereto solely for the benefit of the parcels of real property described in paragraphs A and B above and for no other, this referencing Mr. Johnson and Mr. Garcia's properties. It further goes on that nothing in this agreement shall prevent any party from distributing water to a future household established on either parcel described above, so long as the future household is permitted by existing zoning regulations and is not on a newly created parcel. Your staff report goes on to say, this modification is not in compliance with the Sunny Slope County Water District nor state or regional water board recommendations. The state and regional plan, along with Sunny Slope, recommend this project to connect to public water and preferably sewer, aligning with the regional water board's direction. Therefore, it is our position that we request that the board deny the appeal as put forward by staff at a minimum, or adjust the Planning Commission's condition to require the applicant hook up to Sunny Slope County Water District for all 3 parcels and abandon the applicant's share and use of the existing well. It is Mr. Johnson's intent to eventually annex into the city and develop using city sewer and Sunny Slope County Water District water. Both Mr. Johnson's and Mr. Garcia's parcels are likely going to be in the new sphere of influence as being drafted under the general plan update for the City of Hollister. If you have any questions, I'm here. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your comments.
And in chambers, Elias Salinas.
Good afternoon. I completely understand why the Planning Commission decision is as it is. They're trying to clean up what has occurred in the past. The past commissioners, planning, and then the supervisors did not require the developments that are out there on Southside Road to fix the roads. There's the development next to Mr. Garcia's on Enterprise Road, and all they did was do the sidewalk up to the property line. If they knew, the Planning Commission has known, and the supervisors at the time knew, that the developments was going to occur out there, then that development on Enterprise actually should have done the road, because those houses, the large amount of houses that are there on Enterprise Road that are going to be built, are the main use of Enterprise Road. So that developer should have done Enterprise Road. That developer plus the 2 on Southside Road should have also been required to develop and upgrade Southside Road for all that high traffic. And they didn't. They just did a little portion. And now this gentleman is being required to do what they didn't do, parts of it. My heart goes out to Mr. Garcia, but I completely understand what the Planning Commission is trying to do. But now to have David and allow Goliath to get away with all that, and Goliath had more money than Mr. Garcia to do all these improvements. Mr. Garcia has 3/4 of the well, and I understand that there's an agreement, but there's also can be, with Mr. Johnson and Mr. Garcia, a civil agreement between themselves, regardless of the 2017, it could be upgraded, so that they could actually, the parcel could have water without having to be hooked up. The Planning Commission is doing the right thing to try to straighten everything out, But I find it very difficult to have Mr. Garcia has to pay for what the fault or the lack of the projects that were out there were not forced to have to do what now everyone else is having to do. And Mr. Garcia is going to be out of pocket a lot of money to proceed on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I have no further public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Do we have any comments? Any questions? Supervisor Gonzalez.
Madam Chair, you should give the appellant an opportunity to
Oh,
speak.
yes, absolutely. Sorry about that. And then do I need to disclose that I actually spoke with the applicant? They called me. Do I have to disclose that?
Sure, you should, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm disclosing. I talked to the applicant. They called me and I said it was going to go through the process. So that's about all that was said.
Fair enough, yeah.
Okay.
So, and Mr. Garcia is here. So,
Would you like
Would you like to come up, Mr. Garcia?
And Ann Hall was supposed to be here. I don't know where she's at.
Oh, she's on her way? Okay, we're not going to be able to wait. Would you like to make a few comments? Well, you have 3 minutes, and she may show up while you're making your comments.
Hi, my name is Roberto Garcia. Just trying to subdivide this property, not for sale, just having it for my 2 kids. I don't think I should be able have to pay for that whole road and go for those 5 poles that are up there. That's over $500,000. I don't have that money. I'm a farmer. Like I said, I'm just trying to subdivide for my family. I guess that's it. I don't have anything else to say.
Thank you for your comments. And we can bring it back to the board. If she does come in, I can let her speak.
And I'll stop when she comes in.
Okay.
So I was a little bit puzzled as to when I started hearing some of the various stories. And I too talked to Mr. Garcia. I also talked with his neighbor, Mr. Johnson. I talked to Ann Hall. I talked to Commissioner Gibson too, because I wanted to know what is going on. What is the issue? And I'm in a quandary in that having a background in law, you know that anything pertaining to the land, it runs with the land. So when the land is sold, the conditions then follow with the new owner. And so when Mr. Garcia picked up this piece of property, there were conditions in which he had to do in order to, if he was going to ever develop. And there was a water agreement also between the 2 neighbors. And so I have talked to both parties about the water. And so what I see is the unfairness. I'll use the analogy of Elia about David and Goliath. There have been 442 homes that have been built in that area, but none of those developments were held accountable to fix the road or underground the wires. Now, the county has a $3 million Rule 20 money budget there, $3 million that the county can use to underground those wires. And I drove out there to the site and I took pictures of the site, and there's a significantly large transformer right on the corner of Southside and Enterprise. And I can see that once that one goes, that's going to affect almost all the properties that are out there. So I can't see the county throwing the book at this one gentleman who's going to subdivide his property into 3 parcels where we had hundreds and hundreds of parcels out there, and we didn't hold them accountable for that. So the balance of justice it's not kind of, balancing for me. I understand, as I said, conditions run with the land. When you purchased the land, you knew that those were the conditions. I guess maybe you didn't realize the significant value there was going to be, or cost there was going to be to you, but conditions run with the land. So I would suggest, in order, if we're going to reverse this at all, this ruling, that we would look at the Sunny Slope water recommendations and look at those and not honor the ones that the Planning Commission is suggesting. 2, that we only force him to do half of the road and not the entire road, because the other half of the road, when it gets developed, they would have the same obligation to put the road and the curbs in. And I'm going to stop talking, and if you want to come up and represent your client.
Yep. We're going to continue public comment. Thank you for rushing over here.
I apologize. I was watching the feed, but I must have hit something and it was behind. So, give me 1 second.
Take a breath. Take a moment. Would you like some water? Yeah. Why don't you keep going for a second there,
Okay.
B?
So what I was just
hang
trying
on
to
there.
say is the unfairness of the county granted the planning commission is trying to rectify the wrongs of the past because we had not been consistent. We had been consistently inconsistent is what we had been. And so I commend the planning commission on trying to fix the wrongs of the past. It's just not fair for this one gentleman to bear the responsibility and the cost of fixing the errors that were made in the past. Like I said, $500,000. And if we are going to force him to do that, I would defer to the Rule 20 monies that are there, $3 million for municipalities to help them underground the wires. That's pretty much it.
Okay, so we'll go back to public comment and then bring it back to the board. You're on, Ann.
Okay. So as stated in the staff report, this appeal covers two main areas. However, I do want to clarify, we were not appealing condition 23, which has to do with the seismic. There was a change in numbering between the planning commission and the revised conditions. So we are appealing conditions 19, 20, and 23, which was previously 22. So conditions 19 and 20 have to do with the source of water. The property currently has 2 manufactured homes that are served by a shared well on the neighbor's property. This is a private well. There is a private well agreement in place with the neighbor. Sunny Slope County Water District does cover this area and typically requires properties to hook up to their system. But when Sunny Slope reviewed the project, they took the scope of the project, the size of it, into account and crafted conditions that would allow an alternative water source, in this case the well, to be used until either a state small water system would be required or on further subdivision. In either of those cases, they would be required to hook up to Sunny Slope. So this condition gives the option to either use the well or hook up to Sunny Slope for the purposes of this 3-lot subdivision. The neighbor's representative spoke at the meeting. They did not want the well to be used for the subdivision. They discussed the well agreement, but the well agreement itself was not part of what the planning commission had to review. It's a private well agreement, and typically that's not something the planning commission covers. My reading of the well agreement is there are conflicting statements in it about subdivision, but it's also outside my expertise. If this is something to be pursued, it would probably be through a private attorney. And in my opinion, since the conditions gave options of either using the well or hooking up, it wasn't really germane to the approval of the subdivision. However, the planning commission chose to take that well agreement into consideration and change the conditions to require that parcel 2 and 3 hook up to Sunny Slope upon subdivision. And unlike what's stated in your staff report, this actually takes away something he currently has, because parcel 2 has a manufactured home on it currently using the well, and these conditions say on subdivision it would have to hook to Sunny Slope, whereas the one I'm in, parcel 1 would not. So that would be a lessening of the current use. Given all that information, our position is that the well agreement's outside the purview of the planning commission, and we would request the original conditions as crafted by Sunny Slope County Water District be reinstated. So then condition 22 talks about required road improvements. A typical obligation of any subdivision is their frontage being defined from center line to their property line. All subdivisions are tasked with this. However, it's relatively common for minor subdivisions, 4 or less, to ask to get this deferred or waived. And I would say in a lot of cases that does happen. In fact, this parcel is a result of a previous minor subdivision, which did get a deferred improvement agreement. So when my client first came to me, I advised him he would probably have to do the road improvements because there already was a previous deferred agreement.
I'm going to give you 30 more seconds.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, because you're done on your time. I'm going to give you 30 seconds just because it is the appeal, and I'd like to hear. Oh, Sean.
Actually, because this is quasi.
She can keep going?
She can go for as long as you would like, because
Well,
she is,
great.
she
Thank
is
you,
representing
Sean.
the
'Cause I'm like, I want to hear where she's going with this, so
Yeah.
keep going. Thank you.
Okay.
No timer right now.
Thank you. So we're anticipating having to do the frontage improvements. However, I want to point out the county has allowed 4 major subdivisions in this immediate area in the past 7 years, resulting in over 440 homes between Sunnyside Estates, the Fay Bennett Ranch, and a couple others. And they were only conditioned to do half road improvements, frontage improvements in front of their property. I understand some people feel this was too lenient, given the scope of those subdivisions. And there's an argument to be had there. However, that's not my client. He didn't make that decision. He wasn't party to that. And he seems to be, there's an effort to make up from that, but I'm not sure his project is, an equivalent project to something that creates anywhere from 80 to 200 homes. He can add a maximum of 4 residents, and that includes ADUs, to the property. So that's a total of potentially 4 more residences on this road. So I think that is not in proportion to the improvements he's being asked to do. In particular, the requirement to underground electrical poles is very expensive. And when you price it over 3 parcels instead of over 80 parcels, that becomes something that has the potential to actually kill the subdivision from even going forward, the price of undergrounding. So the staff report states that the Planning Commission has authority to add conditions, and then what they did is within their authority. I'm not necessarily arguing that. What my question is even though they can, should this additional conditions be added to such a small subdivision? The applicant is prepared to widen the road, add the curb gutter and sidewalk on his side of the road. This was known going in. The other half of the road was an unexpected addition, and the requirement to underground, he has talked to PG&E about the cost of undergrounding the 5 poles that are on his property. Unfortunately, that will probably prevent this subdivision from going forward. I want to point out that based on the current location of the poles, he can widen the road, build the curb gutter and sidewalk without having to move the poles. They will end up behind the sidewalk, but in the county right away, if they were allowed to remain. It wouldn't affect his requirement to do the frontage improvements themselves. Looking at the bigger picture, at least from 2015, when Sunnyside Estates was starting their review process, there's been multiple changes to county staff. There's been some changes in opinions on things. I've talked to several public works directors about this area because you could kind of see what was coming. You had the large developable properties, but there were about 4 small properties right around this intersection of Enterprise and Southside that are being left to the end to absorb particularly the PG&E undergrounding and some road widening, that they're not in a position to fund. This intersection is used by the 440 plus new homes, and those developers did not contribute to anything on this intersection. I'm not criticizing current staff or the current planning commission. They're not the ones that made these decisions. So I'm not, and I understand the desire to deal with some of the road issues that are going on here. I just don't feel it's in proportion to the project that was being presented. But that's kind of an editorial comment. Back to the appeal at hand, I would request that the board take the scope of project into consideration, reinstate conditions 19 and 20 as recommended by Sunny Slope, and I would also ask that you change condition 23 to exclude the PG&E undergrounding and limit the improvements to the property frontage, similar to the other large subdivisions, rather than the whole road. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
The 22 or 23 you mentioned at the end?
Let's see, on the.
Listed as 22, but it actually is 23, is that correct? Yeah, I thought that was right. Yeah. So
Yeah,
when you
it's
say
now
22, you're
22.
really meaning 23. And when
Right.
you say 23, that's really what it should have been. Yep, I'm getting the nod. It's 23.
22 on the revised one, it was
Yeah.
23 on the original ones.
I was following, so thank you so much. I'm going to bring it back. Do we have any other public comment before I close public comment? Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board.
kind of got cut off at the Rule 20 aspect, and it's not the Condition 20, but Rule 20, and the $3 million. What is the likelihood that since this property, that and then the other portion of the subdivision might be within the sphere of influence within the city sphere and eligible for potential development, then what is the likelihood that we can get the city to help us with the undergrounding all of the lines? Because right now, they're gonna pose us a hazard for us as county property, but once it's annexed in, then it's gonna be a city property that we neglected to handle when it was county property. So what do you propose to do with that?
Good question. Thank you, Supervisor Gonzalez. So as Carson indicated, the properties are being looked at with the initiation of pre-zoning. Essentially, that's the very first step that the developer takes to start the pre-zone for annexation application. So that is a process. First of all, the city would have to determine whether or not this is a place where they want to grow and potentially bring in, expand the sphere of influence and annex. And so the very first step would be whether or not they would approve the initiation. And that, I'm not sure if they've done already, Carson, no. So they're in the process of doing that. If the city then determines that, yeah, this is where we want to go ahead and approve the initiation, then that gives the applicant basically the okay to start the environmental process, working with planning staff to start the CEQA process. And so then pending the CEQA process and taking all of that, all of the requirements per the initiation, then what goes before the city of Hollister is the pre-zone. And after the pre-zone, then it goes to LAFCO for annexation. So pending all of that happens, Supervisor Gonzalez, and it is annexed, then at that point, pending a proposal for development on any of these parcels, it is typically a standard condition that as a condition of approval for a development, that the property owner then does the frontage improvements as Anna was alluding to as well, including sidewalk, curb, gutter, undergrounding of existing overhead utilities. So that is basically a requirement that the city would have or the jurisdiction would have for the property owner. In that case, by that time, the property owner is already working with a developer, and the developer usually already expects that to occur. So it would be basically on the developer to do the undergrounding and the frontage improvements.
So then if we were going to require the current owner, Mr. Garcia, to do that, it would be disproportional and kind of premature, especially since the city's general plan is expected within the next 6-7 months, right?
Good question. So regarding the improvements, and definitely we can understand why the Planning Commission is trying to, for the orderly development of the area where the parcel is being proposed, asking for these requirements. Normally, like the standard condition that I've seen in these last months that I've been here is half of the road improvements on half of the road half of the width of the road. Normally, because then when the opposite side comes in and they want to do a subdivision or an entitlement, then Public Works requests usually that they do the half of the road, their half of the road. So that's common. Steve's here as well for Public Works, and he could correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's a specific section of the San Benito County Code that states that half of the width of the road is a requirement. But that's the nexus that the county uses to say if there is going to be an entitlement, then it would be half. For various reasons. One, that because when the other side comes in, and they'll take on the other half.
So then my question, follow up to that is, why would then we be requiring him to do both sides of the road? That just doesn't run, common sense for me when I just look at it.
Yeah, so the condition that originally came in, the Public Works condition that came in, indicated half of the road, but the Planning Commission has been looking at not only this minor subdivision, but others as well, basically wanting to do orderly growth, especially that because it's closer to the city limits. There's been development in the area, and so Planning Commission has indicated that they want to see more improvements done by the property owner, as opposed to just half of the road. And so, as Jonathan was explaining very well, very thoroughly, the Planning Commission has that authority.
Has that right, yes, and I
Yeah.
understand that.
But
yeah.
but the board also has the authority to either concur with that or change it on an appeal.
Okay. So then we go back and finish my three, what I suggest that we do then.
Sure.
Is again, follow the Sunny Slope recommendation that we propose, that if we are going to look at any kind of reversal of the denial, is to at least have the appellant do half of the road. And then I would suggest highly that the county looks at Rule 20 to see if we, as a municipality, can interject and use some of that money from Rule 20 to kind of underground all of the wires. So that way it prevents a problem being delegated to the next person who's gonna develop out there. Because I still think that the onus should have been on the responsibility of these other 442 homes that went in, and they didn't. When you talk about breaking up the share per lot, it would have been more economical that way than putting it on the gentleman with only 3 lots. So I'm just using common sense. I'm, balance of the scale and what's fair.
Okay, who would like to go next? Supervisor Kosmicki?
Sure.
Thank you.
Question, so it sounds like we're assuming there's gonna be a lot more development potentially here than 4 additional homes, is that fair?
Good question, Supervisor Kuzmicki. Thank you for that. So the subdivision, as presented, did not propose any
Right.
development of any homes, but sure enough, there are land uses that are permitted by right, and so that is, I think Ann mentioned the number of units that can potentially go there on the property.
Okay, my concern is, there seems to be a lot of arbitrary sort of decisions being made, and I don't know exactly what the right answer is, but my concern is, in this particular situation, he's proposing for, subdividing with potential for 2 and 2, and we're saying, do the whole road instead of half the road, and then are we gonna do the same thing with X, Y, and Z project? And are we considering in that, I can't get in the head of the planning commission, but were they considering the potential for larger development, and is that even appropriate to consider that when making a decision? I don't know if any comments like that were made.
It mainly was go ahead.
Go ahead, yeah. that was
Okay. It mainly was in regards to following an orderly growth. Not to specifically talk about other projects, but I know, in other subdivisions that were previously also looked at, essentially, when an application came in, just as a subdivision without proposing any type of units, because the request was just to subdivide, just so that way each parcel can have its own land or what be. The request was, okay, then if that's the case, we'll keep it as is. But then, whenever a building permit comes in for improvements, such as to build a house, then at that point we would trigger then not just half of the road, but the full road improvements and the undergrounding of existing utilities.
So we
and
could require that down the line, if he brings forward a proposal for development, we could then require additional improvements.
That's an example that the
But-
Planning
but-
Commission has done in the past, and you could.
But
too,
right
yes.
now, we're basically, all we're making a decision on is based on the subdivision, not development. We're just making, the nexus is subdivision improvements as opposed to development improvements.
Correct. Right now it's just subdivision. That's all they're applying for.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Sotelo?
Sure. So I have to disclose that I spoke with the engineer, Ann Hall, on this project, as well as my planning commissioner, and went out to the property as well. In regards to 19 and 20, regarding the private well and the recommendations by Sunny Slope, I would be comfortable going back with what was recommended by Sunny Slope, and that the private well agreement, maybe the parties need to hire an attorney and figure that out, but I don't think we should be meddling in that, and so I think we should step out of that. And then in regards to 23, the road improvements, I'm good with half of the road with curb and gutter, but I am not in support of them having to do the underground utilities at this moment. So, and the way that I understand it is the maximum that could be on each of these parcels would be two dwellings, one an ADU and one a regular house dwelling. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yeah, that's correct. We'll have to confirm, but
Because if there's over 3, it triggers that then they have to do a fault investigation because they fall within the fault zone. Am I correct in that?
So the Alcus Prolo Act does require certain things. If there's 3 or more units that are built on the property that's within the Alcus Prolo, then it triggers a geologic study, which would require trenching to see if there is a fault. Correct.
So, but I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki. I would be, I would be good putting a deferred agreement on there that if there was additional development later on with this property, that it went to, they decide, they do the fault investigation and now they want to do something else with the property. At that time, then maybe the underground or something. But with the plans of what's put forth with us right now, not underground.
Very well.
Supervisor Zanger?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. It is just a frustrating situation because, I mean, it's been said, but these things should have been done before with the larger developments, and they did less than they should have, and so it's frustrating now to try to impose something like this on such a small project, and then at the same time, it's like, okay, well then at what point do we start following the rules? At what point do we start making everything right? So it's difficult. And I guess I want to know with what was just said and what was said by Supervisor Kosmicki as far as down the road, we could, require the undergrounding and the rest of the road and things like this. Is that something that we could do like officially, like in writing, or is that just, we'll talk about it down the road, or is that something we could?
Yeah, you can, and Sean can correct me if I'm wrong, but you can indicate that as part of your conditions that at this time we'll just do the subdivision as is, half of the road, like you were mentioning, Supervisor Sotelo, not undergrounding of existing utilities, but upon development of any of the parcels, a unit, then at that point we would require that the applicant or property owner undergrounds utilities. Does the full width, or if you want to keep it at half, that's fine as well. Is that?
And then what was the Planning Commission vote? Was it unanimous for this decision, or?
I believe there was one person that was missing. I believe Commissioner Celeste Bocanero was not at the. Oh no, she was here. Yeah, she was here. Yeah, I believe that was a unanimous decision, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there was 5. Yeah, we've been really, really fortunate. All 5 commissioners have been actively participating in the Planning Commission for months. It's really rare when we don't have one, so yeah, they've been here.
Okay. All right, I think that's all I have to say right now.
Okay, well, after I'm done, if you want to add, please feel free. So I want to understand, because the current purchase of the property had requirements on it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the purchase of the property indicated that these improvements would be done.
That is correct.
And the purchaser knew that when they bought the property. Is that correct?
I would defer to the purchaser, but that would have been part of the purchase, yeah.
So we're actually asking for an exception because we're doing something in between actual development and just subdividing to family members. Because I have to say, I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki. It feels sometimes like it's arbitrary where things are going, and we're not, and I totally support the Planning Commission and the fact that they're trying to make things right, they're trying to be consistent, but we've got these little areas where things have happened where nobody's coming out right. And we are united on what we want to see, I believe, and that is road repairs. Now, road repairs If you tell one side of the road they're doing one side, and you're telling another side that's doing development they're doing the other side, the problem you have in the construction world is the construction will destroy the road. So doing half a road doesn't do you any good. When you're talking about normal development, where you have hundreds of houses being developed, and you've got contractors going back and forth on those roads, I totally support widening and paving. Doesn't matter if you're developing the left side or the right side, the north or the south. You need to do the full road. So I don't know how we fix that in our process, but when we're doing major subdivisions, it needs to be the whole road. When the development on the opposing side then develops, they have to do the whole road because they're going to damage it with their development. So just, that's my 2 cents on the roads. When it comes to the PG&E, it was part of the original purchase requirement of it being undergrounded. Am I have that correct?
I believe the frontage improvements is what indicated, which frontage improvements it usually includes sidewalk, curve, gutter, undergrounding of existing utilities.
He's shaking his head in disagreement. Can we get some clarification?
Yeah, if we have I just want to make sure I have
But
my
it,
facts
it was
correct.
not indicated on the agreement. I am.
I disagree with you. It's actually in the developers agreement. It's a DIA. And I don't think I have a copy printed, but I did see it and I did read it. There's like 27 conditions when it was first sold to Mr. Garcia.
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll have to confirm, but normally it is part, the frontage improvements is a sidewalk, curb, gutter, undergrounding of existing utilities.
I see Steve's coming up.
It's more of public works.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I have the original deferred improvement agreement, and it says prior to recordation of a parcel map, applicant shall enter into a deferred improvement agreement for the following roadway improvements. Half of the 64-foot AC on 60-foot road bed with standard curb and gutter, half, and that was on Southside Road, half of the 40-foot AC on 42-foot road bed on Enterprise Road, and then the undergrounding is crossed out, so that was not required. So basically it was build the road per this deferred improvement agreement, half for the deferred improvement agreement. So on both corners, that's correct. So the original deferred improvement agreement was half of the road on South Side and half of the road on Enterprise. That was the deferred improvement agreement. So just
Okay,
for
thank you for
clarity.
clarifying.
Yeah.
I'm still going to say I want to find a way that we can have the discussion about how we fix it where we're doing full road improvement. I don't feel in this situation full road improvement should be bared on this individual when the improvements were listed in their deferred agreement when they purchased the property. But with that said, we need to address these situations. The property owner is looking at developing this beyond this subdivision. And that's when undergrounding of the PG&E, full road, repair, and any other corners or we need to deal with, that needs to be addressed at the time that the bigger project is being done. Is there any way we can go back to our current developers that got away with murder? I'm sorry. I'm just saying it. Is there any way to go back and have them actually own up to the fact that, did we get the other half of Enterprise? I remember you mentioned we got the other half of Enterprise.
That's a work in progress.
Work in progress, okay. Because, I have to agree with the public comments and the applicant that it is not fair that during a time when none of us were here, when none of us were on these planning commissions, that decisions were being made that actually benefited developers and didn't benefit maintaining our roads. Nothing against you, Steve. You weren't here either. So, okay. So the next one is, you already answered that one. Don't go too far, Steve. Construction repairs due to.
How about if you're up there, Steve, the Roll 20 monies, are we able to tap into that to underground the wires? All of the wires, not just the ones on Mr. Garcia's property, but all of them?
What do you mean? Can you please define all of the wires?
Well,
There's 5 poles. There's 5 poles.
The 5 poles on the frontage? Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if I think a number of $500,000 was being discussed, but it's somewhere in the ballpark, plus or minus. So, yeah, the county could utilize their $3 million bank account that we have for Rule 20.
Okay.
Okay. So, Anything else?
No, that's it.
Supervisor Cusman, did you want?
Oh, I just I received an email, I gotta disclose, I received an email from, I think maybe a voicemail and an email. I just wanted to, disclose that just in
Yep.
case.
No, it's good. That's why I was like, I spoke to somebody,
Yeah.
and I did speak to my planning commissioner.
I was
did
trying to go
the
through my
site.
phone and figure it out.
Yep. Okay, the bigger, I'm just gonna harp on it just for another second. The bigger issue is we need to have a way of dealing with things that are not major subdivisions, and we're not hurting our property owners that are trying to take care of their family members. I mean, this isn't the first, this isn't the second, this isn't even the fifth one that has come before me in having discussions where a minor subdivision and improvements, I mean, adding a bridge and widening Santa Ana Valley. I mean, there were some extreme things, but there's got to be a happy medium that we can find. How do we go about doing that? I know that's a topic for another time, but we need to have a conversation about that, because I feel what's been done in the past needs to be rectified, and if that means we are holding their feet to the fire, I know from experience of contractors, and I won't disclose which ones because you guys all know who, the cities in the Bay Area require things even when you're in the middle of construction. Why aren't we rectifying the problems like they are, instead of saying, oh, well, the development agreement didn't require that, so we're not going to ask you to do it, even though it was clearly a mistake on the behalf of the approvers. So, and I want to note also that development with all those houses, there wasn't even a District 4 member on the board when that development was approved. So there was no representation on the board. So, sorry, vetting. Okay, I'm going to stop, and I'm going to bring it back to the board. Is there a motion or a discussion that would like to go further? Please turn your phone ringers off.
As I said, I would like to
Whoever it
suggest that we accept the recommendation of Sunny Slope Water. We only require the appellant to do half the road and not the whole road. And again, I would condition that with the county looking at Rule 20 and the $3 million to underground all of the lines on Enterprise.
Is there a second?
I'll second it, but can I ask a question?
And then discuss.
So I
away.
just want to understand, so you're saying you want to go back to the language that was proposed by Sunny Slope Water District?
For the water.
For the water?
Water, yes.
Okay. And then the road improvement would be half
Only half.
curb and gutter, not including the underground utilities. If the underground is going to happen, that would be, you're looking at the county to look at that part of it.
Right.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure I was clear on it. Thank you.
And so I'm clear on that. That means the language from Sunny Slope Water was that the well was fine, basically, right? If I'm understanding.
It's not limiting, it's not taking away any of his water rights that he had before the planning commission made their decision. It leaves him intact with what he originally had. Because the planning commission curbed his ability to use the water.
Any other conversation? Supervisor? No? Okay. So can I make a friendly amendment? And the amendment would be that if we are using this county funding for the underground, any development in the future on this property reimburses the county for that underground cost. Shh, from the audience.
I would just respectfully ask to define development as in future subdivision of the property.
Future subdivision that has more than 4 or 5 houses. We're talking about like a major subdivision. More than 2 on a parcel.
Okay, just so it's in the
I just want to make
record
it perfectly clear. That's my friendly amendment. Because I think we should be reimbursed. We shouldn't be using tax dollars for this type of stuff.
Correct.
So that'll be required if there is development more than 4. They would reimburse us for the power lines right now.
Yep.
At
If
in the
that
It would be
future,
more than 2 per parcel, is what
More
we're
than
saying.
2
There's
per
3
parcel.
parcels, so it would be a
Right.
total
6.
of 6 total.
now is that in today's dollars, or if that's years down, decades? Seriously, if that's decades down the line, is it going to be the cost of what it would have been?
It has to be the cost. We can't make money on developers, unfortunately. I wish we could.
Madam
I know
Chair.
where you're going. Yes,
One
Supervisor
other
Kosmicki.
question, what about the event that this is annexed into the city of Hollister, and do we really have the authority to enforce
It's a good question.
payback?
How can we enforce if this ends up being annexed into the city? Definitely we can do it if it's developed under the county in the unincorporated area, but if it's annexed into the city, can we have like a deed restriction that in the annexation or the change of property hand that utility cost of undergrounding the 5 poles would be reimbursed to the county? Couldn't we do that?
I think you could. Yeah.
I mean, they can always challenge it, but.
Yeah, you may lose jurisdiction over it, but I think you could. It'd be part of an agreement, so I think it'd be separate. Yeah, I think you could.
Any other comments? Okay, so I'm gonna bring it back to, we had a first, a second with a friendly amendment. Do I have to get a second on my friendly amendment?
Yes.
Second.
I'll second that. Yeah.
Okay, so Supervisor Gonzalez seconded my friendly amendment. Back to the board. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 5-0 with all those lovely things. Thank you, everybody, for going through that. I'm going to close the public hearing at 3:34. Okay, so now we are moving back. Do we want to take a 5-minute? Are we good? No, I'm getting.
One more item, right?
We have actually 3. We have 3 items. We have consent, we have 2.3, and 5.1. So we
Yeah.
have 3 items. You want to just run through it?
Yeah, I do
Okay, you
first.
guys? Okay, so let's start back with 2.3, regular agenda item, and I believe Ariel is going to be presenting.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name's Ariel Goodspeed, and I'm the principal planner with the County of San Benito. And we're bringing this presentation forward. It had been a request from the board to kind of talk about our food vendors and food trucks, and so this is what we have for you today. Thank you so much. So we did adopt an updated zoning code that did address some of this issue back in 2022, and basically I just wanted to go over that. There was, public participation, multiple meetings from our planning commission, meetings from our board at the time. And actually, one of the meetings, the planning commission requested us to come back to specifically address food vendors. They really wanted to kind of support commercial business in our county. And so these are what we had come up with at the time. But again, code is meant to be looked at once it's been adopted and regularly updated. So thank you so much for today, so we can take a look at what's working, what maybe we need to improve. So one of the things I just want to hit, that one of the things we had made sure to promote was the smaller fruit stands that you see. We really want to promote our ag business. And so anything that's grown within the county is a permitted use. So people can sell. Now, if it's grown outside the county, we're just asking for an administrative permit. Basically, they come into our planning department. It doesn't require going planning commission, but staff kind of reviews, what they're trying to do. So the code that we adopted, again, in order to be permissive for our commercial business, we kind of broke it up into 2 separate. What would be exempt from a temporary use permit and what would be required out of a temporary use permit? So what's exempt is food trucks that are only going to be at a location for less than 4 hours. So, because most of the time food trucks are kind of moving from place to place. And so so unless they're really going to be, stuck there, kind of a permanent thing where we really need some more oversight, then it's really exempt from our planning permit process. And I'll kind of get into some of the other things that are still required, even though they may not need a planning permit. And then, of course, food trucks that are, in a fixed location for more than 4 hours, they do need to get a temporary use permit. Again, temporary use permits are an administrative process. So we really, we're not necessarily going to planning commission. We just want to make sure, do they have, adequate parking or, restroom facilities or, things like that, public health and safety. So in our existing code, we kind of adopted, some of those standards. Food trucks shall operate with all required health and other permits. And there's additional code. I just want to actually read a couple of that, just so you're aware of what is in our code. So section 707002 states that no person shall operate or conduct a restaurant or food establishment or sell, offer to sell, distribute, or have in possession for sale or distribution any food or drink intended for human consumption in the county unless he or she possesses a permit to do so from the county health officer. So they're still required to go get that. The other one I just wanted to hit on was in our county code section 503120. It requires that anyone conducting any business in the unincorporated area of the county to have an unrevoked business license from the county. So again, we're collecting our permit application fee. So I just wanted to hit on those two as an example. And restrooms and other facilities. And again, one of the big things that actually came out of our planning commission meetings and receiving that public input was making sure that food trucks shall be parked safely and out of the public right-of-way. That was definitely a critical point, and that's definitely something that when we receive calls, we go and address those needs. So this addresses when for a temporary use permit for food trucks. So it's just highlighting some of those development standards and what we're looking at temporary use permit. So one of the things again we wanted to address is food trucks are mobile. So the permit would allow more than one location. We just were looking at kind of a site plan, what their how their circulation is going to be for a location, that schedule of operations, like how often are they expected, to be at this location, days, hours, so we can regulate, some of those years. And then that temporary use permit lasts an entire year. And so this is what we had come up with at that point in time. Again, here's some, different kind of ideas we could look at was maybe adding some specific development standards to food trucks or for fruit stands and vendors that are similar to our food trucks. And then also, if there are really trouble areas around the county that don't work as good locations, we could like the city of Hollister has done, where you don't allow food trucks, along this segment of road or location. So that's another idea. And actually, I did have one more I wanted to add was in 2018, the governor had passed, it was a code 51036, which decriminalized sidewalk vending. So one of the things too is we could work with council to, maybe have some code that addresses that as well. So I just wanted to have one more since I put this presentation together. And then thanks to our code enforcement officer, Robin Leland, working with her, got kind of a summary of what kind of complaints we have seen over the last year and a half or so, and generally traffic in different places, whether it was Mitchell Road, there was some on the off-ramp around 101, and then private vendors as well. So those are what we've received. When we do receive those, they're not always being, something that our code enforcement officer is, to go, because like for the 101 ramp, that is, CHP or, sheriff, counter, it's other jurisdictions. So we're kind of like that middleman of receiving the complaint and then passing it to the correct jurisdiction to go deal with the issue. And then another was environmental health permits. How we received the complaint, following up with environmental health, do you have the correct permit? So our code enforcement officer works really great as that liaison between receiving and making sure that it's followed up through with the correct responsible party. One of the other requests that had come from the board, and thanks to our HR Department, Henny Ring. She provided some information about our code enforcement officer job description. So currently it does not include working on a regular work schedule, including weekends and evenings or holidays. I know that's been some of the complaints as things come in when we're not there. So we'll, you know, what we can do. So if adding that irregular work schedule is something this board is would like us to meet, then HR can go do a meet and confer with the union to discuss impacts of that change. And then the Human Resources Department and representatives can reach out to the union to begin discussions when that would be outside of planning. And Henny's here to answer any of those particular questions. Thank you so much. And that concludes what I had for you today, and I'm happy to take any feedback and comments and improve our existing code. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Can we open it up to public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raise hand icon.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Great presentation. I appreciate it. So you're wanting to have the food trucks, and the food trucks have to have a restroom with them. I did finally see something like that at 156 and the Roadhouse. I don't know the name of the back road. Off of one by San Juan Oaks. Mitchell?
The back road, you talking about Mitchell?
Is it Mitchell?
Yeah,
Where Roadhouse is?
Yeah.
Okay, there was a van, there was a catering truck, whatever I'm trying to say. And then there was a van, same colors as the food truck, and then they had a restroom. So that's the first time I've ever seen that. And otherwise, you have the small vegetable and fruit vendors. You have the people that are dropped off to sell flowers, to sell strawberries, and there's no restroom, there's no shade, there's no warmth, and sometimes they have kids. In my personal opinion, and that of people that I discuss with, those are possible human trafficking. They're dropped off, they have to work, they have to come back with a quota on money and or the money that's made. That is why they have a place to stay. You see them selling, you know, bags of oranges in shopping centers and stuff like that. So it's for those people that are supporting it, it's good and it's bad because really we don't know where these people come from. And they're just being used or they're being dropped off. Sometimes some of them are women with little children, and it's hot in the summer and it's cold in the winter, and there's no restroom for them. So that's a safety, health and safety issue. So I can't prove that it's trafficking, but I can't say, we cannot say that it's not. It's just something that we discuss about this, you know, around the dinner table at times when we see these things. The majority of these food trucks, they just pull over at a high traffic area and they're there. So my complaint has always been is they're pulling over, and whether you're selling coffee or you're selling sweetbread or whatever it is, you have to go through the same process as a brick and mortar because you're their competition. You get your coffee trailer and you go serve and go sell coffee somewhere else where you're taking the business away from a brick and mortar. Are you also following the same rules? So I'm glad to see that something is happening. Now, what's the teeth to it to enforce it to make sure that you are doing the permits, but how is it going to be enforced? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional?
I have no further public comment.
Bringing it back to the board, any comments, question?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Zanger.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I know I think it was me and Supervisor Curro brought this forward. And I don't know exactly what she had in mind, but when I brought it up, I wasn't really just specifying food specifically, as is there's other types of vendors on the roadsides that are selling, I don't know, knickknacks of different kinds, different things that weren't grown at all, let alone grown in San Benito County. So, and I don't know how any of this really applies to any of those. So I don't know, because this is sort of food oriented. So I guess I'll just focus on that. But maybe if I don't know, maybe we come back with something that addresses the other businesses as well, just because I think they're probably different rules that they're following and whatnot, and I don't know where those apply. As for this, I do have a couple questions. So just as far as the jurisdiction comments that were made towards the end, if there's someone operating, let's say at the intersection of a highway and a county road, is that county or is that Caltrans?
So I'd have to see that specific example. So they're not allowed to operate in the public right of way. So whether that, strip is the, county public works or it is, Caltrans, they can't be in the public right of way either, depending whether it's us or a different jurisdiction.
And the public right of way, how far does that extend?
It varies depending on the road, so
Okay.
I don't know if I can answer it blankly. I'm sorry.
No worries. Is there what is the range of that right away? Do you know, is it generally?
Well, there's the public property property lines, and then I would have to ask to see what the what it would. Usually, it's a certain so many feet from the actual road is the public right of way, and it can vary.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm sorry. I can get that information and I can email you after.
That'd be great. Yeah. Just shoot me an email whenever you can. I appreciate that. Okay, and so for the food trucks, and so if they're not in a location for more than 4 hours, they're exempt from some of the standards here. So, but they still need their health permit and their business permit, right? They still need those regardless.
Yep, that is correct.
Okay, but then if they're fixed, if someone's there for more than 4 hours, they need a additional permit in to be there.
Yes, they need a temporary use permit, and that's when we start looking at, okay, if they're going to be there for a longer period, then what additional facilities would that need, because they're not just stopping in for an hour and
Right.
being mobile. So
Right. Okay. So I guess some of the issues that I receive from residents are just issues where they say, well, it's on the weekend, and the county says code enforcement doesn't work on the weekend, and so to me it doesn't really make a lot of sense that we don't have code enforcement working on the weekends at all, because there's some code enforcement issues that only pertain to the weekends. So it just really doesn't make any sense that they just can't do the job then, basically. So I'm in favor of looking into that and seeing if we can change that, because otherwise I don't see how we could address any problems that happen on the weekend. So other than that, I guess what would be your recommendation if I have a resident that reaches out and says, hey, this business is out here every other day, and they're out here. I don't know if they have the permits. Would they just, I guess, put in a complaint to code enforcement, and then they would eventually check it out? Is that the procedure?
Yep, that's exactly what occurs, is that they submit a complaint to us and we follow up on all those complaints. I do know that there have been times where, that they have said, oh, this place is operating a food truck, and, I myself have gone and driven past on a weekend because I live in town. But sometimes it's hard, because it's if you don't know that schedule, then you might drive past when they're not operating. So.
Right. Okay. That's all I have to say about it right now.
Okay. Any comments? Yeah. Supervisor Sotelo?
So I think, I guess maybe I thought with this coming back, I don't know that the food trucks are as big of the issue. If I'm talking about the complaints that I've received from constituents, it hasn't been in regards to food trucks. It's really more of the food vendors on the sides of the road that are posted up there, and I think a lot of times it's because they really are on private property. The complaints I've gotten have been, hey, and they want the county to do something about it. But of course, like Supervisor Zanger said, it's, evenings, it's weekends, especially as we get into the summer months, right? It's evenings, it's weekends. And so I think that's really where the issues are for the constituents that I've spoken to. I haven't received any complaints of food trucks at all. And so, you know, my own, and I'm 100% supportive of our HR director meeting with the unions and doing a meet and confer as the first step to, can we get additional code enforcement to be looking at some of these issues. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Any comments?
I am happy to come back with a revised code that that this code doesn't just apply to food trucks, but all food vendors, like temporary food vendors, because I'm hearing a consensus that okay.
What about non-food vendors as well?
We could just say all temporary vendors.
Okay, I just wanted to be
could
clear.
include, well, we can look at all of that. Staff's happy to address that issue.
Would that apply also then to, like, you know, on Valentine's Day when they're selling their little balloons and their little vases, you know, flowers and so forth? Would that apply to them as well? Because then they're technically vendors.
We can include it. Again, you know, if they're at if we follow the same rules to all vendors, if they're at a location for less than 4 hours, then they wouldn't necessarily need something from planning. If it isn't a food item that they're selling, like flowers, then they're not going to necessarily need anything from environmental health. But at least if we include all vendors, then we have something we can follow.
Yeah, because sometimes they're selling baked goods too at the same time.
Then they would need a health permit.
Supervisor Kosmicki, did you have a comment?
What about the Girl Scouts? Kidding. Better get those Girl Scouts. No, I'm kidding. So yeah, no, this is really just an enforcement issue. And I agree with just, you know, the common sense is that most of this activity happens on the weekend. Just let's, you know, meet and confer, work with. I don't want to lose our code enforcement officer over this, by the way, but let's at least have a conversation and you know, meet and confer on it. And I am the one that brought forward these. Oh, whoops, there we go again. I'm talking to myself. The complaints about the Red Barn in particular, so if we can at least try to address that, because it's becoming, I guess, a really big issue. Like every weekend they're lining up on our side of the county and selling things on our side of the county. So thank you.
And then all I'm going to say is I totally support a meet and confer about having weekend. And if it's done based on a complaint, not that this person has to work every single weekend. What I'm looking at right now is if there's a complaint, but like the weekend at the Red Barn, or, you know, we have, and I appreciate it's not just trucks, it's the vendors that are on the side of the road that are selling food. And it's not just that it's a health issue, but you've got your permitting process. You've got to make sure that people are safe. My constituents are asking, you know, is it safe to buy from these people? I can't say it is. So there's got to be some way that we can have, when they are approved, that, you know, typically you have a little restaurant sign or something. Maybe they have a little sign in front of them saying that they're licensed and approved to be there, so it's not a question. I'm seeing it more and more, even though the Union Bridge is being reconstructed. We're just always on the weekends getting multiple food vendors over on that, right there at Union and Cienega. So, but also ensuring that we're getting our sales tax, you know, making sure that we're not losing out on any revenue. And that's the bottom line. Why should we be hurting our local businesses that are following the rules and having individuals coming from outside of the county and hurting us with potential revenue sources? So I appreciate all the comments from all the board members. Is there any motion that you need, or did you get enough feedback from us?
So just to recap, we're gonna come back with a revised code that addresses all vendors. We could also include something in there that addresses maybe posting their food permits outside as part of, you know, the code. I'm going to email about the public right-of-way, and then our great HR department is going to do a meet confer and start looking at our code enforcement position.
That sounds good. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, we're going to move on to consent item 1.8. It was pulled by Supervisor Sotelo. We already did public comment. Sorry, this is HR?
No, no. So I pulled it only because I didn't have enough time to get my question asked and answered. But for both of these appointments, both Cameron Harris and Nate Morris, I believe Cameron Harris, the address that was used on their member application, Cass Street is in Monterey, but it says the city of San Diego, I'm assuming. It's DIEO, I'm not quite sure. But it seemed odd to me that they were not a resident of San Benito County. I'm not really even sure where their residence is. It looks like it's San Diego. The phone number is a 707, which I believe is the area code down south. And then the other person, I believe, was let me open up that application, was maybe they're San Jose. And so my question just is, is this normal that we have this type of involvement from outside of the county? Was there nobody in our county to be able to fill these spots? Just kind of wanted to understand why we have representatives that are representing our county but are from San Diego and San Jose.
Thank you. We have Enrique on the line. He's going to be able to answer that.
Sure, thank you. I want to be sure that you're able to hear me.
We can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect, yeah. There is no residency requirements for Workforce Development Board membership. The main requirement is that we fill the required representations. Union representation is a required membership for the Workforce Development Board. And the other requirement is they have to conduct business in San Benito County, and both do conduct business in San Benito County.
Okay.
For Workforce Development Board, it's always been like this. And it is in the bylaws as well.
So it's pretty typical then for these seats to be filled by people outside of the area? Why do they want to serve on this board? If you're from San Jose or you're from San Diego, why are you sitting on the board, the Workforce Development Board for San Benito County?
Well, that one in particular, Cameron Harris, they provide services in San Benito County, and most recently, they have been approved to provide after-school services at Hollis School District. So we've also interacted with them to meet their workforce needs. They have different hiring events here at the America's Job Center. So they do have presence in San Benito County. They're local employers. They might not be headquartered here, but they're local employers.
Okay, got it. Thank you. So I'll go ahead and move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that's 5-0. We're going to move on to item 5.1, which is future agenda item. We have one request from Supervisor Kosmicki.
That's right. I hope you had a chance to read it.
I did.
It's very, very quick here. We developed the sales tax reimbursement program in 2022. Supervisor Tiffany and I were on the ad hoc. Wasn't controversial at all, I don't believe. And, we agreed at the time that we would come back and look at the success or failure so far. And we said within a year. It's been about a year and a half. I don't think there have been any participants. I do believe that it probably is likely potentially related to the dollar amounts that are involved, and that's just something we agreed back at the time to sort of test out, if you will. So it was just the notion was just to bring it back. I would suggest if you'd like to take it up at the ad hoc level and then bring it back from there, or we can take it to the board if there's interest in doing so and taking it from there. But I just thought it would be a good practice for us to revisit the program just to see what has or hasn't worked.
Okay. Any comments, concerns, questions?
I would love to bring it back. I would recommend that it goes to the Economic Advisory Committee and get some, feedback, and then, maybe we can bring it back to the board.
Okay.
I would second that.
All right.
Okay.
Yep.
So all in favor of moving forward with this?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you for bringing that to
You're
our
welcome.
attention. And with that, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So
I'll
moved.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Have a great day.